So, tasting. We continue tonight. We're gonna listen to last couple of remaining videos from SMOW. Just cope stream, rot stream, beggar stream, shit stream, whatever. I'm still salty about losing that Samsung big display. Smasung. Koreans have pulled planned obsolescence scam on me. But yeah, it was nice while it lasted, I guess. Smasung. No more Smasung. We will go with some shitty brand like Oppo or even Google phone. Google are making phones now. I don't know. I'm not gonna get into mobile phones this year at all. Yeah. What's the weather in everybody's location? It was 34 here today, but I don't complain. I actually like heat wave. But I can imagine for the NPCs this must be some shit weather. What's the problem? Too much obesity? Or what? I don't know. Okay, everything is set up. I see 3 people in the house. Let me know what is new. It's Q&A. But I can turn this into open mic if we get some people in the house. Oh. You have to pay rent, of course, man. Well, luckily Eastern Europe and rent is probably the only positive, somewhat affordable thing, but everything else is dog shit. How are you coping, eating? What are you planning to do this week? Let us know. It's locked. Fuck. Is a lock? Wow. Huh. It's a situation. Oh no. Fuck. We're going to Cosmo Disk, I think. Shit, I'm so stupid. Ooh. Hey, chill in. Thanks for tuning in. I'm just waiting for the day when we can bounce to Bangkok again. But right now it's summer has started in Gulag. It's somewhat the point of C-maxing for me is mostly like escape the winter. So if I C-max way too soon, then we're gonna be broke way too fast, and yeah, I need to make sure I am in Asia during winter, that's for sure. But right now is also some kind of pressure being placed, and there is that girl waiting for me. Steadily 2 vans. It's not possible. Večer putáňom. Poniatovsk Food Factory. Oh, maybe. Oh, what the fuck? It's a big one. Ooh. Fuck the beard. Maybe can stack it up. I don't think so. Oh no. Cool. Get up. Oh, kurwa, it fell on me. Fuck, shut up, bench. This is shit. This is not gonna work. It's like putting banana into USB port. Oh god. Let's move. It's gonna trip. The shit's gonna trip. Right? Does it fucking hold up? Not for long. Stop, 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 stop. No, 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 no. Bah, this is what I'm talking about. Let me guess, not gonna fit in. Huh? Okay. Like a boss. Like this. Maybe. Poniatowsk, okay. Fuck, almost crashed. Oh, whoa, whoa, fucking hell, I'm so stupid, kurwa. And No, fucking bullshit. Oh man, that fucking Volkswagen is... Fuck. Capital F. Fuck it. How can I... Hey Markeba. Like that song, which was very overly popular, like 4 years ago maybe. That African song. I remember when I was working in that toxic warehouse with books, and of course there had to be radio turned on, some kind of local Slavic bullshit with American top hits, you know, and all these gay ballads and shit, uplifting shit. What was back then the biggest hit? Let me think. Oh, of course, the Dance Monkey, yeah, that obese nobody will blow up out of nowhere. Basically, it's a song about her wanting a Chad and Jester for her. These wild fantasies, yeah. Disgusting, fried, squeaky voice. You can tell it's like it's an obese voice. You can tell by the color of the voice from the song. You can always tell if the person is skinny or like, you know, fucked up. Yeah, we're gonna soon play the tapes from SMOW. We have probably last 5 videos to play. But maybe I'm gonna become a member of his channel. You can listen to more stuff. I don't see shit. What the fuck happened here, bro? Why? Why? Range. Okay. What? No. Okay. Ah. Markeba, I was already thinking about all these concepts in the past, and the diversification is not my style. I would have to like tailor and attend to a separate project. Basically, I like to have all my copes under one roof, basically. Kick, nobody is using Kick or Twitch, like people in my community. It's mostly YouTube, Discord, and occasionally some people are using Twitter, I guess. Like, we don't even have Reddit or some stuff like that in the house. Maybe Facebook. Yeah, it's like we are millennials basically over here. Presents with Passport Bros. Not all Passport Bros are good people, that's for sure. And also here's the problem: Passport Bros, more than half of them are South American maxing, Latina maxing, and I have nothing in common with that. But your idea is, your idea is something that I already tried to think about it very hard. Yeah. It's like, remember I used to have Odyssey channel. I was very excited about it, and they nuked me, and I told myself I'm never gonna diversify again, and if some certain places of internet is nuking me, that's my answer. I am not gonna repeat mistakes. Kick, Rumble or Twitch. Look, if we have 5 people in the house right now, there would be 1 person watching on Kick, or 0. So okay, what was the multi streaming on different platforms these days since. Yeah, Nomadsko, it's also hard to set up your OBS in such fashion. You use one OBS key for multiple sources, and here's another deal. I'm running only GTX 1070. I'm already maxing my GPU for along with Firefox, everything. Too many shit is running at the same time. It's a miracle I can squeeze 45 FPS from this game, actually. Okay. Last time I'm gonna test this shit, I don't know if it works. Fuck. You are kidding me, this is not working, right? Why? Takes over. This fucking should work, I don't know why it's not working. Yeah. Kurwa, this is not good. Hey, Shekels.
Shekels from Just Chill In. Appears.
Thanks, man. It's a nice surprise to see Shekels so early. Let me see email if there is a message attached. Hey Zoltan, good to see you. You just bought a Noctua U12A. What is that? What is Noctua? It's like a phone or some graphic card or what? Air cooler? Ryzen 9000. It's, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Your GTX is a bottlenecking, bro. You have, that's somewhat a weak card at this point. Yeah, you should. Yeah, it's gonna bottleneck. You have strong CPU but weak GPU, from what I'm reading here. How about your RAM? You know, I mean, I'm bottlenecking at 20 GB all the time, last 3 years basically. But yeah, we recently upgraded, so that's that. Message, thanks, man. Yeah. We are slowly getting there. This is not working. Fuck. Why? It's fucking weird. Opa. Sunday. Fuck Punani, he says. Yeah, me too. Hi Punani. Punani. Get in. Kurwa. Or maybe... Oh, I have idea, but this is shit idea. The fuck I just happened? No fucking way. Huh? Oh man, this is so bad. But we have to go like this. Anyway. What are we taking? No, it's very hard. Okay. Zakmat, Kasolin, Poniatovsk. Okay. And fucking wheels, of course. Source, no, this is Unity. Source can't handle such big open spaces in such smoothness. That's the Zakmat, we need. Right. Oh, they are the same. The barrels in Half-Life 2? Yeah, I remember them. Half-Life 2, I managed to run that shit on Celeron 800 and it was like 10 FPS. The graphic card back then was some shit, what was it? Very big shit. Literally GeForce MX 400 or some shit like that. We need yeah, 3. Zakmat doors, let me think. Okay. Suspension, Turbo, I think. Oh yeah, actually I remember I had NX, I had 6600 NX. Yeah. But actually that was my second graphic card, Right now this is my 5th graphic card, but I am online since like 2001, basically I have computer. Yeah, I started with 265 mega RAM, Celeron 800 and GeForce 2 MX400. Yeah, it was dog shit. Literally, Battlefield 1942. Like, I was playing that shit with like 10 FPS, man, and I was thinking, wow, time of my life. Then I had Athlon X64, first 64 single core, yeah, with NX 6600. Yeah. Yeah. After that I escalated to first 4 core i7 920 and graphic card was I can only remember it was 1 gigabyte. I forget right now. Yeah, I had my neighbor, he always knocked on my door. Hey man, I have this new game, look it up, it's burned on CD. I have a burner, you can burn in Nero, Nero CD. You could have burned video games, everything cracked back then. He actually invested his own money to pay some smuggler in my neighborhood to get these video games. Then he burned it, he copied it, and then he was reselling that shit further in the neighborhood. But he always came to me for free, he gave me shit for free. It was so good to have good neighbors back then. The neighborhood culture was actually existing in the 2000s. Yeah. Oh man, I was burning every day. I was burning music, porno, movies, games, everything. So many CDs back then. This was literally before DVDs were invented. Yeah. Exactly. It was like 2 or 3 euro. But I never paid. My neighbor always came to me for free. Lucky. I wonder what is he doing now. I think he went to UK or some shit. They all left. Oh no. Handbrake. This is such a shit configuration, but I don't know how to make it hook over there. Yeah, I stayed away from PlayStation. I was playing PlayStation 1 and I didn't like it. It was so lame. PC all the way. Destroy the ladder. Floating. Bro, what the fuck? Yeah, mgt0w and WinMX, LimeWire. What the fuck is with the configuration here? Kidding me, paying for online shit impossible back then. The payment processors were not invented. PayPal was literally 5 years away from being implemented. Everything was pirated, it was a way of life, man. I can't believe when I was listening to Raymond bullshit ranting. Oh, I have so many expenses, $3,000 I pay for Adobe software. He actually paying for Adobe. Who the fuck pays for Adobe? You kidding me? Insane. Hey, Slick. Man, if I had to pay for all the software that came across my life, the bill would be like probably $3 million, you know? This is unthinkable if you are Slav Cell. I mean, come on. This is not America! Kurva, let's go. This is a bad configuration. We're gonna crash. Which way? Yeah. Already losing balance. Music, please. Yes, no? Give me something, you bitch. Can I climb this bitch? It's battery low, I know. Where is that fucking gate with the separatist? Here? Oh no, it is not. I'm such a retard. Kurva, look at this shit. This is such a shit. Where is that fucking gate? Here? Over there. Yeah, my first phone was Siemens A52 and somebody steal it from me. Some fucking stupid kids have actually pickpocketed me. It was terrible, man. I had to came home and tell my parents. The phone was lost. I said it was lost, but I knew it was stolen. Disgusting, bro. How kids are so evil. Bunch of little shit. My elementary school was such a dog shit. There was this one fucking huge Nordic bully asshole who was constantly trying to terrorize me. And then I befriended this Slavic other bully, and I was always sending the good bully at the bad bully, and I was so protected because of I had that big bully on my side. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of like, as a reward, I was giving him CDs with the special movies, you know. Yeah, he enjoyed, man. Good business back then, in 2002, 2003. How do I fit the gate? How do I fit the gate? Yeah, 3310 was good, and my classmate had a 3310. He was playing that fucking snake. Oh, look at this shit! Look at this shit configuration. And I lost the car. Fuck the car. No, 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 no. This is a nightmare scenario right now. Kurva. I was reading the chat and I crashed the car. No, I'm telling you, my elementary school, high school, you always have the bully that is bullying you, but there are bigger bullies that are capable of bullying your bullies. And the key is to somehow make friends with the biggest, strongest, most intimidating bully, and then you can threaten the smaller bullies that you're gonna send the big bullies on them. And trust me, this shit works. It works like a charm. They're not gonna mess with you, because then the big bullies mess with the small bullies. There's no other way than diplomacy. If you are incel, basically. Oh no, 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 now the car is fucking rogue. Stop, stop, stop. Kurva, I'm fucked. Bye bye. We are fucking finished here. Shit. Stop. No, no, I'm not reloading. We can probably just push it like this. Yeah, I'm very close to the factory, so if I reload, I'm gonna lose the towing pipe, and it's such a pain in the ass to set it up. Volkswagen, das Auto. How do I do this? Like this. Too late? I'm 35, so yeah, it's rough shit back then, I'm telling you. All the survival skills made me a stronger inkwell, I guess. I mean, mentally, of course. This is not how you're supposed to transport stuff. But my towing pipe is sparing tonight. Whoa, 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 whoa. Can we do this? I think we can. Lose that fucking car, bro. Oh fuck this shit, this is just ridiculous. Fuck it, I'm gonna return. And I fucking flipped the lorry. You're kidding me. Get back, get back. Yeah. Shit, Volkswagen. Putting the plug on this lorry. Over there. My goose. Okay, 2,272,000. Boom. Okay. Palette, konzumierku. Isto, kolory, no. Połowa. Oh, this is good. Yeah. Ah. Shit, this is a huge fucking bar. I forget the gasoline. Yeah, Japan and Korea have the same demographic bullshit happening. It's because of that strict social conditioning. They are not artistic freeloaders like Thailand or the neighbors. Basically, in Korea and Japan, intimacy has become the lost relic of past, and they don't know how to get it back. These type of forces cannot be negotiated with. It either is or is it not. I haven't met a single Thai boy who would complain to me about not getting any Zaza. They put some effort into it. In Thailand, even locals are smashing. It's not a coincidence we don't hear about Thai cells. Yeah. It's usually Japan sells hikikomori. I don't know how do you in Korea how do you say incel, but I'm sure it exists. Okay, which fucking way? So I'm here, I'm going down, okay. Always causing me troubles, this fucking lamp. So still leaking. Okay, again, stair leaking. 15, stair leaking. Fuck this cargo. We're gonna win the race. Or? Yeah, I think so. Good. Here we go. Oh, these are wireless. How does this work? I can charge them? Kurwa. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. And where is the fifth? I'm tripping. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh god. here. We're gonna have some fun. 1, 1, 1, 1, 5, 5, 6. That's right. Yeah, I'm gonna play some of that SMOW fuel. I like his runs, and he's basically, I think me and him, we are the same person, somewhat. I mean, same fate, same stats, same kind of like background and lifestyle. Let's see. Okay, let's continue. Raz, dva, tri, čtyři, pět. Okay. Let's listen to some SMOW. Loading, the shit is loading.
Like, subscribe, share, what's up? So there's 5 things in my life that really don't do me any good, but these 5 things are also some of my favorite things. Unfortunately, they all kind of hold me back. They are pornography, slop, weed, alcohol, and caffeine. It is extremely hard for me to avoid all 5 of these things in one day. If I skip out on one, it seems like I'm going to be doing another. If I don't smoke, then I want to drink. If I don't drink, then I need to be on coffee all day. If I don't drink coffee, well, then I need to go find some slop to fill the void.
Correct.
And if I can manage to avoid all of the substances, well, guess what? I'm going to be on an all-night goon fest on my phone watching some really freaky corn until I bust about 60 nuts, and then I can finally go to sleep and call it a day.
Stay.
That's problematic. It's really not good for me. And
Lifestyle,
I have
bro.
an addictive personality, and it seems like it's just a never-ending cycle of chasing a feeling. And I've been trying to break this cycle for years. I mean, I have struggled with substance abuse since my teenage years, when I started drinking and smoking pot, aka weed, aka cannabis, aka that good ganja. And it's been a part of my life ever since. I haven't smoked in over a week now, and that's all fun and good. I also haven't really been drinking a lot of alcohol, but the desire is there every day. And I understand why people go to AA. I understand why people go to rehab. I understand why people put themselves through these things, because it's not something you can really fix on your own. And I'm not really sure if it's anything that can be fixed at all. Addiction is a problem, but it's a problem that you have to constantly keep under control. If it's something that you struggle with, it's probably never going away. Once you put one addiction to rest, it seems like you have to go to the next addiction to fill that void and keep yourself motivated to keep going. Today, I don't think I'm going to be smoking. I don't think I'm going to be drinking. I'm going to avoid corn if I can help it. I don't think I need any caffeine. I've been awake for about an hour and I feel fine. Sometimes I just drink coffee for the hell of it. Sometimes I drink coffee in the evening just for something to do. Tea is a good alternative. Maybe I'll buy some tea when I go to the store today. I always forget about it because I get so caught up in, oh, I need to buy coffee, I need more coffee, I need to go grab an overly expensive cup of coffee at the corner store, when there are better alternatives. But it's like I always have to be chasing a high. I always have to be geeked up. I always have to be putting something into my system to feel good. And life doesn't have to be all about feeling good. As a matter of fact, I think sometimes you need to feel a little bit down and contemplative sometimes, so you're not distracted by always trying to be up, always trying to be excited, always trying to be giddy. Sometimes you just have to calm down, relax, and not feed the demons. And not feeding the demons can be boring beyond belief sometimes. But it's an important part of my life. I have people in my life who cannot go a day without using a certain substance. and they don't have any interest in doing so. And that's the part that I find intriguing. If you are hooked on something and you do it every single day and you never skip a day, and you don't have any desire to skip a day, I don't really understand that. I find it a little concerning. I think there is value in sobriety and self-restraint and self-care. If you are drinking every single day and you don't think that there's any reason to stop, even though it's clearly bad for your health or maybe affecting other areas of your life, I think that's something you need to address. You have to look within and say, why am I so addicted to this substance? Why do I always gravitate toward it? Why do I always go back? I feel like it's an important part of understanding yourself when you have addictions and you never take a break from it. I think it's a good idea to have fun. Enjoy your life. Sometimes you need to mix things up a little bit. And I don't think there's anything wrong with having a drink from time to time. I don't think there's anything wrong with taking a fat rip of the bong and coughing your lungs out. I really don't think there's anything wrong with drinking a few cups of coffee every day to get yourself going and ready. But if you just never miss out, if you never just decide to pass it up and say no, I feel like that says something about you that you might not want to face. I feel like it's kind of a form of weakness in a way to do something every single day and just never not do it. It's like, do you know if you can not do it? Do you feel like everything is going to fall to pieces if you don't do it? Like, what's the reason people do things every single day and never skip a day? There's got to be some reason behind it. And I think it's addiction. I think it's a mental positive feedback loop. Every time I do this one thing, then it feels good, so I must continue to do it and never stop and never just let my brain recover from it. I think there's value in just cutting off the dopamine for a little bit. I think that there's value in self-restraint and just being bored for a while. I feel like it sparks creativity. It definitely sparks dreaming. When you quit drinking and smoking,
you have vivid dreams.
You'll have more lucid and vivid dreams.
Correct.
And I feel like that's just one example of your brain trying to tell you, it's time to lay off the good stuff for a little bit, man. I'm trying to be bored. I'm trying to be introspective. I'm trying to learn more about myself. You know, your brain is constantly developing and changing, and I feel like introducing substances and dopamine and substitutes for the things that provide real pleasure in life are holding you back. I feel like if you look at corn all the time, it's going to demotivate you and prevent you from actually getting out there and trying to find a woman who might be interested in you. I mean, how many people in this community actually have potential to find a partner and build a life, but just never do it because there's no reason to, because we have instant gratification right here on our phones. We have instant gratification.
No, I'm listening to and my own way YouTube channel. There's last 5 videos remain for me to listen to. But yeah, let's start a different video from him.
Click the like button, subscribe to the channel. It's your favorite talking window. I just wanted to tell you guys about all of the benefits of being a NEET that I've been experiencing since I quit my job and decided to not go to work anymore. I just had an oh-so-restful slumber, and dreams were induced, and it was just so lovely to be able to sleep until my body was ready to wake up. I feel good, I feel great, I feel recharged, I feel energized, I feel ready to take on the day of not going to work and not being a wagey. I feel like I can face it head on no matter what challenge presents itself to me today. And I wanted to tell you guys about the benefits of being a NEET. I wanted to tell you about all of the advantages of not having to go to work. And I just wanted to talk about all of the health benefits. Improved sleep is one of my favorite parts of being a NEET. I get to sleep longer, and I get to sleep more deeply knowing that the alarm is not going off. When you don't have to set an alarm before you go to sleep, you know that you're going to be able to sleep for as long as you need to. Your body will wake you up when it's time to wake up. But it goes beyond just sleep. I feel like I have more energy to expend during the day. I'm able to go on longer walks. I'm able to focus and I'm able to express myself more properly. I feel more creative. It's easier to make these videos and say what's on my mind when I don't have to focus on going to some job where everybody hates me and they just want to see me down in the dumps and miserable and hating my life. Because when you go to work, you're surrounded by normies, and normies are vicious. I don't know what's up with these people. I can't wrap my mind around it, but normies are the reason why you go from loving life to absolutely hating life. And you know where the normies are? They're waging away in the wage cage at work. So when you don't go to work, you're not exposed to normies, and you can actually get the most out of your life because you don't have to spend time with normies that just want to see you down bad. You get to be up good when you're a NEET. There's no more being down bad. You're up good. It doesn't matter that I'm single. It doesn't really matter that I'm not going to have a wife or kids, because you know what? I don't have to work anymore. I've realized that when you're a single guy, you can just live in a car. You can live off of savings. You can live outside in a tent. And you know who's going to care? Absolutely nobody. You know who is going to miss out on a meal if you don't go to work and you have no dependents? Nobody. Worst case scenario, you might have to do OMAD because you don't have as much money because you're not working. And you know what? Money's not everything, man. It's kind of crazy. You can survive being kind of poor when you're a single dude. I don't give a damn, man. I don't want anybody to have to depend on me. I don't want pets, bro. When you have pets, you don't have as much freedom and mobility. Yes, I understand that, like, pets can help you out with loneliness and whatnot, but dude, I'm about to turn 34. I'm not really worried about loneliness and shit like that anymore, man. I've been lonely for like 8 years. I don't even feel it anymore. It's just the default setting. I don't want anybody to depend on me. I just kind of want to look out for myself. You know why? Because when I look out for myself, I don't have to waste all my time at a job. I don't have to wage slave. Nobody's counting on me. I don't have any dependents. I don't have to buy cat food. I don't have to buy human food unless it's for me. I don't have to buy extra shit for other people. Oh, I've been losing weight. I was gaining all this weight because I was working around all these damn normies in the wage cage, and it made me...
He is somewhat right from a standpoint of a American citizen, because you know they have the welfare and food stamps and free government substitute money and support in unemployment. But yeah, here in Gulag you have to hustle up at least 200-300 euro to cover rent and food, and you can be neat yourself. But yeah, you have to have some internet projects running and side gigs, very small, very occasional, like we call it brigada, you know, brigade. Yeah, you can find this shit on Craigslist. Sometimes you came across people who actually pay you right away after the shift end. Yeah, but this is rare. Right now, too many scammers in my city. They are employing either Ukrainians or Romanians, basically, and they don't pay them or pay them very, very small. Especially, I see these job offerings on Facebook. It's full of scammers, bro. Now, let's continue with SMOW. I'm listening to a channel called Send My Own Way.
Want to drink. It made me want to smoke. And I was gaining weight from all of the alcohol and the munchies that I would get from smoking the weed. And now I've just been enjoying life being sober. I feel like I don't need all that stuff anymore. I'm not stressed out, man. I don't have to go to the wage cage anymore. I don't have to be a wagey. I don't have to depend on drugs and alcohol for a release of my mind. My mind is already free. I'm not shackled to the wage cage, man. I don't have to expose myself to normies, and I can go do what I want throughout my day. I can just live frugally, not focus on spending my money on impressing everybody. I don't have to try to blend in with the normies. I don't have to fake it till I make it. I can just wake up, and if I have a good idea and I want to make a video, I can just roll over, point the video at the window, and start talking about what's on my mind. I don't have to get a rush to go wash my face, throw all of my stupid work clothes on. I don't have to wear a monkey suit. I don't have to dress uncomfortably. It's Monday morning right now, about 8:30 a.m., and I can spend this entire day in my pajamas, no problem. I think I do need to get some grocery shopping done soon, but it's not really necessary. I have enough food in the refrigerator to get me through a few days. But if I get bored and I choose to walk over to the store, guess what? That's what I'm going to do. I'll walk over to the store and I'll buy my groceries and I'll spend less than $10 on an Uber to get back home. It's that simple, man. The life of a NEET is a life of luxury. I'm living in the lap of luxury right now. I'm living high on the hog. I feel rich, despite not going to work and despite not having an income at the moment. I feel richer than ever before. I'm in good health. I'm feeling jolly. I'm feeling upbeat. I'm just feeling splendid, guys, and I wanted to make a video to tell you about it. If you're headed off to the wage cage, this is just something for you to listen to let you know that I'm not going to be joining you. I'm not going back unless I absolutely have to for whatever reason. But the thing is, when you're just a single dude looking out for himself, you can panhandle or, like, just pick money up off the floor, and that'll be enough to support yourself. I mean, you can, like, eat tuna and fresh fruit and peanut butter, and nobody's going to care. You know why? Because nobody's, like, counting on you to go to the wage cage every day to waste your stupid life away for no reason. I don't have some unappreciative, stinky girl in my life that, like, is definitely going to leave me if I stop going to work. That's the thing. All of my friends who are in relationships, if they stop going to work, they don't have a relationship anymore.
Really?
Let that sink in. If you have a girlfriend or a wife and you stop going to your job, do you think she's going to stick around? Probably not. There are very few people in this world who are in relationships who just quit going to their job and their significant other would stick around. I know it's out there, though. Some people are fortunate to have a person in their life that actually cares about them and not just the finances and them being a provider. They actually care for one another, but it's not everybody. It's not everybody. And if you're one of these people that is in a relationship where if you quit your job and you decide to be free and you decide to be a NEET and you decide to get the most out of your life and you're going to get left by your girlfriend, dude, you're not in a relationship. You are in a transaction. Your girlfriend is cool with being a product as long as you're willing to pay. And I hope you're happy with that. And you know what? It's a system that works for a lot of people, but I don't really want to take part in that. If I'm ever in a relationship again, I want it to be genuine. It shouldn't matter if I'm going to work or not. You know what? Because I have everything I need. I'm in my one-bedroom apartment. I don't have roommates. I don't live with parents. I'm living off of my savings, and then when I'm done with this, I'm going to probably go back to my mom's house, or I might live in a van again, which is really fun. It's freedom, man. It's freedom when nobody's depending on you and you're not depending on anybody. You can just do your own damn thing. Oh, and by the way, the people who think that not having a job is not being free because, like, you're either depending on your parents or the government. Yeah, depending on your job isn't freedom either. Like, dude, if you have a job, you're not totally dependent. There is no such thing as total dependence. As long as you're not living out in the middle of the woods with nothing but a knife, your livestock, a fire outside, and a log cabin, dude, you're dependent on somebody, so let that sink in as well. Anyway, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Peace!
Okay, let's do the next one.
Some people learn things faster than others, and as a slower learner myself, it took me many years to realize that hoping for things does not point you in the right direction toward success. Wishing the best for yourself really doesn't do anything. Working hard isn't going to help you out. Going to college won't get you a good job. There are way too many guys who are getting way too old to be playing make-believe that things are going to turn around. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I realize that that's my job. I realize that telling people the truth is part of my mission on this planet. It's not a mission that I chose. It's not a mission that I really wanted. This was never my goal. It's not a life goal to create a YouTube channel like this. But look, if you think you're going to get that dream job, if you think you're going to meet a woman who cares about you, if you think you're going to succeed and have children and pass along your genetics and teach your son or daughter how to live a proper life and take care of themselves, you're just wrong. If you have made it to age 27, 28, 29, if you're in your 30s and you never held a woman's hand, if you have never touched a woman's thigh, if you've never kissed a girl, if you've never been on a date, if you've never had a girl looking passionately into your eyes and telling you that she wants you, it's just never going to happen, boyo. It's not happening. You're going to have to go to escorts for that level of affection. Nobody's going to love you. If you're lucky enough for your parents to love you, be thankful, because not all of us have that. If you have a loving family, just settle for that, man, because all of that extra stuff, it's just never going to happen. If you aren't finished with your education by the time you're 25 and you're not able to find the time to go back to school, you're not going to have a good career. If you're not already working at a place that's paying you at least 65, 75K per year, you're not ever going to have a good job. Sure, maybe you'll get some kind of inheritance from somebody in your family, maybe a random rich uncle who you thought forgot about you, maybe some movie-like scenario can happen to you. I know people hit the lottery. I think that could also be a lie too. Who knows? That would be something to research. But say if you do come into some money or some good fortune, yes, I guess you could become a scientist in your 30s or 40s or 50s and maybe get a job at some university. But even if some magical situation like that happened to you, you're just going to be behind everybody else and people are going to judge you for it. Hell, you can't even have an entry-level job in your late 20s without people judging you for it. You want a job serving tables? Well, if you're a little on the older end of the youth scale, if you are past 25 but maybe not quite 35, you're not in the clear, man. People are going to be judging you for working in a restaurant. People judge you for working in a warehouse. People definitely judge you for working in a factory, especially if you don't have children that you need to support. People are going to be thinking, what's this guy doing here? He's wasting his time, as if you have any other choice. People are going to think you're a loser no matter what you do after a certain age. Even your family. Even
Right.
your family. I remember when I got into my 30s, my grandmother, who passed recently,
This guy is spitting truths that hits all the inkwells on personal level, if you ask me. Let's see the quick chat. Hey, Gaebo, good to see you. Sultan. Yeah, for me the problem is, I guess, location, social conditioning, demographic, but also meteorological problem. I mean, I can't stand the fucking winter in Europe, bro. What kind of fucking hostile environment this is? -10 Celsius, we are talking about deadly conditions, bro. We are talking about your limbs are in the fucking danger, bro. What the fuck is that? That is not for humans, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, let's continue with SMOW.
started communicating with me differently. She started looking down on me. She started speaking condescendingly. She started laughing at me when I explained my hardships to her. This is like a 90-year-old woman who I've always loved with all of my heart, and I thought she felt the same way about me up until the past 2-3 years, but she's gone now. God rest her soul. I think my mom and my uncle might have gotten whatever was left of her stuff. I'm not sure how that all panned out. I will probably never see a dime of any of that because we all know how boomers are. They spend it all, and toward the end of their lives, many of them sell everything they have and then spend all day in casinos and flush all their money down the toilet on slots or playing roulette or whatever the case may be. That's like a big goal for boomers, is to leave nothing behind, spend everything, buy luxury cars, the biggest houses available, buy hot tubs. It doesn't matter. As long as it's not going to you, then it's being spent wisely in the eyes of boomers. Gen X is probably a little better. I hate to say it because I know I have a few Generation X viewers. Not that all of this generation bullshit really matters anyway. Nobody talked about generations up until, I don't know, 10 years ago. I mean, we were all aware of the greatest generation, the silent generation, Generation X, the boomers, millennials, also known as Gen Y, but nobody calls them that. Anyway, nobody really discussed that type of shit when I was growing up. Nobody cared. It didn't matter. People were just people. Everybody was just trying their best to have a good time, and a lot of the times it worked. Most people were just enjoying their lives in the early 2000s and the 2010s, but that's just not really how it is anymore. Now, enjoying life is only for rich people, and most of them have problems that they can't solve either. I mean, money can make life more comfortable, but it really doesn't solve all of your life issues, if any at all. I mean, look at all the rich people who are suffering and going through strange situations with other family members and getting cheated on and doing orgies and doing weird swinger shit. I mean, there is no traditional lifestyle anymore. There's no hope. There's no way to get rich unless you already have rich parents who care about your success. And if you have rich parents, there's a chance they don't care about your success and they just want to kick you to the curb and enjoy all of their success to themselves. So there's a very small percentage of young people who are being set up to succeed and to have a life that's actually worth living. The rest of us just got to kind of float around and contemplate doing things that we probably shouldn't do. And I definitely don't recommend you do anything crazy or something that's going to get you in trouble or something that's going to hurt anyone. But I do understand that a lot of people, especially men, are in a position where they've lost all hope. They don't want to live anymore. There's nothing else to do. There's nothing else to be conquered. There's nothing to achieve. All we can do is try to travel and experience life in superior cultures, which are also going downhill. I know I talk a big game about my Japan trip and how East Asia has a better life overall than people in the West, but ultimately we know that every culture and every country has their problems, especially now in the 21st century, in 2025, when we have all of this technology at our disposal and everybody is miserable. Suicide rates are up, happiness is down, the birth rates are plummeting, sperm counts are plummeting, women are getting jobs that were previously dominated by men, and as a result, infrastructure is becoming completely useless. We have women in charge and everything's going down the shitter. We're giving all of the best jobs to foreigners who barely speak the language in the country that they're working in. And there's just no way to win. Nobody is winning other than extremely rich people and people that are so poor and desolate that they have to come over here for a better life, and they're just given everything. There are certain Western countries where immigrants can just enter illegally, and they get free housing, they get a credit card, or a debit card. I think they get like preloaded debit cards in some places. I know that's been a thing in New York. It's not even money that they have to pay back. They just get cash. I mean, it's on a card, but they can spend it like cash. They don't have to pay anything back. They just reap the benefits, and I can't blame them. I wish that there was somewhere to turn. But when your country of origin is a place like the US, the UK, Ireland, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, there is nowhere for you to run. Unless you're planning on renouncing your citizenship and becoming a citizen somewhere else where maybe the culture is a little more bearable. Unless you're planning on doing all that and you're actually legally able to, you're fucked. There's nowhere to run to. There's nowhere to escape. We're here and we're in it for the long haul. Nobody's coming together. Nobody's coming to save you. Nothing's going to get better. And we're going to hell in a handbasket, boys. So just dive right in.
So this has been on my mind for a few years, and nobody ever seems to want to talk about it, so I'm just going to bring this to light. What is with the terrible bad breath and halitosis and the human race? We have toothbrushes, we have floss, we have mouthwash, we have water picks, we have floss picks, we have a lot of options for oral hygiene, but for some reason, a very large percentage of the human population, and I can speak especially for the United States of America, there is a problem with people having shit breath. It smells like people are waking up in the morning, squatting over a bowl, taking a big, fat, steamy doo-doo in there, grabbing the nearest spoon, and putting the bowl full of shit on a table, and just going to town and eating it for breakfast. I think it may be a sign of bad health, man. I worked at animal clinics, and the first thing the veterinarians would check on is the animal's teeth and gums. Now, I realize that humans are not cats and dogs, but I also realize that oral health can be a reflection of overall health. So, I have a concern that there are way too many people in this world that are suffering from some kind of illness, whether it be physical or mental or some combination of the two, and people are not taking care of their oral health. They are not brushing, they are not flossing. If you have bleeding gums when you floss, you have gum disease. Ask your dentist. I'm not educated on this stuff. Ask ChatGPT, ask your doctor, ask your mom. Just get informed, man. Brush your teeth with an electric toothbrush. Floss afterward. Get between every tooth. If you gag, just do your best, man. Put a floss pick back there instead of regular floss, you know? Figure it out. Man, clean between your teeth. Get the plaque and the tartar and the buildup from off of your teeth, man. Go to the dentist regularly. Save up for that shit, man. Don't be focused on buying the new 2025 model Ford Mustang. Be focused on getting rid of your shit-smelling breath. I'm concerned, guys. I'm scared. I don't deal with this. I'm short. I'm ugly. Life gets me down sometimes, but I brush my teeth. I floss. I try not to smell like human feces is in my mouth at all times. There are people going to work, and they smell like a toilet, and it's because of their mouth. They wear deodorant. They wear cologne. They shower. They buy all of the fanciest soaps. They go out and buy Old Spice. They buy Dove soap. I think people are just skipping brushing their teeth and not noticing. And a lot of these people are in relationships. I've noticed that people who are in long-term relationships, people who are doing well in the dating market, they smell like human poo. And it's because of their mouth. We have so much technology available. We have so many resources. We have people who are working full-time jobs, married, driving a car, paying bills. They have life insurance. They're homeowners. And their breath smells like sewage. Fix that shit, man. Brush your fucking teeth.
Hello?
What's wrong with you, dude? What is wrong with you? If you have shit breath, you know it. Quit denying it. You smell it and you ignore it. Go to the bathroom. Take a good, long look at yourself in the mirror. Take a deep breath. Inhale. Smell the shit breath as you exhale. And make a change, man. Grab the toothbrush. Go to the store. Upgrade your toothbrush. Get an Oral-B spin brush. Go buy a water pick, man. Take care of it. Schedule your next dentist appointment. I know a lot of Gen Z people are retarded and they don't know how to schedule doctor's appointments. They don't know how to make phone calls and things. Do it online. Go up there in person. Say, please, I need help. Help me with my shit breath. Cure me of my shit breath, please. Please, I have halitosis. I need help. I'm making everyone around me suffer by making every room that I walk into smell like a sewer. Your mouth smells like a water treatment plant, man. It's not okay. Quit telling yourself it's alright. Quit telling yourself people don't notice. People are being kind to you, man. So be kind to them. Take care of yourself. It's great you wear deodorant. It's great you have all of the fancy soaps. It's good that you wash your hair with shampoo. It's good that you have all of these hygienic habits. So add on oral hygiene habits. Watch some YouTube videos. Get educated. There's this one channel called The Dentist. And he's an orthodontist. And he'll tell you all of the things you need to know about taking care of your oral health. You don't need to be worried about getting veneers. You don't need to be worried about getting braces. You need to be worried about curing your gum disease. You need to be worried about not having gingivitis. And you need to be worried about why your breath smells like a human asshole. Why does it smell like you dumped your head in the toilet after taking your big old number 2 in the morning, and that you just sucked it all up and swished it around in your mouth, and then swallowed it? Stop it, man. Your friends and family do not deserve to suffer. It's cruel and unusual. People have to spend time around you if you go to work, man. If you go to school, people have to be around you. Be considerate. Brush your teeth. Make it part of your morning routine. Wake up, eat breakfast first, so you won't have food on your teeth after you brush. Eat breakfast, take your vitamins. Brush your teeth thoroughly with an electric toothbrush. Get in the back, brush your molars, brush your wisdom tooth if you have one left. I have one wisdom tooth in my mouth. My teeth are ugly, bro. I have bad looking teeth, but guess what? They're all there and they're healthy. I just didn't get braces. So while people are like, oh man, his teeth look bad. Well, guess what? They don't feel bad. They don't smell bad. It doesn't smell like human doo-doo up in my mouth. So if you have pearly whites, if you have veneers, and you are just one of those beautiful people, and you don't think you have shit breath, I want you to cup your hand over your mouth, and I want you to exhale through your mouth, and then I want you to immediately inhale through your nose. Does it smell like a toilet? Does it smell like a homeless man's butt? Yes? Okay, brush 2 or 3 times. Make a dentist appointment. I'm telling you, pick up the damn phone. Get online. Walk in there in person. March up to the dentist. Look him in the eye. Give him a firm handshake. Say, hello, I have shit breath and I need a cure. I need your help. I need your assistance. This is a medical emergency. I'm putting people through hell when I'm in public. When I'm at the grocery store, people have to smell my shit breath. Tell your dentist this stuff, man. That is what they're paid for. They're there to help you. That's why they have these huge bills they send you, because they do work. They do detailed, fine work. And you need detailed and fine work done in your mouth if you have shit breath. You have halitosis. It could be linked to another medical problem. You need to be getting yourself checked out if you smell like you have an untreated infection inside of your body. Poop is supposed to come out of your butt. It's not supposed to come out of your mouth. You got rotten food and bacteria up under your tongue. You probably have tonsil stones. You just want those hanging out in there? Get them cleaned out, man. Get looked at. Get some x-rays. Get some blood work. There's something wrong with you, man. There's something wrong with your health. You might feel okay. You might be able to get up and go on your little jog in the morning. You might be able to lift weights. You think you seem okay, but you're not, man. You're rotting from the inside out. And it's starting with your mouth. Your mouth is really close to your brain, bro. So all of that shit material inside of your mouth is traveling to your brain, dude. It's probably zombifying you. That's why your IQ is so damn low and you can't get a real job. Your shit breath is why you're stuck in a warehouse, man. You're over there getting sweaty, making some old white dude rich, wondering why you can't pay your fucking light bill and eat in the same month. It's because you got shit breath, bro. I need you to take care of that, and I need you to take care of it right fucking now.
I promise I'm gonna wash my mouth after I wrap it up here.
Top of the morning to you. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's get into it. So, a lot of people can't seem to grasp the concept of not wanting to get married, and I just wanted to clear a few things up about why I personally do not want to get married. I don't want a wife. I don't want kids. I don't really care about that type of thing anymore, despite that being one of my main goals as a younger man. I now realize that being married is a trap. I realize that having children in the modern world is just a way to keep you in a cage. So you have to keep working and paying your wife and kid indefinitely. Because when you get married and you're a guy like us, you run a very big risk of getting divorced. And these divorces usually don't happen on the terms of the man. Typically, the woman is the one leaving the man. And I experienced this with my own family. When my grandfather died, my father decided not to continue on with the family business. And it didn't take long before the money started drying up. My dad started drinking more. He wasn't going to work. He was having a bunch of friends over all the time. And my mother just wasn't having it. So she left his ass. And the results were destructive, to say the least. My dad never fully recovered from the divorce. He just drank more and more. He ended up living with his mother. And I grew up seeing my dad in a position of weakness, always depending on his mom and usually ending up living with her as well. Sometimes she would help him out in renting a place, and that provided him some space to do his own thing, but he just fell even more deeply into his vices when he was on his own. So he went to rehab. It didn't do anything. He ended up right back in his mom's house, and anytime I went to go visit my grandma, there my dad was, and I had to grow up knowing that my dad was not a functional man. And my mom and the divorce are partly to blame. He thought he had it made. He thought he found himself a wife with a rich family, and he didn't have to go back to work as soon as he thought he did, or as soon as he should have anyway. And he got left out to dry. And even after the divorce, he was still able to get women. He always kept a girlfriend around. He had no problem with that type of thing. But he wasn't able to hold down a decent job long enough to rebuild himself financially. He eventually got a job at the local municipality as a city engineer. And he did okay, but even then, he couldn't stop drinking. And actually, alcohol was one of the reasons he couldn't keep the job. Apparently, he was drinking on the job, and he had a workplace injury, and when he got to the urgent care center to get checked out, the nurse apparently said that she smelled alcohol on him, and she asked if he had been drinking, and he made the mistake of just walking away after that. He didn't go through with trying to get workman's comp. He didn't try to get any kind of money that would help assist him, and actually, that injury grew into an infection, and he ended up getting sepsis, which ultimately killed him. He had a surgery, and he had a colostomy bag, and that first surgery didn't go too well. They didn't place the mesh in right, so they had to go back in and readjust. So they just turned my father into Frankenstein's monster over the course of about a year, and he was in a hospital bed for probably at least a year total. He would spend about 3 months in the ICU, and then they would take him to the in ICU, and it was still awful. He couldn't drink water regularly. He had to have these wet sponges put in his mouth because he couldn't drink water. He was on a feeding tube. He was on a ventilator while he was in the ICU. He was totally unconscious for a lot of the time, barely conscious for the rest of the time. He was on morphine. It was bad news, and this all started with my dad getting a divorce, which that never would have happened had he not gotten married and had he not had a kid. And had he not had a child, I would not have been around, but also I wouldn't have to be dealing with this struggle. I'm not all mad at life like, oh, I didn't ask to get brought here. I'm so mad at the world because I was born. Look, nobody asks to get brought here, all right? Like, I just want to clear that up. There are plenty of successful people who did not ask for this life. They didn't have successful parents, and they're doing just fine. I'm just not one of those guys, man. I have issues I have to deal with. I'm not even going down the list. If you watch the channel, you know what's up. But this isn't really the life I would want to give my kid. And I don't want to have a kid. I don't want a kid to have to experience a carbon copy of my life in their own way. Especially in the modern world. I was fortunate enough to be born in 1991. So I was growing up in a more organic world. Yes, we had technology. Yes, there were problems. Yes, there were societal issues. But it was nothing like we have now, man, where just everything is falling apart. Everybody has a technology addiction. You have the haves and the have-nots, and there's no in-between. It wasn't really like that when I was growing up. Everybody seemed to have a social life. Everybody seemed to have a relationship. And if you didn't have those things, you were a real outlier, like something was wrong. Even the ugliest and most socially awkward people were able to have relationships with friends and attractive women, and they would go out and have a good time, and they would meet in person, and things were just better when I was growing up. But to bring a kid into this world, I don't think so, man. And also to have to depend on a woman as a partner to help raise a child, that just sounds like hell, because the woman's going to do the opposite of everything you want to do for the kid, and nothing's going to be in your control. She's going to try to wear the pants. And in my personal opinion, I think the man should be the leader of the household. I think that men should get with women that do not have children from previous relationships. I think that that's settling in a way that I'm not willing to settle. And at my age, I really don't think that there are any other options. When you get into your 30s, it's just single moms. And I don't know where all the younger ladies are in their early 20s, but they aren't on my dating app options, and I'm not sure they'd want to get with me anyway. I mean, look, I don't meet the modern standards of attractiveness. I'm not particularly tall. I'm not a great looking guy. I'm just okay. I'm just a normal dude. It was enough to get me by in the 2000s and the 2010s, but not anymore, man.
Correct. Same here.
We're not living in the same world. We're not playing by the same rules. I don't think it was ever really a good idea to get married in my lifetime, especially seeing as how my folks got divorced in like 1997, and it was still a tragedy what happened to my dad. And I don't want that to happen to me. And actually, one time I asked my dad for advice. One of the few times I asked my father for advice, and you know what he told me? He told me not to get married and not to have kids, and I think he was onto something. At the time, I took it as an insult, like, oh, damn, you don't want me to carry on the family line? You don't want me to have a child? You don't want me to have a family to enjoy of my own so I can live a fulfilling life? But now I see what's going on, because I see what other people are going through in their relationships, and I see the friends getting with the single moms, and the single moms pulling the strings and controlling the relationship and wearing the pants. And I'm not gonna have the mother of some guy's kids run my life. Even if she's willing to have my own children, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to get married, and I'm not going to have kids. I'm not going back to work. I'm just going to be free. If you want a family, go ahead. Do your best. You already know what I think. If you're over 25 and you've never had female affection, you're not going to have a girlfriend, you're not going to have a wife, things aren't going to go well for you, man. It's just the way it is. If you think you can go to Southeast Asia and find some girl that's willing to stay with you forever, go for it, dude. She's doing it because her dad and her brothers make like $1 a day digging through the trash, trying to find something to sell. That's what's going on in the Southeast Asian countries, bro. That's the reason why the women fall for the guys from America. It's because you have money. It's not because you're this great person. It's not because you're beautiful. It's because they need money, dude. And that's really what marriage and having children is all about. It's about money. So if you don't have it, don't do it.
He's right. Is there some more video?
felt like making a video while I was just sitting around in my hotel room before I get out and about during the final days of my vacation. I'm currently in Japan.
Yeah, partially I agree. I mean, at least the attitude is good down there. But yeah, the noodles have to eat, you know?
And I've been live streaming. I private the live streams because the discussions just go in every direction. It's been a lot of fun. I mostly have left the video recording behind, especially as far as making black-pilled content. It's just not very motivating. It's also not rewarding. It doesn't pay well. You need to make normie content to make money on YouTube. You need to make blue-pilled content to garner a following on YouTube that will pay off. These videos are just therapy for me because I'm not paying a therapist. I've already tried therapy. It just feels weird paying somebody to have them listen to you and then give you advice that doesn't work. So the videos can be...
You wanna hear a joke? What's the difference between psychologist and prostitute? There is no difference. You pay to both of them for some company.
helpful.
Badum.
I'm just not the type to enjoy complaining online, but hey, at least you guys listen, and that means a lot to me. And that motivates me to hang around on YouTube because this community is helpful to me. A lot of these guys have become my friends. And you could say that online friends aren't real friends, but I would argue that real-life friends are not your real friends. If anybody is not your friend, it's probably the people in your real life who are just hanging around hoping to benefit, or maybe they just keep in touch with you so you can always be the fall guy. You can always be the guy who they talk smack about. You can always be the scapegoat, and that's why they keep you around. But online, if people are coming to check up on you, it's generally to see how you're doing. Sometimes people will pop into live streams and see if you're still in the same position so they can feel better about their own position. Sometimes people will drop in the comments and say things like, oh man, pick yourself up by the bootstraps, or some other form of that. Usually people avoid saying that specifically, but it all interprets into the same thing. You gotta try harder, bro! Well, eventually you try as hard as you can, in as many ways as you can, and you realize it just doesn't do anything for you. Especially when it comes to going to work. You see, guys, I'm probably not going back to work. I'm trying to get a disability check for my eyesight. I can't read out of my left eye. I can't see very well out of my right eye either. I'm nearsighted. I have a rare condition where there's flakes of pigment in my retina. So everything I see is distorted, and life is overall inconvenient, and I've been bad at almost every job I've ever had. I have served tables at one place, and I was okay at that. I served tables at another place, and that wasn't quite as smooth, and I worked in a deli for 3.5 years, and that was an okay fit, but it didn't really pay anything, and by the time I left, I knew that that job had run its course. And now that I'm about to be turning 34 next month, I realize that I'm never going to be good at any job, and there are other ways to get money other than going and being somebody's slave, or, as most of you would call it, being a W-2 employee. I call it slavery because that's what it is. So I'm just not going to do that anymore, man. I would rather break the law to get money. I would rather just do the YouTube thing and other unconventional side hustles, but I'm not going back to a regular job, man. If I have to, for whatever reason, say if I don't get the disability check, or maybe if I want to work part-time, it's going to be very part-time, man. I'm not going into a place over like 3 days a week, probably not even over 2 days a week, man. I'm just not doing it anymore. It's not worth it. The workplace bullying is just off the charts, and then if you stick up for yourself, suddenly you become enemy number one in the workplace, and I can't take it anymore, man. Like, I can't take it anymore. I'm the type of guy to do something about it, and that's going to get me in a lot of trouble, and there won't be a way out of it. It'll be either prison or a pine box. And instead of going that route, I think I'm just going to sell substances, try to get on welfare, panhandle, live stream on YouTube, make videos when I'm bored or just when I have some things to say, but I'm not going to some regular job anymore to suffer and get paid almost nothing. I'm not working 40 hours a week to get paid peanuts, bro. I joined the Marine Corps when I was 17 because I wanted to unalive people, bro. Like, that's what people join the military for. I mean, I didn't care if I got blown up in the process, man. Like, I grew up with stupid alcoholic parents, guys. Like, I guess they did their best for being mentally insufficient to raise a child properly, but I'm not going back to work, man. It doesn't pay. It's not prestigious. It doesn't help you get a girlfriend. It doesn't help you get a house. It's really just a way for people who are in a better position to make fun of you. Oh, what do you do? Work in a warehouse? Oh, thank God I don't have to do that. Oh, you work in a kitchen? Man, I would rather jump off a bridge than do that. That's what rich people think when you tell them the truth about your job. Oh, you work in a grocery store? Oh, man, I would break the law before I did that. That's what they're thinking, and they do. I mean, they avoid taxes. They do anything that they want, whether it's against the law or not. Rich people have no problem breaking the rules, so you should have no problem breaking the rules either. The only difference is you're more likely to get caught, so be careful. But I'm not going back to work, man. It's not worth it. If you guys want to work, if you think it's going well for you, keep doing that. I mean, if you're making enough money, definitely keep doing that. I've never made enough money at any of my jobs. The last job I had, I got paid $2,000 every 2 weeks. It was a little over $2,100, but come to find out, they weren't taking federal taxes out, so I was getting paid more than I was supposed to, and then I owed the federal government the next year. So that's the type of thing that can happen to you when you don't have a good and prestigious job. They just don't care when they're filing the paperwork. They just put anything down, and it's not their problem, it's your problem. And I'm just not willing to deal with that type of treatment anymore. I'm not willing to deal with being the bottom on the totem pole. I'm not willing to deal with being the scapegoat and the fall guy. It's not worth it. It's humiliating. Going to work is humiliating, and the trades are not the answer. The trades will leave your body broken and your wallet empty. I've seen guys in the trades, man. I've seen guys in the trades. They're not doing well. They look sick. They're broke. They're addicted to substances. It's really pathetic. They got to go to work 12 hours a week. Hey, man, if you think that that's the answer, you go do it. I've got a buddy. He works 12-hour shifts. He welds. He's probably breathing in all kinds of carcinogens all day. It's probably not good for his eyesight, but he makes good money. He still lives with his parents, but I mean, he makes good money, I suppose. Hey, man, if that's what's working for you, keep grinding it out. Maybe that is good for your mental health. A lot of people need a routine in their life. My routine is to just sleep in, eat when I'm hungry, go on walks, and ponder life. But I'm not selling my time to other people, man. I would rather sell something else. What do you guys think? Do you go to work? Do you enjoy your job? If you do work, are you going to continue to work? If you don't work, would you go back to work? Have you ever had a job before? Are you looking for a job? And why? It's not going to do anything for you. Hey, what's up? Welcome back. It's your favorite talking chair. Be sure to subscribe to the channel and like the video. I'm here to talk about diversity in the workplace and how minorities are constantly being chosen over anyone else who might apply for a job or who might be eligible for a promotion into management. It's happening everywhere, and I'm noticing it all of the time. People are being passed up for promotions. People are being passed up for just regular entry-level jobs and also skilled positions for people who are not qualified for the job. I have a story that I experienced last year working at a Walmart. I got a job at Walmart and I worked there for like a month, and of course it was terrible, so I just quit. But I worked there with a guy who had been there for years. I believe it was 2 years. It could have been longer. But
he said he was trying to get a management position until all of a sudden some trans person decided to come in and apply for that management spot. And of course the trans person got it. It was a woman who was dressed like a man, short hair, looking all chunky, probably taking testosterone. I don't know if you've seen the girls who take testosterone trying to look like a guy. I've seen one in person that I knew for a fact was on testosterone, and she just went from being kind of a fat, ugly girl to being a fat, ugly, bald guy. And also really short for a guy, too. I mean, she went from being an average height woman to a guy who would have been considered very short, very plump, very homely, even ugly. But that's the only time I experienced it. And the person who got chosen for this management position kind of looked like that from a distance. I don't know. I don't really associate with these people unless I absolutely have to, like out in public to buy something at a store or whatever the case may be. But that's becoming more and more common because everywhere I go, there's always like gay, fruity, flamboyant people behind the counter. Usually a guy with like a really feminine voice, sometimes a woman who's for some reason trying to be a man. Maybe it's because people believe that men get better treatment in this society, which is absolutely ridiculous. Maybe it's because they believe that men get paid more, even though I'm pretty sure that's not even true at this point. But regardless, there's just like gay and trans and minorities all over the place. There are people who are foreigners who just got to this country within the past few months, sometimes the past few weeks, and they're getting these jobs because it's very important for these companies to be all-inclusive and, oh, you don't speak a lick of English? Sure, we'll bring you on. Oh, you don't have any understanding of the culture and how people behave over here? Sure, we'll give you a job right away. You want to start tomorrow? Hell, we'll start you today if you have time. Yet, I see all of these comments on YouTube always saying that I can't even get a job at Walmart, I can't get a job at McDonald's, I've applied for every place in town, I've been following up, I can't get anything. Well, it might be because all of the companies you're applying for just want to hire minorities. People from foreign countries, people who are gay, people who are trans. I don't know why that's important for companies to hire trans people, but we're getting these people who, they're women who want to be men, but they don't work actual labor jobs, which I find really ironic. If a woman wants to be a man, why doesn't she start laying bricks? Or why doesn't she start installing roofs? Why doesn't she move furniture? If a girl wants to be a guy, she should go start moving furniture, and I'm pretty sure she'll get a pretty good idea of what a man's like at that point, how a man lives. So, if you're out trying to get a job, and you're applying everywhere, and you go into these places, and you see all these women behind the counter, you see all the gay guys behind the counter, you see all the black people and Mexican people, and people from foreign countries that don't even speak English, taking the jobs that you're applying for. Say you just want to work part-time so you can contribute to your family's household. Well, you're not able to do that because gay little Jimmy down the road needed a part-time job as well to be able to get his hair and nails done because he wants to look like a little girl, and he's the one who got the job. Sorry, try again next year, it's still not going to work. And we're just not able to have any upward momentum in today's society because we're competing with people who are not even qualified to be where they are in the first place. It's starting to get on my nerves, and I just wanted to talk about it because I feel like the message doesn't get brought up enough. I'm not an expert in any of this. I don't exactly know why it's going on. Some people blame the Jews. Some people say that there's a new world order coming. Some people say that the World Health Organization has something to do with it, or the International Monetary Fund. They're probably all working together. Who the hell knows? But it's not really benefiting just regular people who were born here in the U.S. who just want a job so they can have a little bit of cash and help make the world go round. I think that's all we're trying to do at the end of the day. We just want to keep everything running. We want to make a little bit of money. We want to be able to have some social interactions while we're at work a lot of the time. Maybe not all the time. Hell, I know next time I get a job, I don't want to see another human being. That's just my personal opinion. But when I was younger, I felt a little different. When I was younger, I was more open to the world. I tried to be more understanding. I wanted to be on everybody's side. I wanted to see the world from every person's point of view so I would get that understanding of where they're coming from. But now I just don't care because nobody cares about what I have to say. Other than the people who watch this channel and the people who subscribed and the people who like the video. But everybody else, it just seems like I'm invisible. Or like nothing I say has any meaning. And when you're made to feel meaningless and useless and worthless in the society that you were brought into, it's going to make you feel a certain type of way. So I just wanted to make a video touching on this because it's really bothering me how, like, minorities are getting the majority share of preference. That doesn't make a lot of sense. I really don't care what you look like or what your background is. If you really are the best person for the job, okay, that's fine. But how often is that really happening? Probably not a lot. And from what I've seen and observed, people are getting jobs that they don't qualify for, that they can't even do all the time. It's becoming a very common thing, and I believe it's only going to get worse. Like everything else, it's only going to get worse. We're on a downhill trajectory, and there is no upward momentum in sight. There's no going uphill. There are no improvements on the horizon. So I'm just going to buckle up and try to get through this lifetime as comfortably as possible and stay away from the workplace. And if I do have to go back to work, I just want to work a night shift all by myself. I don't want to report to anybody. I want to clock in with a machine. If I even have to clock in at all, I'd rather get paid salary. But, you know, that's almost impossible to achieve now unless you're like some kind of female project manager or some foreigner or a person who wants to cut their dick and balls off to experience all of the advantages of doing so. Well, I am in my mid-30s and I got a while to go. I'm not planning on ending it, so I guess I just got to work on moving overseas. I guess I got to go be a foreigner in somebody else's country, except I'm actually going to respect the culture. I'm actually going to be an articulate and intelligent member of another society and hopefully bring something to the table for them so they'll appreciate me and actually be happy that I'm around, because I can't say that I'm terribly thrilled to have all of these minorities in power, working jobs that other people are more highly qualified for. I'm just not satisfied with it, so yeah, it's time for people to speak up about it. I'm fatigued, I'm tired, and I'm gonna say something. I've been quiet for too long.
That's all of his videos. I think I'm gonna buy membership of his channel. It's $1, I think. Yeah, what do you think, buddy boys? I almost had the same shit in my 20s. I love to work because of people. Now I will prefer to have a job without people. Stay on adult bullying bullshit. Yeah, it's real. Fucking some of the coworkers are such a big toxic retards, they do some damage and they get away with it. That's the standard, and it's insane. Should we? Fucking safe. High school never ends. I mean, yeah, you can say that. Elbow society. Oh man, it is very hard to explain elbow society. We need to came up with something better. Some kind of ancient proverb. We have to dust it off. What would have the Greeks, ancient Greeks, said about this? L-bend Gesellschaft. No? Oh shit, stop. Shit. Link.
Girl, but it to my heart, cause I can't leave you one girl. Gotta see another, cause a nigga
I could get subscribership to that channel actually. Let's see how it is connected. Join. If I click join, it's gonna probably be taken here. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna press buy. It's $1. Just hope it's legit works. GPay. Okay. PaySafe is possible. I don't have PaySafe. Verify it's you. That's crazy shit. Oh no. Phone. Pretty. Okay. Okay. We are now members of channel, I think. Oh shit. Oh, some of these videos are basically, I am low tier rank to see that, I think. Yeah. Well, I don't want to watch Raymond. Goddamn. What is this dude? Paul? What is his name?
Hey guys, it's time for another talk, but
Oh,
first let me say
Elam.
how really grateful I am for the amazing reception you gave to me returning to these monologues. Your comments were an embarrassment of riches. Thank you for that. And special thanks to those who showed up to support me on my Patreon and Subscribestar pages. Parting with a few of your hard-earned bucks for something I do for free is the best affirmation ever. Oh, and one more thing. In the description area, you'll not only find links to my Patreon and Subscribestar, there's also a link to my channel on Gab TV. I've already posted all the video talks that I consider important there. If you like following my work, I suggest subbing to me there as well. We all know the day will come that YouTube purges red pill content from the platform completely. When they come from my channel here, Gab TV is where I'll be. And now it's time for today's talk, which I must start with an obligatory disclaimer. When I refer to women here or in any of my talks, I'm not pretending to talk about every woman on the planet. So for the not all police who occasionally stumble upon my work and suddenly want to issue citations, just put your ticket books up. I fully acknowledge that not all women are like that. Indeed, I acknowledge that not all women are like most anything you can think of, nor are men. That's a fact of life with which I live very comfortably. That said, when I say women here or in any of my talks, I am talking about nearly all the women I've had experience with over 64 years of living. Oh, and nearly all the women that nearly all the men I've known in 64 years of living tell me they've experienced. And, oh yeah, nearly all the women the thousands of men I've worked with over a span of decades have told me they've experienced. But for sure, that's not all women. See how woke I am? Now, down to today's business, defeating relational aggression in women. For this, we better start with a definition. Relational aggression, or RA for the sake of brevity, is a type of aggression in which harm is caused by damaging someone's relationships or social status. That's the definition Google will give you, but of course, what you won't see mentioned, aside from RA being a perfect definition of the Me Too movement, is that it is primarily a woman's aggression of choice, linked below. When women abuse the significant people in their lives, this is most often how they do it. And thanks to the way we socialize women, it's a form of abuse that society largely regards as normal behavior. Even with that simple definition in mind, it's actually a somewhat complicated subject to cover. Relational aggression, unlike physical aggression, doesn't just present itself in sudden, unambiguous terms like an outburst of physical violence. It's subtle but permeates the entire relationship. It appears in the midst of everyday life and can impact destructively at most any moment. Usually, it's enabled by men who consider it normal, acceptable behavior from women. They've been conditioned to think that these aren't terminal flaws in women's character, but rather just minor peccadillos that they must tolerate if they don't want to go through life alone. This normalization of female abusiveness is costly to men. I've seen thousands of them pay the price for it. If you'd like some more in-depth perspective on spotting RA early on, I've linked you in the description area to a 38-minute discussion I had with Tom Golden on the subject. You may find that useful in association with this talk. Now let's examine just one way that RA comes into play between men and women. If you're male, I doubt you'll have any trouble relating to this. We start with a quote from Chris Rock. I'm paraphrasing here, but in one of his routines he said something to the effect that nothing bothers a woman more than to see her man with nothing to do. Women are instantly aggravated by the sight of a man too relaxed and too comfortable. Rock's stinging delivery of that sentiment was very funny for the same reason that makes all good comedy. Because it's true. Women don't like seeing a man, their man, any man, being idle. And of course the reason for that is simple. In the blue pill romantic narrative, which is the human narrative, the role for men in the lives of women is as a protection and provision machine. Your mandate as a man is to seek to produce as many resources as possible, regardless of the impact on your quality of life or even the duration of your life, and to lay all those resources at a woman's feet. From the depths of our history to our own modern realities, we know that you, dear listener, in the default view of women, are a kind of utility, and one that is supposed to run nonstop. No breaks, no downtime. Even your so-called time off and so-called vacations are more about others, her, than you. When the man machine quits running, or breaks, or just squeaks too loud, most women are not long for the exit. When the man machine quits running, it very precisely marks the spot where the sexual connection between pair bonding men and women ends. Call that cynical if you must, you still can't deny that it's true. Now, you may be sitting there thinking, hey, Paul, it's a new day. Women are making more money than ever, and many are even finding their purse on dates these days. Well, okay. But first, I need to force back an almost overwhelming urge to scream "not all women" at the top of my lungs. But instead, I will refer you to a 2015 study I found, linked below. It confirms that yes, more women are in some measure paying more for relationship life to begin with. From the study's abstract, it claims that 74% of men and 83% of women report that both members of the couple contribute to dating expenses after dating for 6 months. But nowhere near that word "contribute" do we find the word "equally," nor could we. Most men, 84%, and women, 58%, reported that men still pay more expenses. I'll let you work out the huge disparity in perception between women and men on that one for yourself. But consider, with the unqualified use of the term "contribute," every woman you've ever known who, after several lavish dates paid for by men, actually reached into her purse and paid for a round of Starbucks because she too wants to, do her part. The study goes on to say that many women, 39%, wished men would reject their offers to pay, and that 44% of women were bothered when men expected to help women pay. That's 2015, folks, not 1983. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And I'm not blaming women for any of this. The superficial and ultimately meaningless feminist blather about empowering females aside, our society still conditions women to see men as machines, designed and built to serve the lives of women. Indeed, the exploitation of men is exactly what feminists count on, or they wouldn't even exist. Our entire economy, our governance, and even our families are predicated on this unabashedly gynocentric model. Do we really expect women as a class to reject this level of conditioning for the sake of decency and fairness that they've never been held to in their lives? And of course, men largely see themselves in the same way. Men so thoroughly dedicate themselves to this way of existing that they feel shame for taking money from a woman under any circumstances. 76% of them, according to that study. Get that. Most men feel ashamed of asking a woman to simply carry some of her own weight. That shame is the very thing that relationally aggressive women exploit to get their way. Chris Rock was 100% correct. As a rule, women are annoyed by their men having leisure time. And so how do women keep the pressure up to keep the machine running and servicing her needs? Simple. It's RA, relational aggression. And the number one asset that women have in their RA arsenal is masculine shame. The psychological abuse of nagging or belittling a blue pill man for not being productive produces shame in him because internally he believes that it degrades his social standing as a man. Men know exactly how society measures them up. We know about this from our understanding of precarious manhood. That understanding informs us that manhood, in contrast to womanhood, is seen as a precarious state requiring continual social proof and validation. Study linked below. Shame is the abusive woman's backhand. When she berates a man for not being productive, she is just manipulating him to serve her selfish ends or to get him to do things she won't bother to do for herself. And with men's manhood being a matter of social standing, we then understand that she isn't just nagging. She's being relationally aggressive. It's important for men to see her relational aggression in the exact same way society would tell her to view his physical aggression. Now, we don't need shelters or anything of the sort, but we do need men to understand that the only thing to do with a woman who uses shame to control and abuse is to wheel her to the curb with the rest of your garbage. That's where that kind of woman belongs. Even if no one else hears or sees the abuse, the attacks register and take their psychological toll for as long as you're willing to be a victim. In many cases, however, you won't be the only one involved. Many women will recruit friends, relatives, and even their own children to act as audience members and cheerleaders for her attacks. This behavior is the predictive precursor to the full-blown parental alienation and false accusations that will come to pass when divorce or breakup occurs. Parental alienation and false allegations are purely acts of relational aggression, designed to destroy your relationships right along with your social standing. They are driven by the same defect of character that leads her to berate you for spending some time on the sofa. These kinds of women, and they are legion, aren't just annoyed by a man's inactivity. Many of them are annoyed by men engaging in activities that are solely for the benefit or enjoyment of the man. I can't even remember how many men I've known who reported that hobbies, interests, and even close friendships had disappeared from their lives because they were met with relational aggression by a woman. Not even the work you do as a provider is immune. I doubt if there is anyone in the Western world who is not familiar with the theme of onerous financial demands being placed on men who are then vilified by their dependent women because their work takes them away from home. One of the very first essays I wrote on men's issues, A Prayer for Joe Bob, linked below, addressed this, even suggesting a connection between men coping with relational aggression and suicide. What I tried to get at in that piece, even if I didn't know it at the time, was that what we call romantic love for men is frequently predicated on surrendering to the subtle tyranny of a woman's abusive control. And of course, maintaining that abusive control depends on men not talking about it or even recognizing it. And that's too bad for men who comply, because if you can't have your own interests outside your relationship, your own friends, your own identity, you can't be a whole person. And that's the point. Whole human beings don't tolerate abuse. So the targets of relational aggression must be made less than whole. Everything about them, from their interests and friendships to their very view of themselves, must be chipped away at till they are weak and isolated enough to fully control. Men's challenge, therefore, is laid bare for consideration, because this area, where men either hold on to their interests and individuality or surrender them, is the mother of all crossroads. It is quite literally where the rubber meets the road, where men and mice part ways. Did I say where men and mice part ways? Well, in a healthier, red pill world, this would be where a lot of men and women part ways. I normally shy away from any attempts to define manhood for anyone but myself. I think that's a dangerous business. But if I were to start qualifying what I thought a real man was, I think I'd say that a real man would be able to look any relationally aggressive woman directly in the eye and say the following: I've got friendships and other interests outside this relationship that I will be maintaining for as long as I care to. And if you ever try in any way to force me to choose between any of them or you, then I will choose them every time. And of course he has to mean it. For anyone who thinks that sounds cold, you're right. And it should be. RA is nothing but relationship poison. I don't care what her intentions were, or rather what she says her intentions were. RA is a dark sickness that our society instills in women, one that destroys the lives of men who allow it. It is a form of emotional terrorism with which you are foolish to receive with anything but savage rejection. Hear this. The woman who will shame you for kicking back on the couch or for making time for your friends is the same woman who will say you sexually molested your children or that you were violent with her when divorce papers are served. Bank on it. Many men also make the mistake of engaging in a protracted relationship battle, dodging the bullets, trying to game their way around her constant emotional onslaughts, attempting to hang on to any fragment of their lives they enjoyed before the relationship started. Bad move, guys. Many women see this, and quite accurately, as a battle that they will win. She wins by even getting you to fight about it in the first place. This is one game where the only winning move is to totally upend the board. This isn't supposed to be a battle for you to engage. It's an edict for you to issue. If your individuality, your wholeness as a person, is up for debate with anyone, then you've already lost. This is your gatekeeping moment, and if you establish that she can't or won't engage in a healthy way, and many women can't or won't, just toss a match onto the connection you have with her and walk away. Wish her well, endure your grief, then carry on. It's the only sane thing to do. It's simple for most men, but not easy. I mean, all you need to do is overcome 6 million years of hominid evolution, 1,000 years of romantic chivalric tradition, every prevailing socio-political canon on the sexes in existence, and 3 million pink-haired, morbidly obese, screaming windbags and pussy hats. I mean, how hard could that be? More seriously, though, the lesson here is clear. RA is the weed in your garden that must be pulled out by the roots, or it will invariably take over. For many men who decided to do the work and keep their garden clear, you will almost certainly have to do some teaching. I doubt if many women, despite their wanton practice of it, even know what relational aggression is. They no more understand their own behavior than they understand quantum physics. They don't need condemnation, though, as much as they need teachers. Men who are willing to sit them down and educate them with the expectation that they must learn, and the willingness to do what needs to be done if they can't or won't. And if you'll allow me to beat this dead horse just a little longer, this stuff is important. This isn't about outsmarting anyone or excelling at the game or frame or any other shit like that. It's about preserving your dignity. And, whether she knows it or not, her dignity too. After all, practicing RA in relationships has never done her any favors either. More than likely, it has brought her misery and failure. She just doesn't know that she was the cause of it. To me, this is where red pill men come to the rescue, if you will. The only kind of white knighting that we should ever consider doing. If we want to, we can be here to teach teachable women what no one else in their lives ever has. How to be a worthy, respectable partner in a relationship. That starts with zero aggression tolerated, relational or otherwise. And guys, that is it for this talk. Thank you once again for taking the time to listen, and as always, I hope you've enjoyed, even if you haven't, and we'll see you next time.
So that was Paul Elam. Interesting. Oke, gas, 2.
Hello everyone, all subscribers to my YouTube channel, with my thank a whale watching trip in the Strait of Juan de Fuca in Washington State. The boat was captained by a woman, and the mechanic on board was also female. About halfway into the trip, the unthinkable happened. The ship's engine shut down, and we were dead in the water. The mechanic leapt into action, but an hour later we were still not moving, with no sound from the engine room, save some high-pitched swearing. Several times the mechanic came topside, looking pasty white from the stress, asking lots of questions for which the captain had no answer. Resigned to the reality of the situation, they used the radio phone on board to call a guy on the mainland who actually knew how to fix the problem. I must say they operated the radio phone quite smoothly. 2 hours and plenty of step-by-step instructions later, we were chugging through the water again, enjoying the sight of orcas. Now, I have no problem that any mechanic gets some help from the more qualified. Happens all the time, though we usually hope it takes less time to figure out what you don't know. And the fact that the mechanic was female doesn't explain her lack of skills. There are lots of bad mechanics in the world. Finding a good one can be more challenging than spotting a humpback. But consider what happened when the motor was finally repaired. When the mechanic came up to the deck after we were running, the captain announced over the loudspeaker, "See there, ladies and gentlemen, when you want something done right, you get a woman to do it." The women on board immediately launched into a vigorous ovation. Some of the men were clapping too, though I couldn't say how many. I can't count and roll my eyes at the same time. A couple was sitting across from me. The woman gently elbowed her husband and said, "See, see?" Her tone was haughty, as though 5,000 years of stereotypes had just been erased. The man just nodded his head in silent acquiescence. The gesture said, "Of course, darling, women rule." That obsequious nod, which the man had obviously perfected with years of practice, has become a staple of male survival and women's self-esteem. It is the non-verbal version of "yes, dear," and it is no longer just the patronizing parlance of men who know better than to disagree with the missus. It has become the universal dialogue of deceit, the language of the lie, the baffling bullshit of men and women in the new age. The rule is this: no matter what women say, no matter how ridiculous, agree with them. Women can do anything men can do? Sure, no problem. Just don't bring up sports, not even golf, or any of the myriad of physical things where women cannot compete. Women are more enlightened and spiritually evolved than men? Absolutely. Just don't mention it to baby seals. Yes, men killed them, but women smilingly wore the fur. Women are the gentler, kinder sex? Of course. Please remind them of this in divorce court and every time a woman slaps or humiliates a man for chuckles on national TV. Neurosis causes a friction that results when the lies we live keep bumping into the truth. And in modern-day gender relations, there has been enough friction to burn granite. But the rules keep us from talking about it. Well, most of us. I noticed this on a larger scale in 1973 with Bobby Riggs and Billie Jean King. In the infamous Battle of the Sexes tennis match, King beat Riggs in 3 straight sets. It was, as the London Sunday Times called it, the drop shot and volley heard round the world. It was lauded in American media and now conventions across the land as proof of equality between the sexes. It was actually proof that almost anyone can outplay someone 26 years their senior. King was 29, Riggs 55, and he played her competitively anyway. At no time during all this giddy fervor do I recall anyone pointing out that while King was an athlete in her physical prime and at the top of her game, Riggs was overweight and eating lunch on the seniors' discount. Afraid of saying anything to rock the boat or cause problems for the delusional, the Western world erupted with 2 symbiotic reactions. The women, awash in imagined vindication, collectively chanted, "See, see." The men, "Yes, dear." Personally, I enjoyed watching Riggs get beat. He was an obnoxious hustler. And I would be the last to rob King of all the accolades she righteously deserves for beating a washed-up old man in a tennis game. But I am also sure that boxer Layla Ali, Muhammad Ali's daughter, could take her father down in his current condition. Perhaps it would make her a hero to modern women. After all, in 1990, Life magazine named Billie Jean King one of the 100 most important Americans in the 20th century. It appears the grander the lie, the bigger the celebration. All this nonsense ultimately hurts women's credibility, of course. When a bad mechanic gets applause for being able to follow the instructions of a good one just because she is a woman, where does that leave women who really are good mechanics? Why should they bother to excel when any woman smart enough to pick up a wrench and screw things up gets such easy approval and recognition? But that is how we do it. We give women pats on the back that are, in reality, as fulfilling as faked orgasms, leaving many of them, like the mechanic on that boat, to lie to themselves for any sense of accomplishment at all. Now, if the ill effects of all this were limited to imagined competence and insincere kudos for the less fortunate among us, I would not have much to say about it. Unfortunately, though, lies don't give us the courtesy of staying contained where they do little harm. They tend to metastasize and spread to more vital areas. We see this now in fire departments, police forces, and of course the military, where physical standards have been lowered so that women, who can do anything men can do, can actually do what men are doing. Only they can't, because while the standards have been changed for women, the jobs haven't. So in most cases, whatever weight they can't carry is now redistributed to men they work with, increasing the workload and danger to everyone. And the yes dears, once optional, are now a matter of policy. Complaining about women being hired into and kept in positions they aren't qualified for is a career killer. It would be really nice to live in a world where men and women could be honored and valued for what they can do, regardless of what they can't do. But that would unfortunately require more honesty than is allowed in the current fairy tale paradigm. 1,000 pats on the back doesn't make one real accomplishment. And lowering standards isn't progress no matter how much we lie about it. But those are the rules, and we will continue to get what we get, which is a lot of applause for a lot of failure, as long as we lack the courage to be real. Thank you again for listening to another installment from The Happy Misogynist.
And let us begin. Men are only as mentally and emotionally healthy as their ability to say no to a woman. Actually, that bears repeating. Men are only as mentally and emotionally healthy as their ability to say no to a woman. Obviously, this does not apply in some areas. Mental health problems won't be solved by simply finding a woman and uttering the word no. Gay men may have a somewhat different perspective about this, but they are raised with the same life expectations as straight men, so there is no real pass for them either. Quite the contrary. Still, I will hold to this proposition and do my best to explain. I can tell a great deal about a man, his boundaries, his values, and ultimately his integrity and character with a simple measurement of his obsequiousness with and deference to women. To understand all this requires a bit of a history lesson dating back to the 12th century and the cultural movement driven by romantic chivalry. At precisely that moment in history, the warrior code was harnessed to the emerging culture of courtly love, an aristocratic invention that saw the military principles of honor, gallantry, and service placed in the service of a new commander-in-chief, courtly ladies. As historian Jennifer G. Wallach summarizes, quote, "The idea that love is ennobling and necessary for the education of a knight comes out of the lyrics of this period, but also in the romances of knighthood. Here, the truest lovers are now the best knights," unquote. Link in the low bar to the source, guys. Now, while there is arguable evidence that protection of women and children is a basic male instinct tied to reproductive access, this is likely the first known time in history where that mandate was codified. Over a period of a few hundred years, romantic chivalry spread to all the principal courts of Europe and found its way more broadly into the lives of everyday men and women who coveted the lifestyle of the upper class. It also fostered a great deal of female privilege and the inescapable neoteny that came with it. So went the first known institutionalization of pressuring men into a tradition of male servitude or obsequiousness toward women that continues unchecked today. Yet it was only the first of three foundational events that would become the prevailing model of gender relations, one that negatively impacts men's lives and men's mental health. The next developmental watershed in men's deference to women was the Industrial Revolution. While thrusting humanity into modern civilization, it was also the next giant step toward normalizing a standard of mental illness in men where it concerned their relationships with women. Prior to the Industrial Revolution, men largely worked in or near their homes. They worked as artisans, farmers, producers of livestock, tradesmen, or some other profession that they passed down to their sons through apprenticeship and mentoring. While still driven by the force of romantic chivalry, they were as involved in the raising of their children as mothers were. Those mothers, by the way, also had laborious duties that were a regular part of their role in the family. With the combined work of both parents and participation of the children, families operated more like business concerns than what you most commonly see today. Both discipline and nurturing from both parents were immediately present, both male and female influence in the lives of children. The Industrial Revolution, however, combined with romantic chivalry, accelerated the problems. The mass migration to cities began. Fathers were removed from the home and the daily lives of their children to go into factories to work. And of course, one of the first products of that revolution was advanced technology in the home, making the lives of women much safer and less arduous. It also created a lot more free time for women, arguably time for them to become fixated on what they thought were their emotional needs. The impact of that on family dynamics hit like a tsunami. Women were left to the increasingly softening work of home and children alone, and left in want of adult company. Husbands, returning from long, grueling days of labor, were turned home to be fed and to rest, without the luxury of making up time they had missed with their families. In this familial void, women quickly turned to their children, particularly to male children, in order to fill their emotional needs. And fathers, consumed by work and duty, largely just enforced the wishes of the mother on the children. This triggered the second wave of privilege and psychological neoteny in Western women, and where men, due to resentment over their absence, began to be demonized. All of this greatly increased the likelihood that mothers would form inappropriate bonds with their male children in order to fill the holes in their lives. In other words, we took a step toward a society of emotional incest. This is difficult to understate. What I am defining here is a culture of emotionally incestuous bonding between mothers and sons. The implications of that are tremendous, and in fact, they seem to have been verified by the following 150 years of technological advancement and cultural malaise. Perhaps it is not coincidental that the onset of the Industrial Revolution also saw the first formations of what were to be known as henpecked husbands clubs, groups of men who gathered to use peer pressure to induce each other into tolerating more demands and more abuse from their wives. The Industrial Revolution gave birth to a new age in civilization. It also ultimately resulted in the breakdown of the family unit as it was once known. The late 19th century rang in the tender years doctrine, and with it the first legal presumption that younger children were better off in the care of mothers than fathers. The steamroller did not stop from there. It accelerated. The same glut of time and resources that spawned women to create an emotionally incestuous culture also produced gender feminism, the last and final of a monumentally powerful triad of events that left the majority of men in seemingly helpless servitude to women. Barely 1.5 centuries from the first American factory being built, and our culture is all but dominated by a woman-first mentality. So rote and mindless have men become that they allow single mothers to effortlessly continue the spread of emotional incest and other forms of child abuse. Our boys enter an education system completely dominated by female teachers, all of whom are a product of the same forces that created the new paradigm. Society, especially the female-dominated realms of home and early education, produces males that are highly, often terminally dependent on female approval. By the time boys get more substantial exposure to males, the pattern is set. Not to mention the fact that the males they are exposed to are as dependent on female approval as those who might otherwise provide those young men mentoring. They too, as beta enforcers, put pressure on boys to participate in the incestuous bond as expressed in the schools. This puts us squarely in an age of crippled masculinity and the consequential impotence. We have legions of men who have stood by silently while their families have been destroyed in corrupt courts, where our young men are being driven out of education and into fields of combat, and where men are more likely to support and enable these travesties than to object to them. Their silence is the mental health issue of our time, and you can see it reflected most clearly in men's interpersonal relationships with women. When I co-wrote Say Goodbye to Crazy, a book aimed at women who were dealing with the devastation wrought in their relationships by mentally unstable and abusive ex-wives, a substantial part of the focus was directed at husbands who lacked the ability to stand up to their former partners. That problem is not contained to the second marriages of a handful of men. It is a sweeping societal problem that affects all men. If you read my last article about male space, you know that when I gave men in a treatment setting the task of focusing on themselves versus focusing on the women in that community, the immediate reaction was fear. That fear was proven justified when the men and women, both staff and clients of that facility, reacted in anger to men putting themselves first for a single weekend. What was also proven was the dire need for men to overcome overwhelming programming and pressure. With a catastrophic gender suicide gap and a plethora of other problems affecting men, at the root of it is men's programming to sacrifice their interests, well-being, and their boundaries in order to take care of and please women. They have lost the ability to say no. Indeed, they have never really had it. They're terrified by the loss implied at the very thought of it. The fact that we have done away with all of our rituals to transition boys into manhood does not help, but that will be a topic for a future essay. Correcting this, reversing the trend, is easier said than done. In fact, it is damned hard work for most, and simply undoable for the many who lack the strength to face and walk through fear on such a primal level. It can, however, be accomplished in stages for the dedicated. Those stages will be the focus of my next 3 essays. You guys have a nice day. We'll see you next time.
Looking for some more video from this channel. What's his name? Paul Elam. Or Elam, is it? No idea. Watching random recommendations from my feed. Oh, this one is interesting.
Coming up on regarding men, but women's violence is different. I've got to say, Rick Collins talks about this major. Well,
I mean, let's listen to Chinese historian for example, as a change. I mean, he's not He's not wrong, I mean... He just released new video.
6 figures. Two of this video. Why do men fear a woman with ambition? You see, male ambition versus female ambition is very different. Just like male attraction versus female attraction, it's totally different. For example, let's say a male ambition, right? 6 figures. Well, the quadruple sixes, right? Perhaps, 6 feet, 6 inches, and 6 packs. A man with ambition to build his career, to build an empire, to be very successful, to become a millionaire, to become a billionaire, to become the top 1%. Yeah, that's all 100% normal. That's 100% okay because that's what you're supposed to do as a man. But if a woman has this kind of ambition, and often that is going to turn away the vast majority of men. Let's say, for example, if I'm lucky enough to score some really fine snow bunny. Let's say that I got this gorgeous 20-year-old snow bunny Becky. And let's say it's a Saturday date night. We go on a romantic dinner. Then everything's going well. Then I bring this snow bunny Becky back to my apartment, and things are getting hot and steamy. And as soon as I take off Becky's panties, then I realize, boom, Becky is packing 6 inches. Well, I mean, then we're going to have all sorts of problems. This is where, where a man and woman are very much different. So, men generally speaking, right, they want to build a career, maybe, 6 figures, good starting point, become the main breadwinner, and, find a wife, get married, have a children, continue his bloodline. Are very, very important. Men want to be looked up to, generally speaking, not just by women, not just by the love of his life, but also by other men. And so when females, when a woman, when she shares these same ambitions, that's when we're going to have a massive problems because if you guys have watched part 1 of this video, men are completely different from women, both physically and mentally, emotionally. So for example, let's talk about the wage gap. Once again, right, according to the modern day woke liberals, so there's no such thing as gender. It's all made up. If you feel like a woman, you're a woman. If Becky, who's packing 6 inches, feel like she's a white woman, then she's a white woman. So yeah, apparently the gender wage gap is still real, even though gender is not real. I'll give you guys a very good example. Let's say just 2 white people. So let's say you have a white guy who's Jake, right? And Jake's classmate, let's not use Becky, let's just say Anna. They both graduated, let's say, from University of Ottawa, class of 2025. So they just graduated, and they both have a degree in political science, and they want to get a government job. And Jake and Anna, they're both excellent students. Let's say they both got 90% average throughout their 4-year study at University of Ottawa, and they were both lucky enough to get a government job. So let's say they graduated in April, right? May of 2025. They both start working. Jake and Anna, they're both making $60,000 to start. That's a very good starting point. Then fast forward 4 years later, because the wage gap. Jake, he's a big deal. He's 6 figures now. He's making $100 grand a year. While Anna, 4 years later, she's making $75,000 a year. Even though they're doing the exact same thing. What happened? They graduated from the same school. They were both hired by the government at the same time. They have the exact same position. They've been there for 4 years. How come now Jake is making $100,000, but Anna's making $75,000? What if I told you guys? Because this. Male ambition. Because all the modern women out there, they want their man to be successful. They want their man to be financially stable, to have a house, to have a nice car, to have the dream wedding. They want their man to take them to Hawaii, to Turks and Caicos for vacation. In order for a man to do that, well, he's got to put in the hours, right? So Jake, for the past 4 years, he's been grinding away at his government job. He's putting in anywhere between 50 to 60 to even 70 hours a week. Well, Anna is actually a very, very smart woman. She understands that women are born with values, and she also understands that if she wants to secure a high-value man, she needs to get married early, and she wants to have lots of children. So Anna, right, fresh out of University of Ottawa, she graduated at the age of 22. Then she found her dream man, and then she got married. And over the course of the next 4 years, so Anna actually had 2 children. She first had a son, then she had a daughter. Then she went out to take 2 maternity leaves, by the way. So the maternity leaves in Canada, you're allowed to take a maximum of 12 months, 1 full year. Anna actually took 2 years off of work in order to actually be the homemaker, in order to take care of her 2 children. So in reality, Jake has been working at his government job for 4 years, doing overtime every single week. A man can only be loved given the condition that he can provide something financially. That's why Jake has been grinding away every single week. Well, Anna, even though, yes, she started at the same time as Jake, and it's only been at her job for actually 2 years because she took 2 separate maternity leaves, and she has never ever worked overtime because she's got a husband to take care of, and she also has 2 kids. I mean, it's actually that easy to explain. It's so unfortunate that our Marxist mainstream media, they want to keep pushing this BS concept. So as you guys can see, this is why having female ambition is very, very dangerous, because if Anna wants to get to where Jake is, or even more, if Anna wants to be above Jake, Anna wants to be up here, what does she have to do? She cannot be taking maternity leaves. She cannot be getting married or having children. She needs to follow the exact same path as Jake, perhaps even more. Anna, she has to work, 55 hours instead of Jake who's putting 50. If this week Jake is putting in 60 hours, Anna better be working 65 hours. Yeah, forget about finding a man, forget about a husband, forget about having children. Everything is about your career. There's a reason why, right? The men go out and spread the seeds. So yeah, let's bring the Titanic into this. How come, as soon as the Titanic sinks, right, all the women and children, they get to evacuate. All the men have to stay behind and die because a very, very small percentage of men can repopulate the entire world. But for women, it's very different because it is a biological fact that pregnancy is going to take about 38 weeks. And, let's say even if a woman gets married very, very young, let's say, in modern day standards, if she gets married at 18 or 19, and she keeps on getting pregnant and pregnant and pregnant, and the most children she can have is probably maybe 14, 15, possibly 16 children. That's it. One man with modern day technology, he can impregnate millions of women. So to put this in layman terms, yes, on average, once again, I'm talking about on average, a woman's life is way more valuable versus a man's life. So what are you gonna do as a man? You just gotta tough it out, gotta learn to cope. I mean, by all means, if you're a woman, in the modern day world, and you want to be a single, independent woman, you just want to be your own boss, I mean, go ahead. But here's something you must understand. My mom, so she used to have a very successful business. This is in China. The company's headquarters was based in the city of Changchun in northeastern China. She had a sauna business from 2004 to 2010. At one point, her business just grew exponentially. And by the way, obviously, you guys know what happened in 2008, Beijing's hosting of the Olympic Games. And so this is part of China's economic miracle. China's economy just went straight up like this. That's also why her business grew so fast. So at one point, she hired 50 people. She was able to rent 4 different offices. And with the money she made from her business, she purchased 3 different houses, condos, and also 3 cars with her business. And at one point, she was sending her employees to various Chinese cities all across China, to Chongqing, to Chengdu, to Shanghai, to Beijing, to Hong Kong, to Shenzhen, to Guangzhou. So her business was growing exponentially. But do you guys know what is the cost of being a girl boss or being a CEO? The 4 offices my mom rented in the city of Changchun, they were on the 18th floor, right beside the train station. And she also bought 2 apartments, 2 condos, on the 25th floor. Now, why would she have 4 offices on the 18th floor? Why would she purchase 2 condos on the 25th floor? Because that's what it takes to be a career woman. You want to be a girl boss, you want to be a CEO, because see, these businesses are very cutthroat. So obviously, she's not the only Chinese woman in China that's selling these sauna rooms. She has competitors in every single Chinese city. So in order for your business to succeed, you gotta be willing to grind away. I'm talking about 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours, 18 hours every single day. That's why she purchased 2 properties on the 25th floor, because I would say on average, she probably spent 14 to 16 hours every single day on the 18th floor, grinding away, calling customers, trying to expand her business, going through listings on recruiting agencies, trying to hire more young people in order to expand her business. I mean, yeah, she had a company for 6 years, but I would say it was extremely busy for 3 to 4 years. That was her life. Every single day, 14 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. She didn't even take time off, not even during Chinese New Year's. Because how can you afford to take time off while your competitors, they're going to be running their companies at the 100% capacity. So if you're not out there selling your sauna rooms, someone else will. And so if you don't keep your business open 365 days a year, you're going to go out of business. That's the real world that we live in. This business also led to my mom's 6th divorce. Yes, my family is very, very crazy, but I hope you guys understand. There's a reason why men spread disease. There's a reason why women have to carry the baby inside their womb for 38 weeks. There's a reason why. I said in previous videos, people think, oh, it's triggering, it's misogynistic. Women are optimized to take care of children. There's a reason why, just to go to any hospital, why do you guys think, over 90% of nurses are women? It's because women are naturally born to be more nurturing. It's the same thing. You go to any pet store, go to any animal shelter, go to see any veterinarian. The vast majority of them are women because women are simply more nurturing by nature. It's just a biological fact. And that is precisely why female ambition is very, very dangerous. Once again, having ambition about raising children, finding a husband, and getting married, and that's all 100% okay. But when women have ambitions about building her own career, about building her own empire, I'm sorry, ladies, if you're one of those women out there, I have some bad news for you, because there's a 98% chance that you're going to end up alone, just like my mom. See, this is what I mean. Male ambition versus female ambition is very different. If a guy is 40 years old and he's still making minimum wage work at McDonald's, everybody is going to mock this guy. But nobody's going to say a woman who's 40 years old who's still working at McDonald's
Maybe.
and making minimum wage. Nobody's going to laugh at a woman. For a guy, it's possible to have a successful career and also at the same time
He's
to be a
fast.
very successful family man. And he can afford to find a wife, to get married, to be in a happy, stable marriage, and also raise
Well
3,
done.
4, 5, or even 6 children. But as a woman, you can't. At some point in your life, I would say probably when you get to 28, 29, 30 years old, you'll have to choose between one of the two. Either you choose a career, but here's something you must keep in mind. If you do choose your career, it means that you will have to abandon the concept of family. You will have to forget about actually, finding your soulmate, getting married, and having children. And the vice versa is true. If you do choose option number 2, which I think is obviously the much better choice, which is family. Actually, find your soulmate, find the right man, get married early, have lots of children. But if you do choose that, this means that you will also have to give up on your career. So once again, career, family. That is the woman's struggle. You can only choose one. So, which one is it going to be, ladies? Man and woman are very, very different. So I want you guys to remember this quote. It's going to be very, very important. So, a man wants the woman that he loves to admire him. But for women want to admire the man that she loves. Once again,
No.
man want the woman he loves to admire him, and women want to admire the man she loves. Also, women want to look up to their man. It's very, very important. I say one of the biggest differences between man and woman. So when it comes to social and economic status, that's why it's feminism, equality, it's all BS. Because at the end of the day,
no.
women are not going to marry or procreate with a man who makes less money than her. It's just a biological fact. So let's just give you guys an example, right? Let's say on the socio-economic scale, if a man is a top tier man, if he's 10 out of 10, and he finds another woman. By the way, this has nothing to do with physical attractiveness. Let's say, in the socio-economic world, right, she's just an average Joe. She's a 5 out of 10. Generally speaking, these type of marriages or relationships, they're most likely to succeed. And there might be some cases where, let's say, both man and woman, they're both at 8, they're on par. This is when you start to enter the gray zone. This is when things start to get dangerous. This is probably 50-50. Now, when you get to the point, let's say if a woman, she's a successful career woman, she's a top 1% woman, she's 10 out of 10. And at this point, it's going to be very difficult for this woman to find her soulmate because once again, women will not marry or procreate with a man who makes less money than her. But let's say, this woman, she finds her dream man, perfect man, even though this guy doesn't make a lot of money. But this guy, he's very, very tall, he's very, very good looking, he's got that actor jawline. I'm talking about, Keanu Reeves or Michael B. Jordan or Chris Hemsworth or Henry Cavill. So this woman decides that, I'm going to give it a shot. I'm a very successful career woman. I'm making $300,000 a year, and I think I found my perfect man, and I'm going to be the one that's wearing the pants in the relationship. So while I'm at work grinding away every single day, this guy's going to be a stay-at-home dad. He's going to be taking care of the children. These type of marriages, they almost never work because the vast majority of the time, if a woman has to lead in the marriage or the relationship, the vast majority of the time, that marriage or relationship is going to end up being a disaster. I'll just finish the video with a very easy example. Taylor Swift, one of the most annoying person on earth now. I used to really, really like her. Taylor Swift, how old is she now? 35? She's still well, she's not married. I understand that she's in a relationship with Travis Kelce. Here's the thing, Taylor Swift, that's a perfect example. Women with ambition are very, very dangerous. I can guarantee you guys to this. There's a 98% chance that she's going to end up alone. First of all, she's 35, 36. And even if she gets pregnant right now, it's a 9-month pregnancy. She's already high-risk pregnancy. So Taylor Swift, right? She's very, very attractive. I used to be a big fan of her. Very important, right? I used to be. I mean, she has a lot of iconic songs. But at this point, I mean, you're into your late 30s. And I think she's trying to cosplay as an 18-year-old innocent schoolgirl, which I think is quite disgusting because you have to act appropriate to your age. Taylor Swift, right? She could have gotten married at the age of 20. I mean, if she wanted to, right? She could have thousands of men. I'm talking about good-looking, tall, successful men lining up to be marrying her. So she could have gotten married at 20. She could have been married at 22. She could have been married at 24, at 26, at 28, even at 30 or 32. But why is she still not married? And why is she still childless? If Taylor Swift wanted to, she could have 4, 5, 6, or even 7 children. Once again, why men fear women with ambition? Female ambition is very dangerous because getting married and raising lots of children, it's going to sabotage her career 100%. She's going to have to take time away from doing concerts or going on tours because getting married and having children is not monetizable. And if Taylor Swift actually got married young, let's say if she got married at 22 and she was a mother of 4 at the age of 27, I mean, sure, she would be living a great life, but she certainly wouldn't be a billionaire. It's extremely different for a guy who's, just a normal guy who's, not 6 feet, not 6 figures, doesn't have 6 packs or 6 inches. If he's really, really struggling to get a girlfriend, even though he wants to, actually get married or have children, but the brutal reality is fact that this guy is just an incel. He's involuntarily celibate, but it's very different for women. Not just Taylor Swift. Any women are born with values, and any woman, if they wanted to, even in 2025, if they want to get married at 22 and become a mother of 3 at the age of 27, the vast majority of them can. But Taylor Swift, instead of actually, what do you call this? For her, I guess that would be settling down. Instead of settling and actually getting married and have children, she chose to sacrifice her family. She chose to sacrifice the potential of a marriage. She chose to sacrifice the potential of having children. What did she sacrifice all this for? She sacrificed it all for fame and money, because going on tours, releasing more albums, that's monetizable. Getting married and having children is not monetizable. Yeah, really think about that. Women with career ambitions are very, very dangerous, because at the end of the day, right, that is a woman's struggle. If a woman's ambition is career, if she chooses this, that means that she's willing to sacrifice her marriage, her relationship, her family, her potential children, all because she wants her career. And I do believe that is the dictionary definition of Taylor Swift. There's so much more to talk about, so I will return to this topic for future videos. Thank you everyone for watching this video and staying all the way until the end, and I will see you guys on Friday.
Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now.
Oh yeah, Maurice. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, it's... his stories are somewhat personal, and he's very brave to tell it like that.
So I'm starting this video with a trigger warning. A lot of you guys are going to be offended by this topic. So let's do a really deep dive on this topic. Why do so many nice guys finish last? Well, I would say the reality is, if you're a really nice guy, that means that you're going to be extremely agreeable. And if you're too agreeable, you're always going to finish last. Now, would I consider myself to be a nice guy? I would say I used to be nicer, but I've gotten much older now. I'm 32, about to turn 33. So I think my attitude towards being a nice guy has changed drastically over the years, because I realized that especially in 2025 in the modern world, being a nice guy will yield absolute zero benefits. Now, one point I really need to emphasize is this. So the lies of our mainstream media and also our schools. Yes, people like Charlie Kirk, they're right about certain things. For example, Charlie Kirk's always said that college is a scam. And I don't think it's a 100% scam, but ever since I've been living in Canada for over 20 years now, ever since I first arrived in Canada, since middle school, high school, college, university, and I see all the time in mainstream media, they're always telling me that, so there's absolutely no differences between man and woman, except for some minor physical differences. Obviously, when you look at my face, you know I'm a dude. But nowadays in 2025, they even want to change that. They say that, oh, man can actually compete in women's sports and vice versa. But this is the number one issue. So many people have been lied to since day one, since they were in grade 1, grade 2, in kindergarten. They were told as a kid there's absolute zero differences between man and woman. Well, men and women are extremely different. So being agreeable for a man is very different for being agreeable for a woman. So what do I mean by agreeableness? Sometimes if a man is way too agreeable, you just end up being a useless pushover. I'll give you guys one example. One of my roommates, Yusuf. So Yusuf, well, obviously, if you know by the name, he's Muslim. He's from Yemen. I'm pretty sure at this point, this guy has to be a Houthi. Honestly, so this guy, he hasn't paid rent for like 4 months. The landlord is trying to evict him, but she's having a lot of issues. This is one of the many problems with a massive uncontrolled immigration. So when I first moved into my little unit, so I'm just renting a tiny little room, and because I have a car, I decided to pay $75 extra for parking. Now, before, so this guy, Yusuf, even though he hasn't paid rent in like 4 months, he occupied the parking spot with his car. He claims he's a Uber driver. I don't think he actually has a job. I think he gets money from the government. Absolute shame, not just on the Canadian government, also on countries like UK, Germany, Australia, USA. Why are you guys handing out the checks to these fake asylum seekers? I think this guy's unemployed. Anyways, so before nobody lived in the house had a car, so the landlady agreed to Yusuf that he could occupy the parking spot. But Yusuf also signed this agreement that if somebody moved in and if they were willing to pay the parking fee, he has to move his car immediately. Now, it took me 2 days to finally get this guy to move the car. When I first moved in, first day of the month, and he said, oh, just use the visitor's parking, just do an overnight registration. I'll show you the website. Then I called the landlady and I said, you have to move your car. You have to move your car. The landlady also said the same thing. You got to move your car. And he just refused to do it. He's like, oh, bro, I got this going on, this going on. So I let that one go for just one night. And then the next day, he made up a bunch of BS excuses again. He's like, oh, I'm not doing this. I just forgot. I got stuff going on. I need to take a shower. I'm falling asleep. And this guy, he agreed to give me his phone number, right? And so on the second day, It's already 6 p.m. So I know he's in his room. So I just kept banging on the door. I called him. I texted him. He refused to answer the phone. So because sometimes, this is what I mean. As a guy, you cannot be a nice guy sometimes. You cannot be too agreeable because people just end up walking all over you. So I started viciously kicking the door to the point where I was almost going to break it. Then after about 10 minutes, he finally opened. I told him, I said, you're going to FUCKING move your car right now. You're not even paying rent. You're not paying for parking. I'm paying $75 a month for parking. You were supposed to move yesterday. It's been over 30 hours. So just get on it. And I think that's when he actually got a little bit scared. So this is what I mean. Sometimes as a guy, when someone is just being a 100% pain in the ass, and sometimes you're forced to take actions. And as a guy, if you're too agreeable, I've experienced that for most of my life, people will walk over you. Now, generally speaking, once again, I'm talking about on average, if you look at the agreeableness scale, so for man and women, it's very, very similar. Perhaps the man on average are slightly more disagreeable. So the graph probably looks something like this. Let's say this is the average. So men tend to shift this way towards non-agreeable, and women will shift slightly to the right towards very agreeable. However, so if you look at let's say the 1%, the top 1% of the people who are the most agreeable, very agreeable. So almost all of these are women. And generally speaking, if you look at the other end of the extremes, you look at the 1% of the population that is the most non-agreeable. Generally speaking, these are all men. Now, this is also a massive issue, even though, being a really, really nice guy is a huge problem. But if you're the top 1% of people who are the most non-agreeable, that means that you're going to be extremely confrontational all the time. And sometimes you're going to lose control of your emotions. And this is exactly why, if you look at, let's say, the demographics of the current US prisons, the vast majority of them are young men. And by the way, if you guys are wondering, how come, the 1% of the most agreeable people, the VA group, right, the very agreeable, how come almost all of them are women? Well, it's because this. Generally speaking, once again, women do not want confrontation. And just like the example I've given you guys, imagine if I was a woman, I just moved into the house and I paid $75 for parking. And if I'm up against this guy, Yusuf, imagine now I'm 6 inches shorter, I weigh 50 pounds less, and my physical strength has been cut in half. Would I actually bang on Yusuf's door really, really loud for 10 minutes? Would I actually try to kick the door open to force him to move the car? Probably not. I would probably just have to stay silent, and I would probably call the landlady again to try to get this issue resolved. So as you guys can see, so there are so many differences between man and woman. And I'll give you guys more examples. So if you think more about this agreeableness versus non-agreeableness, for example, let's say I have a couple of guy friends. Let's say I was extremely lucky. Somehow I got a chance to go on a date with, let's say, Madison Beer. Now, let's say if I have a couple of guy friends, they're like my best friends. We're really good buddies. We have a really good relationship. And I ask these guys, do you guys think I actually have a chance to score Madison Beer as my girlfriend? You know what the honest reactions would be from these two guys? They would be saying,
yeah, laughing as fuck.
Dude, have you not seen yourself in the mirror? You think you can actually score Madison Beer? Dude, you're ugly as man. Look at you, man. Like you're short, you're broke, you got no money, you got student loans, you drive a 2017 Hyundai Elantra. Never mind a Madison Beer. Like even a big fat white girl, she would never even look at you. But this is what I mean. That would be an honest reaction if I had actually two really close guy friends. Well, at least they're being 100% honest, because yes, sometimes the truth will hurt, but at the end of the day, I know better than anybody else. For the vast majority of men out there, as a matter of fact, unless you can provide something financially, the vast majority of the women, they will never look at you. But this is where women are very different. This is what I mean. So if you look at the top 1% of the most agreeable people, almost all of them are women, because the people who are most agreeable, so they will lie in order to avoid confrontation. Now, it's one thing for a woman to lie to avoid confrontation, but any man who does that, you know what kind of vibe that gives you? It's like, those people, white dudes for Harris, yeah, or those soy boys, or those guys who are casted as a background extra, let's say in a scene for Black Raw or something, and he's just sitting there in the corner with his head lowered, and while he's watching his snow bunny girlfriend getting absolutely impaled by two black guys. So yeah, that's what happens when a guy becomes too agreeable, because oftentimes if you're extremely agreeable, you have to lie all the time, and you just end up turning yourself into a cuck. So the ugly friend example, right, it's the same thing. Let's say this time I'm a woman, but let's say if I'm a really ugly, like 1 out of 10, let's say I'm a really ugly, big, fat Chinese girl, and let's say just by random chance, some miraculous chance, I get to have a chance to go on a date, let's say with Henry Cavill, so Superman, right, millionaire actor, tall, good looking, in shape. And let's say if I had two really close female friends, and before I go on the date, I asked them, do you ladies think I actually have a chance at scoring with Henry Cavill, with a Superman? You guys think I can become a Superman's girlfriend? Now, keep in mind, I'm like this really fat, really ugly, big fat Chinese girl. But instead of the honest reactions I get from my guy friends, these two female friends this time, because generally speaking, women are more agreeable, They will straight up lie to my face. They will say that, oh yes, you girl, you are so gorgeous. You're like the most beautiful woman in the world. You're on par with Madison Beer, with Tate McRae, with Victoria Justice, with prime Jennifer Connelly. You go out there and you go get Superman because you deserve a top 0.1% man because you're a queen. You're all of this. And this is a massive issue because oftentimes, when people become too agreeable, they will just straight up lie about anything. And once again, it's very different for a man to be extremely agreeable versus a woman who is extremely agreeable. Because if you ask a guy, if you're telling this big fat Chinese girl those things, you're saying that she's actually a top 1% woman, she's a queen, she's the most beautiful woman in the world, then I'm sorry to say, you're not going to make it in this world, especially with the way things are in 2025. This is what I mean. This is why oftentimes nice guys will end up finishing last. As a guy, oftentimes you cannot be too agreeable. Understand, obviously, this side of the spectrum is very bad because if you're extremely non-agreeable, you're going to be extremely confrontational. But just like the example I've given you guys with my roommate Yusuf, sometimes, yeah, you really have to just kick the door really hard. And you got to force this guy to move his car because he's not paying for that parking spot. He's not even paying rent. So you have to force him to move. This is why a man and woman are very different. Because if I was involved in that same scenario, but this time I'm a tiny little 5 feet tall and a 95-pound Asian woman, I should probably avoid any confrontation with this guy Yusuf. By the way, so these kind of traits, yes, most people are born with it. However, most of this can be corrected if you're born into a stable nuclear family. Generally speaking, your parents they have to correct these traits before you turn 4 years old. So what do I mean? So generally speaking, ideally for a woman, it's better for a woman to be here. Not extremely agreeable because that can cause a lot of issues as well. But generally speaking, on the right side of the scale, maybe right here. Generally speaking, for men, once again, you don't want to be here. This is very bad. This can turn you into a career criminal. You're going to be getting into fights all the time. You probably want to be here. If you're a child who is not born into a stable nuclear family, generally speaking, what happens by the time you turn 4 years old, you will turn into a moody person. What do I mean by moody? So every single human being on earth can be categorized into these two categories. You're either moody or you're not moody or non-moody. What do I mean? So I'll give you guys an example. Karen. Once again, this is what I mean. So Karen obviously is a term that's popped up since maybe 2020. Is to generally to describe a crazy white woman. But I think you can use it to describe any woman. We'll just use Karen. But I think yes, this is also a term for a black woman. It's called a Keisha. And yes, there's also a word for Chinese woman. So what is a Chinese female Karen? It's called Mu Ye Cha, if you're wondering. But we'll just say we can categorize all of these women into Karen. So if you guys have actually been observing and studying the behaviors of these modern day Karens, you will notice something in real life. You will never ever see two Karens at the same time. Well, certainly they're not going to be friends. See, this is what I mean. So the non-moody people, yes, they can stay together. They can become best friends. They can become co-workers. They can be classmates. They can get married. And sometimes, in some cases, a moody person can marry a non-moody and they can still make things work. But you will never, ever see two people who are moody who are together. I'm talking about co-workers. I'm talking about classmates. You know, a boyfriend, girlfriend in a relationship or marriage. Even if they somehow get together, it will never, ever work out. Because generally speaking, the moody person is going to be extremely non-agreeable. And there's a famous saying in China. It's called two tigers cannot live on the same mountain. So when you have two people that's extremely non-agreeable, generally speaking, these type of people, they're going to be extremely combative. They will want to be the alpha and they will want to talk over everybody all the time. That's why every time you see these screaming Karens together, either scenario A, they're alone, or a scenario number B, they have a quiet female friend who never talks, who never says anything, and she will just stand there and listen to her friend scream all day long. You never see two guys that's like that. You know, if you see a male Karen, that guy is guaranteed to be single and alone. It's probably going to end up being a career criminal. It's only in some odd cases you can see a female Karen with a really quiet friend who is non-moody. Yeah, just really think about it. And the reason why, you know, sometimes these Karens can actually have a friend, they can find a non-moody friend, is because once again, the 1% of the very agreeable, of the most agreeable people, generally they're all women. And sometimes you know, if a Karen, she can get herself a quiet friend, it's going to be from this group. A lot of this can be corrected at a very young age. Imagine if you're going to a pet store. Imagine if you're trying to buy a cat or dog. You guys will know that every single cat, every single dog, it doesn't matter what breed they are. Every single one of them are going to be different. There's just some cats and dogs who just loves to play. They're just happy all the time. Or sometimes, you know, you could get a Chihuahua who are just barking like just really angry all the time. And there's also going to be a bunch of cats and dogs going to be this really big suck. They just want to look sweet and innocent all the time, and they just want to snuggle right next to you so that you can give them some treats. And there's also going to be some cats and dogs who are just naturally loners, who are just naturally depressed, and they just want to sit in the corner. They don't want to bark or meow, and they don't want to say anything, and they don't want to have any friends. They don't like any guests. They just want to live a lonely and peaceful life. And it's the exact same thing for humans. But in the cases when someone is being raised by a single mother or with no parents at all, generally speaking, what happens is that by the time they're 4 years old, whatever their personality traits they are has already been set in stone, and it's going to be almost impossible to change it. So if you're raised in a single mother home, the chances are you're going to be moody, and you're going to be extremely non-agreeable. If you guys don't believe me, so just I mean, look at all of the female OnlyFans content creators. Just look at all the strippers, all the prostitutes, the adult film stars, all of the women who are doorknobs, who are town bicycles, any woman that has a triple-digit body count. You can ask them one very simple question: do you have a good relationship with your father? Yeah, it's that simple. And it's the same thing. Just go ask any male gangster, ask any male school dropout, ask any male rapper wannabe, just ask any murderer, ask any arsonist, ask any career criminal, ask these people, do you have a good relationship with your father? It's very, very important. The nuclear family is very important, because if you don't, yeah, you're going to end up here. Extremely non-agreeable, and you're going to be extremely moody. It's also very, very important to mention, because once you're at the age of 4, let's say once you go to daycare and kindergarten, if you do unfortunately fall into this category, so if you're non-agreeable and if you're extremely moody, well, now the other kids are going to want to play with you. So that is going to be the start of your villain arc. So this is a ticking time bomb. This is where the root of this children's, this is where all of his or her problem starts to grow, and things will only get worse from that point on. And even if this person is able to make friends, let's say if this little 4-year-old girl is a Karen, even if she has a friend, she's probably one of those friends that's very agreeable, and she's going to be lying to her all the time because she does not want a confrontation. And there are so many more examples. And yeah, the gender wage gap. Very interesting. So I will cover this more for the next video as well. So according to the modern day liberals and the political leftists, they're saying that gender is not real. So if gender is not real, like a man can become a woman and a woman can become a man, right? So how can the gender pay gap be real? And there are so many reasons for this, and I will give you guys one very obvious one. It comes down to this: because generally speaking, men are more non-agreeable and women are generally speaking more agreeable. So men are just naturally wired to be better at negotiating wages. It's very important, and the women are just not as good as men when it comes to negotiating their wages. That's why sometimes a man can get a much better salary compared to a woman. And once again, we'll expand on this so-called gender wage gap for the next video. And so let's fast forward to the timeline. So from all the problems starts to build when you're 4 years old, when you become extremely non-agreeable. That's when you start becoming confrontational, start to become combative. And let's say when you get to roughly 12 to 13 years old, all the way until you're 25, what happens? Young men, they go through puberty, your testosterone levels goes through the roof, and that's when the young men, they become more violent. They start to party more, they start to drink more, they start to do drugs, they start to do things like stunt driving, they start to do all kinds of stupid stuff. Once again, right, this is one of the many contributing factors as to why you see so many of these young men being locked up in prison, because yeah, you don't usually see too many middle-aged men or a bunch of old dudes that's being locked up. The vast majority of the prison demographic is made up of young men. And if you do see an old guy, it's probably because they're serving a life sentence, and they probably got locked up 40 years ago when they were only 18 or 20 years old. And generally speaking, all of this, right, when you're 12 to 13 to roughly 25, this all fades. Once you get to 26, generally speaking, man, they become more family-oriented. They think about actually, finding a girl, finding a wife, and getting married and having children. And in order to build a family, they start to party less. They go to sleep earlier, and sometimes they don't even want to go out. So generally speaking, right, this is for the vast majority of the men. Once you turn 26, all of this crazy stuff is just naturally goes away. But now there's a brand new problem. So if you go back to 1960 in America, the average age for first marriage for men is 22, for women it's 20. So I mean, all of this really wasn't a huge problem, because generally speaking, once a man reaches the age of 26, he's biologically wired to just simply become more family-oriented, and there's going to be less violence, less partying, less drinking, less drugs, less crazy stuff. But now we have a new crisis in the 21st century, the rise of incels. Right? So if you just look at a bunch of various studies, various surveys done in the United States, according to these surveys, roughly 1 out of 3 men in America under the age of 30 are still virgins, and another 1/3, so that's 2/3 of men under the age of 30, they have had 0 sex in the past year. So only 1 out of 3 men is actually currently sexually active, and out of those men, how many are just simply going to strip clubs, where they're going to one of those Asian lady massage parlors where they're paying a couple $100s for prostitutes? How many are actually having regular sex with a girlfriend or with their wives? It's a very, very small percentage of the population. However, things are very, very different when you ask these women in the US under the age of 30. According to these surveys, self-reported surveys anyways, roughly 90% of the women are sexually active. That's very, very interesting. So, and also roughly 60 to 70% of the women under the age of 30 are either in a relationship or married. So how can that be? If 1 out of 3 men under the age of 30 are virgins, another 1 out of 3 they've had 0 sex in the past year. So, well, the answer is very simple: hypergamy. Extreme hypergamy, the rise of internet, social media, dating apps. It's easier than ever before for a top tier guy, for a guy who's, what does Andrew Tate calls it, the top G, right, to have access with any woman, anywhere in the world, right? It's not just limited to the US or Canada. This guy who's a top G, he can travel to Europe, he can travel to Asia, he can travel to Latin America, he can get any woman he wants to. So, you know, the rise of technology has made it easier than ever before for a guy who is a very tall, very good looking, very successful guy with a lot of money to have access to over 90% of the women worldwide. So that's the situation we're looking at, you know, in 2025. So basically, I would say roughly 10% of men are going through 90% of women. And I want to come back to the point of this graph once again. The 90% of the men, let's say, who are not getting laid regularly, who are not married, who does not have a girlfriend. So I would say probably the vast majority of them, they fall right here. Well, maybe they're not very agreeable, but yeah, they're certainly on the right side of the graph, where generally speaking, that's where most of the women are. And let's say the 10% of men who are just, going through all the women. They have their own harem, they have girlfriends, side chicks, situationships, so they got everything going for themselves. And most of these men, once again, they're not right here. This is also very bad. They're probably right here. Right here. Once again, this is the average, right? This is neutral. And so generally speaking, as a guy, you want to be right here, halfway between not agreeable at all versus neutral. So you want to be here once again. And as a woman, you probably don't want to be here, very agreeable, because it just makes you a pushover, and you become a serial liar. You have to lie about everything all the time in order to avoid confrontations. As a woman, you should be right here, about once again, that's neutral, about halfway between neutral and very agreeable. So much more I want to talk about, but this video is already getting so long, so this video will be continued on Wednesday. What am I going to talk about on Wednesday? Another topic I think that is going to be very intriguing to the vast majority of you. I'm going to cover the topic of why men fear women with ambition. Yes, ambition for man versus woman is very, very different. And when a woman has too much ambition, especially career-wise, that is going to be a #1 fear factor for men. That is going to turn so many men away from that woman. So this topic, once again, is going to be continued. So part 2 of this video will be released this Wednesday. Thank you guys so much for watching and staying all the way until the end. I'll see you guys on Wednesday.
Based.
So as you guys can see, this... Alright, what is up, folks? So June, it's the 6th month of the year. By the way, 6 is actually the favorite number of Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang was the first emperor to unite China over 2,200 years ago. As you guys can see, I'm riding on a bicycle in the Chinese city of Xi'an. So this is a very ancient city. These are inner city walls. They have been around for over 4,000 years. This is a massive metropolis in the center of China, a city of 13 million people. There's so much history here. This city is also the final resting place of Qin Shi Huangdi. This is the second most visited city in China every single year, because it is the home of the Terracotta Army, the tomb of Qin Shi Huang. Millions of tourists worldwide also comes to this city in order to check out the other places like the giant wild goose pagoda. But yes, something very important to mention. June is the 6 months of the year. Also, I know what you guys are thinking. Oh, Pride Month, right? 2S LGBTQ. No, June is actually a man's mental health awareness month. So I think it's very important to cover the topic of Qin Shi Huang, since we're coming up to June. And this is going to be a very long video because I have a very, very epic story to share with you guys. So let's get started. Qin Shi Huangdi. Yes, that's the actual pinyin. So this will literally translate to the first sovereign emperor of Qin. So yes, I know many of you guys have heard the phrase that China has been around for 5,000 years. But in reality, I would say that China has only been around for about 2,246 years. So the story of the life of Qin Shi Huang, how he was able to unite China since ascending to the throne at just the age of 13, it's an absolutely incredible story. And yes, you did read the title correctly. So yes, Qin Shi Huang, despite the fact that people revere him as God, Qin Shi Huang only stood at 4 feet and 11 inches tall. And of course, China uses the metric units. So in metric units, that's about 150 centimeters to unite the 7 warring states in China. And he was able to have sex with thousands of women. So yeah, what is your excuse, right? Since June is a man's mental health awareness month, let's talk about man, right? Screw the toxic masculinity. See, I've crossed out the toxic, right? Let's talk about masculinity with a capital M. I'm going to take you guys to the Chinese city of Xi'an, and I'm going to share an incredible story with you guys about Qin Shi Huang's life and his ultimate quest for immortality. China, a massive country, second largest in the world by a total landmass. A country of over 1.4 billion people, also home to the second largest economy in the world. So the Chinese people, they call themselves the descendants of the dragon. So how did all of this originate? How did all of this start? In order to understand this story, I have traveled all the way to the place where everything began. I have traveled to the Chinese city of Xi'an. If you guys are wondering where I got my sources, everything I'm about to share with you guys is based on the book of Shi Ji. So how would you translate Shi Ji? It roughly translates to something like historical records. By the way, it was written by China's greatest historian. His name is Sima Qian. And yes, he was also a eunuch. And if you guys are wondering what is a eunuch, you should look up some of the videos on the description of a Chinese eunuch. So unfortunately, Sima Qian, despite the fact that he was the greatest historian in Chinese history, he was also forced to cut off his Chinese egg roll as a punishment. Yeah, it's a complicated story. It's a messed up world that we live in. So yes, everything in this video is based on his book of Shiji. So actually, the story of Qin Shi Huang, for over 2,000 years, right, the vast majority of the Chinese people, they knew very little about his story. Of course, that was until the year of 1974. In the outskirts of the city of Xi'an, Qin Shi Huang's final resting place was discovered. So, by the way, of course, this guy's name is not actually Qin Shi Huangdi. That's his official title, the first sovereign emperor of Qin. His actual name is actually Yingzheng. So, as a child, Yingzheng would actually be crowned the emperor at the age of just 13. But I mean, way back then, this was fairly normal, because it was very normal for an emperor to just die at the age of 35 or 40, and the next thing you know, you have a child emperor. But of course, at the tender age of just 13, so this guy was a puppet. The real person in charge was the prime minister at the time. So Yingzheng, he was born during one of the most chaotic times in Chinese history. During this time period, China was in a constant state of war, and this era would become known as the 7 warring states. So basically, China was divided into 7 different kingdoms. And yes, this 13-year-old boy, many years later, he would go on to conquer the other 6 kingdoms and unify all of China. The first one in history to do it. Now, something that's very important to mention, Yingzheng's mom, yeah, she was a professional horologist. Yes, she was indeed a hoe. Not to just say any regular hoe, I'm talking like really skanky. You might think I'm being ridiculous, but actually I'm just being 100% honest. And you guys will get to find out why this detail is so important later in this video. And of course, I did just mention that, at this time, Yingzheng is only 13 years old. So after Yingzheng's father passed away, Yingzheng's mom was a horologist. Of course, she herself has a secret lover in the imperial palace. And this man would go on to become a prime minister of Qin. And he's actually the real one in charge. This man's name is Lu Buwei. Very important to remember this man's name. And there's another very important name that you guys should definitely remember. This person's Li Su. So Li Su, he's a newly appointed scholar that will serve directly under Yingzheng, and he will play a very pivotal part in Qin Shi Huang's conquest in unifying the 7 kingdoms. And he is also the one that's going to be responsible for the downfall of the Qin dynasty that is very shortly lived. So right after Yingzheng is crowned the new emperor of Qin at the age of just 13, scholar Li Su, he proposed to Yingzheng that a revolution must take place now, that Yingzheng is going to be the chosen one, just like Harry Potter. This is like, Hagrid's moment. Oh, you're a wizard, Harry. He's saying that basically it is up to Yingzheng to unify the 7 warring states in order to obtain the mandate of heaven. And this is going to be a once in 10,000 years opportunity. So Yingzheng, despite the fact that he was only 13 years old at this time, he actually listened to the scholar, and he will go on to embark a campaign of war and conquest with the ultimate goal of uniting Zhongguo, or the Middle Kingdom. He fought in countless battles, and he came out victorious every single time. Now I'm going to fast forward the storyline a little bit, or this video is going to be 2 hours long. Basically, Yingzheng would return to the Qin palace after 9 years of war and conquest, and he returned as a hero. And after 9 years of brutal war and conquest, the 7 warring states would be reduced to just 3. And if you're wondering why the Qin army was so effective during all of their battles, of course, other than being ruthless, the Qin dynasty's Bronze Age weapons forging technique was much more advanced versus the 6 other kingdoms. So a typical Qin sword on average was 30% longer versus their enemies. So obviously, 30% longer swords means a 30% better reach. So when you get to the stage of hand-to-hand combat, right, the person with the longest sword is most likely to win. At the very least, they will have a overwhelming advantage. Also, if you guys want to look at this weapon, so this is a replica of the quick trigger bow and arrow that the Qin army used. And this thing was made over 2,200 years ago, but it was extremely effective, mainly due to the quick trigger mechanism. So this thing can fire arrows at a very rapid pace. So, a very simple example is that imagine if you're in a battle, right? If your enemy can only fire 1 arrow for every 10 seconds, but if you can fire an arrow for every 3 seconds, and then yes, you're definitely going to kill your enemy first before your enemy can reach you. So to put it simply, right, the reason why the Qin army was so effective was because, they were more advanced technologically. They had better weapons, they had better forging techniques. So in 237 BC, Yingzheng returns to the Qin royal palace after 9 years on the battlefield. But this was also the moment that he found out his mom was indeed a professional horologist. You see, now Mama Qin, she's no longer with the prime minister. She now has a new favorite. And this guy, by the way, it's a eunuch. His name is Lao Ai. But wait, so how can she be in love with a eunuch? This guy doesn't have a Chinese egg roll, right? What is he doing, like fingering her every single night? Or actually, this is where things take a major twist. So Lao Wai is actually a fake eunuch. So on top of Mama Qin being drilled by this fake eunuch Lao Wai every single night, she has already birthed 2 sons for this guy Lao Wai. Of course, so the identity of Lao Wai has to be kept a secret. Everybody has to believe that he's actually a eunuch. So the 2 sons are being raised in secret. And eventually his plan was actually to get rid of Ying Zheng. And he wants to make one of these sons the new emperor of Qin. So yes, this entire time, him and Mama Qin, they were actually plotting a coup. By the way, this is Ying Zheng's own mother, right? So the plot thickens. But you see, Ying Zheng is not stupid. I mean, after all, he is the chosen one, right? To reunite the 7 warring states under one kingdom. Of course, Ying Zheng, he had his own suspicions, so he bribed the other eunuchs in his mom's inner circle. And of course, he will find out the truth. And this is when Lao Wai got extremely desperate, and he actually attempted a coup. So he stole Ying Zheng's royal seal. He actually mobilized thousands of men. Lao Wai was actually walking right into Ying Zheng's traps all along. All of Lao Wai's troops would be killed. So what is the fate of Lao Wai? So there's an ancient method of execution in China. It's called Wu Ma Fen Shi. So basically this means that your body is going to be tied to 5 different horses. Of course, 1 to the head, and 1 for the left arm, 1 for the right arm, 1 for the left leg, and 1 for the right leg. And on the signal, all 5 horses will run in 5 different directions. And of course, Ying Zheng forced his mom to watch Lao Wai's public execution in order to send a message. And along with that, every single member of Lao Wai's family would be publicly executed by decapitation. No mercy, not even Lao Wai's 2 young boys. And here comes another major plot twist. You guys remember the Prime Minister? Lu Buwei. So Lu Buwei was actually also part of the coup. He had plans for all of this the entire time, along with Mama Qin, along with Lao Wai. But at the very, very last moment, right before Ying Zheng was about to give out the order for the execution of Lu Buwei, he revealed to Ying Zheng that, "Son, you can't kill me because I am your father." And at this moment, Ying Zheng is like, "No!" So yes, indeed. So the Prime Minister Lu Buwei, who was actually, the one that's really in charge ever since Ying Zheng was crowned the emperor at the age of 13, right? And his affair with Ying Zheng's mom, they go way, way, way back. So he's the actual biological father of Ying Zheng, who would later go on to become Qin Shi Huang. So as you guys can see, this was a very chaotic time period back in China. So yeah, Ying Zheng, he was born to a pretty insane family. But at the last moment, after the truth was revealed, so Ying Zheng showed mercy. Instead of execution, Lu Buwei was sent into exile. But Lu Buwei would go on to commit suicide less than 1 year later. Maybe Qin Shi Huang's family storyline actually inspired the 1980 film Star Wars Empire Strikes Back. So as you guys can see, right, there's a reason why female sexual promiscuity throughout the human history in any civilization was never ever allowed. Because this is what happens when you have a female sexual promiscuity. Things will get very, very complicated. Anyways, that's the end of Lu Buwei. That's the end of Ying Zheng's mama, who's basically a 100% professional horologist. That's the end of the fake eunuch Lao Wai. Let's talk about uniting the 7 kingdoms. So the year is 227 BC, and it does seem inevitable at this point. At some point, Ying Zheng is going to come out victorious, and he is going to unite the 7 kingdoms within just the next few years. But the kingdom of Yan, knowing that they're next on Qin's war and conquest, they have a plan. They would send 2 diplomats to the Qin royal palace, and along with 2 gifts. A map of the Qin dynasty's conquest, and also a severed head of a rogue Qin general. But of course, this was a suicide mission. Both of these people, they're not diplomats, they're assassins. But at the very last moment, one of the 2 assassins, he actually suffered from stage fright. So basically, he was pissing his pants, and he had to back away before he could enter the Qin's royal palace. I mean, this was a suicide mission after all. He just didn't have the balls. But the other assassin, as he was rolling out the map in front of Ying Zheng, he revealed a dagger, and then chaos assumes. And ever since Lao Wai's attempted coup, Ying Zheng actually became extremely paranoid. And so all of the guards in the royal palace, they were all unarmed at this point, and they were all very, very far away from him. So at this point, Ying Zheng had to defend himself because none of the guards had any weapons. But I mean, he's the chosen one after all. Do you guys really think that it would be so easy to kill Ying Zheng? He had been on the battlefield for the past 9 years. So while he's being chased by this assassin with a dagger, he posts out his epic Qin sword. And remember, right, the Bronze Age forging techniques, the Qin sword, on average, they're 30% longer versus the swords of other kingdoms. He basically shouted to the assassin, "Look, my sword is bigger than yours." Then he killed the assassin. The assassination would go on to fail. But from this moment on, right, so Ying Zheng's his paranoia will reach a new peak, and he became so afraid of death, and he was so obsessed with achieving immortality. It is also believed that it was around this time period that he started to develop bipolar, schizophrenia, and also dissociative identity disorder. So yeah, he was suffering from a lot of mental illnesses at this time period. The 9 years of conquest, the killing, the deaths, not just in his current life. He's also worried about his enemies in the afterlife. So this is when Ying Zheng came up with a new plan. That is, of course, the Terracotta Army. Over 8,000 terracotta soldiers built in order to protect him in the afterlife. Each soldier stood at roughly 180 centimeters, or 5 feet 11. Now, these soldiers are absolutely massive when you consider the fact that, this was 2,200 years ago, and Ying Zheng stood at only 4 foot 11, and this was considered to be average height for the time period. So as the construction for Ying Zheng's tomb, and also as the construction for the terracotta armies waged on, it is the year of 223 BC, and now the 7 warring states, right, is down to just 2. Only the True Kingdom remains. But however, during the Battle of the True Kingdom, Ying Zheng, he would suffer a massive defeat. His first loss during all of his years of conquest, really. So I mean, it's not terrible, but this only motivated him. So right after the defeat, Ying Zheng, he assembled an epic army of 500,000 men. And one of their top secret weapons, which eventually led to his victory, was the chariot with the horses in the front, and also along with his deadly crossbow. So finally, in the year of 221 BC, the 7 warring states are no more. After 16 years of war and conquest, Ying Zheng is crowned the title of the first great sovereign emperor, Qin Shi Huangdi, at the age of just 34, and standing at just 4 foot 11. So once again, boys, what is your excuse? No, this guy's only 4 foot 11. So what's your excuse for not getting a girlfriend? Go out to the real world. Go touch some grass, drink some Kool-Aid, ask a girl out. Now we have to bring the storyline back to his sidekick, the scholar Li Su. So basically, Qin Shi Huang, he came up with this plan with his scholar Li Su. They will end the system of the feudal lords, which has caused so many wars in China in the past few hundred years. And how would you end the system of the feudal lords in China? It's very simple, by executing them all, every single one of them, along with their family members, cutting all of their heads off. And these feudal lords across China, they will be replaced by 36 ministers, 6 for each state that the Qin dynasty has conquered. So you see, 6 times 6 is 36. Once again, Qin Shi Huang's favorite number is number 6. And a new set of Qin laws would sweep across the country. And these laws were extreme. For example, any couple that was caught having sex outside of marriage will be publicly decapitated. Yes, you heard that correctly. Now fast forward, it is 220 BC, 1 year after the unification of China. And obviously, I'm sure you guys get the idea by now, right? China was in a very, very chaotic time period during this time, right? Even though Qin Shi Huang had just unified China, many smaller battles raged on throughout the country, and Qin Shi Huang wanted to build a wall in order to keep out the nomadic tribes. And now he had nearly unlimited manpower, right, from the millions of unscripted soldiers. So the construction would begin for the Great Wall of China. Over 1 million Chinese men would become slave laborers to build the Great Wall of China. Roughly 250,000 would perish. The project to expand the tomb for Qin Shi Huang would also be underway. Over 200 pits would be added for the greatest tomb in the world in order to carry Qin Shi Huang to the afterlife. So yeah, if you guys are wondering, this whole terracotta army, right, it's not just the one pit, it's a collection of over 200 pits. So to put it in layman's terms, it's basically an underground city. And this project would take over 700,000 slave laborers to complete. Qin Shi Huang had envisioned all of this. This would be his final resting spot, surrounded by liquid mercury. And he will be laying inside a bronze tomb that's weighing roughly 500 tons. Now let's fast forward. It is 215 BC. 5 years later, the construction of Qin Shi Huang's tomb is finally near completion. However, Qin Shi Huang's health is rapidly declining, and he becomes even more obsessed with finding the elixir of immortality. As Qin Shi Huang's health was rapidly declining, he had consulted to the doctors in the royal palace, and the first prescription they gave to Qin Shi Huang was basically have sex with as many women as possible. Not just one-on-one. They prescribed Qin Shi Huang with thousands of newly selected consorts. And for the next few years, Qin Shi Huang would go on to have orgies almost every single night. But still, even after having sex with thousands and thousands of women, Qin Shi Huang's health was still declining rapidly. And it was during this time, his personal doctor, Xu Fu, who was also an alchemist during this time period. By the way, I mean, alchemist, that's pretty much BS. Basically, Xu Fu, he was a professional drug dealer. I think that's the best way to put it. He prescribed Qin Shi Huang with a bunch of these pills. By the way, these pills are actually laced with mercury. Yes, you guys heard that correctly. Yes, I'm talking about those silver things. So Qin Shi Huang will go on to consume these mercury-laced pills for the next 10 years. I'm honestly shocked that he didn't die sooner, So once again, this is a very serious warning, right, for all of you guys out there who are watching. Do not consume mercury of any kind. It is going to kill you. It is 100% poison. But yeah, I don't know how Qin Shi Huang managed to consume these pills for 10 years. But obviously, Qin Shi Huang, he knew that these pills weren't going to be enough. So he sent Xu Fu out onto an expedition along with 3,000 virgin boys and girls. If you're wondering why 3,000 virgin boys and girls, well, they were to be offered as a sacrifice in exchange for the soul stone. Well, not soul stone, that's the wrong video. No, they were to be offered as a sacrifice for the elixir of immortality on Mount Penglai. So if you're wondering how he got this idea, well, he's a doctor, the alchemist, the drug dealer. Xu Fu told him that there's an elixir of immortality on Mount Penglai, and there's a god on Mount Penglai. He would require 3,000 virgins. So Xu Fu went on a voyage along with Sheng Anqi. So who is Sheng Anqi? So he's some really old Chinese guy. He told Qin Shi Huang he's actually a 1,000-year-old Chinese wizard, and yes, Qin Shi Huang actually believed him. So I mean, at this time the mercury must be rotting his brain. So Xu Fu's initial voyage failed. He told Qin Shi Huang that he was actually blocked by a bunch of sea monsters before he could get to Mount Penglai. And in order for him to succeed, he will need an elite archer squad. And Qin Shi Huang actually agreed. But this time, Xu Fu never ever returned. And his fate was never confirmed. Some say he actually landed in Japan, and the Mount Penglai he had actually mentioned was Mount Fuji. And perhaps Xu Fu, he climbed to the top of Mount Fuji, and he will go on to become one with the Force. I mean, who really knows at this point? Anything is possible. Let's fast forward. 213 BC, the burning of all books in China. Yes, all the old books that preceded the Qin dynasty from all of the previous 7 kingdoms. Every single copy was burned to ashes. So at this point, Qin Shi Huang's health was deteriorating so fast. His right-hand man, the scholar Li Su, remember this man is very important, so he was really the one in charge. And his policies are becoming more and more draconian by the day. And any scholars who disagreed with the Qin laws will be burned alive. So yes, all versions of Chinese text before this date is reduced to atoms, forever lost in history. It is the year of 212 BC. China has entered a state of famine and a Great Depression, and Qin Shi Huang has now been consuming these mercury pills for 9 years now. His body is on his last legs. He's slowly losing his mind. But he would decide to go on one final expedition in order to search for the elixir of immortality. And in July of 210 BC, Qin Shi Huang arrives at China's east coast. He arrives at Bohai, searching for the sea monster that he believes is guarding the elixir of immortality. He walks into the sea barefoot with a crossbow in his hand, claiming that he had slayed the sea monster and acquired the elixir of immortality. And shortly after that, he is dead at the age of just 50, same as Michael Jackson. His right-hand man, the scholar Li Su, and he has a secret plan that will change the imperial succession, and this change of succession will completely destroy the Qin dynasty from inside out. One final chapter, the most epic burial of all time. So after Qin Shi Huang's death, there's a massive struggle for succession. So basically, Qin Shi Huang's sons, they were all attempting to murder each other. A massive battle rages on. So just outside of Qin Shi Huang's tomb, just outside of his final resting place, nearly all of Qin Shi Huang's sons and daughters, all of his descendants, they were all murdered in cold blood. As the guards who were accompanying the dead body of Qin Shi Huang, along with all of his family members, his concubines, the engineers, the architects who designed the tombs, the laborers who were conscripted to build his tomb, the guards who has been guarding his tomb this entire time. So as everyone marched into Qin Shi Huang's tomb, the entrance and the exit to the tomb, it's sealed shut forever. His concubines, his family members, his royal guards, his architects, his laborers, his engineers, they will forever be sealed inside his tomb, buried alive alongside Qin Shi Huang, one of the most epic burial of all time. The location of the tomb is meant to stay secret for forever. So all of the soldiers outside who are guarding the entrance and exit to the tomb are all either to commit suicide or be killed by their commanders. Then after that, the commanders of these soldiers would all go on to commit suicide themselves, so that the tomb will never ever be disturbed, and the secret of Qin Shi Huang would remain hidden for forever. Well, that is the plan. Actually, it worked out pretty well. The tomb of Qin Shi Huang will go on to be hidden for another 2,184 years, and it was not discovered until the year of 1974. So what do you guys think? Qin Shi Huang, the first great sovereign emperor of China, Was he a hero, or was he a villain? Or was he the Batman, or was he the Joker?
Lunatic.
Perhaps Qin Shi Huang, he really embodied that famous quote, you either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Yes, I mean, obviously, he did a lot of crazy things, right? But you have to remember, right? This was during one of the most chaotic time periods in China. You have to judge people by, you know, the time period and the circumstances that they were born, raised in, right? He was born during one of those times. He didn't kill other people, right? Other emperors from the other 6 kingdoms would simply invaded his palace and killed him. And also, you have to remember, right? I mean, his family was pretty insane to find out that actually his prime minister Lu Buwei was actually his real father, and also, you know, his mom is a professional horologist. This entire time he was having an affair with this fake eunuch Lao Wai, and the 3 of them, right? His actual father, and also, you know, the fake eunuch Lao Wai and his mother actually attempted a coup in order to force him to capitulate and actually kill him. So yeah, I mean, I can see why he became so paranoid, and he became so obsessed with the idea of obtaining the elixir of immortality. I mean, yes, he did die at the age of 50, but I think, you know, he was very successful in his plan because more than 2,200 years has passed, and everybody's still talking about him. In fact, in 2025, Xi'an is the 2nd most visited city in China, not just by millions of local Chinese tourists. It's also being flooded by international tourists from all over the world. They're all interested in the story of Qin Shi Huang. They're all interested in the story of his famous tomb, his terracotta army, and unifying China, beginning the construction of the Great Wall. And once again, just one last note, just to remember, this guy was 4'11". So to all the guys out there, right, who are making all of these excuses, oh, I'm too fat, I'm too skinny, I'm too short, I don't make enough money, quit with all the BS. I mean, Qin Shi Huang, he was a 4'11" midget. He was able to unify the 7 kingdoms, and he had sex with thousands of women. So, you know, go out there, ask your crush out. You only get to live once, right? And you only get to be young once. So do whatever it takes to make sure that you're going to live the life that you will want to remember.
Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing.
Okay, where is the video from Maurice? Which one was it here?
Hello again, another beautiful day.
What is
wow,
this?
A lot of you were tweaking out. Woo, y'all were tweaking out about that video I made yesterday.
What is this? Maurice, you sent me.
I'm gonna explain it to all of y'all today, okay? Now, I have somebody who admitted to me, like, people just tell me things. So.
Yeah, the wind is blowing to the jacket, bro. That's ear rape. Let's see something from Paul Elam. Or maybe mgt0w chats. That's interesting channel also. Yeah. The falling down effect, interesting. This might be good. Does it work? It's very quiet.
So much harder to build to help their emotion.
Animization of single men and not really having a community or others to bond with, lack of friendship, social media, pornography, etc., etc., and obviously the plummeting marriage rate in the United States. And I kind of put this together maybe like 3 years ago. We never got around to doing a show about it. There was a series. There was a website called gunmemorial.org that I became fascinated with, and I learned about it when I was in Southeast Asia, just floating on the internet. And basically, this website's a non-for-profit, and it shows all the gun-related deaths in the United States every day. And you click on the person's photo, it brings you to their Facebook page, and it would show you articles about the killing or the suicide. And to my shock, the amount of male suicides with a handgun and the amount of men killing their spouses and children was quite alarming. And it's a little bit strange because we get like pieces of that from mainstream media, but from what I can tell, going through this website, it seems more like an epidemic. It's really bad. It's quite upsetting. So that was kind of the crux of this show. We got Adam Smith is back. Thank you, Adam. I'm not going to do my Adam Smith like intro today. We'll not be cueing the Moby music from Heat. And returned from expats back on. You haven't been on the show. Oh God, what, maybe like 8 months, 9 months. So it's great to have you back, man.
Same.
And Adam, obviously. Cheers. You're here, Adam.
Right on.
Oh, thanks for having me.
Well, Adam, before you joined us in the Skype there, we were playing a short clip at the beginning of our live stream of a woman who transitioned to a man. Deep voice, beard, pretty convincing man, weeping because
like a woman
because she is a woman, weeping like a woman and saying how hard it was to be a man.
I think it's doubly hard if you're not a man trying to be a man.
Yeah,
I don't think trans people really get that equation too well.
Because you're not actually a man. But we were saying how he was pretty convincing looking. And then I mentioned how, the shoulders always give away, the hips, the hands, right? And then expat, what did you bring up again?
Well, I was just saying, how can you tell anymore? Everybody's so obese.
Right.
It could be a man or it could be just like an overweight woman, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Excuse the sirens. I don't know what's going on out there. Maybe it's because I committed a transphobia. They're coming after me.
Coming for you.
I saw a pretty frightening graphic of the obesity rate in the United States, and everybody knows Americans are fat, but it wasn't that long ago that people weren't that overweight.
That's
it was
right.
actually back in the 90s when it was, like Mississippi was like in the 15%, and then most places were under 10%. Now, the average is probably over 25, and then depending where you are, it could be upwards of 35, 40% people are obese or overweight. I forget the exact one, but it was a dramatic jump, and it was like 2 or 3-fold increase from where it used to be not that long ago.
It's astonishing. And if I can just add to that, what you're talking about is obesity, because overweight, if you include overweightness, that's a large majority of Americans are obese or overweight.
Right.
So the numbers you're talking about, the 20 to 40%, that's just obese, right? that's people who are grossly
really
overweight.
Fat.
Yeah. That's just intolerable. Like, how can you, and as a man, how can you date? Because you knew it had to go in this direction. How can you date women when, 1 out of 4 of them are really fat and most of them are fat?
I'm going to be honest with you, and as I've gotten older, I've just sort of mentally told myself that I can't expect anything better. And I know that that's setting a low bar perhaps, but there is a tendency as women age to get a little bit bigger and wider. And I don't think it's necessarily healthy for us to expect, Kate Moss to be on our arm at all times. At the same time, you should have some standards and strive to improve yourself to get those girls, but it's hard when so many people are overweight.
Well, following up on the trans man's tears, fat women will get laid a lot easier than a fat man. So don't and that's another reason why the trans man, the woman pretending to be a man, is crying, because now the world sees her as a man, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so she's like, my God, I'm not really a man, but I appear like one. I'm pretending to be one, and when people treat me like one, I don't like it.
Right. She is ignored.
Yes.
She doesn't exist.
Yeah.
No one's holding the door open for you. No one's striking up a conversation with you. No one's talking to you in the men's bathroom.
I don't think women. It's funny how women don't really appreciate the challenges of being a man, the daily sort of humiliations and setbacks that we face. But also like the good parts of being a man too. I don't think they really appreciate that either. They don't really understand man stuff.
Right.
And it probably goes the other way too, right? There's probably aspects of being a woman that are really terrible that I don't appreciate.
Yeah.
I think there are. Yeah, it's funny though hearing women complain about this stuff. They have no concept that we have similar complaints about them, but we just usually don't say it to them because it's frowned upon in our society. But if the girl, I've had discussions like this all my life with women, and if the girl respects you, usually you can have a reasonable conversation. It's usually just when she's kind of a solipsistic narcissist that it's impossible. But sometimes you can have a breakthrough. It's not hard. You just have to be gentle. That's all.
Right.
Exactly.
There was another story actually, not too long ago that came out, very similar. It was a woman who was not didn't transition, but she made herself up to look as much like a man as possible for, I think it was a couple months, she became a man. Went around, got a job as a man, tried to interact with people as a man. It was a pretty big story a while back. Anyway, she did it for a few months and came back and said, "Fuck that. Being a man is fucking hard." And that woman actually has recently committed suicide, by the way.
Mm.
I'd have to kind of go through
As a man or as a woman?
No, after she came back, and she went on like huge news programs and talked about her experience and just said, "Wow, like I would hate to be. It was so hard being a man.
Being disposable."
Yeah, just disposable. Yeah. Nobody really gives a shit about you. It just blew her mind. Absolutely blew her mind.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. Well, and then I bring this up I almost bring this up every stream. Lamprey, the Jewish prayer, my favorite Jewish prayer. "Thank you, O Lord, my God, creator of all things, for not making me a woman."
Is that in the Torah or the Talmud?
I don't know which one it's in, but it's a legitimate prayer. Men say it every morning. The very traditional men say it every morning when they wake up.
What do women say?
I don't know. I don't think they got one.
Yeah, God's not listening.
No.
Just kidding.
So anyway, it's summer. When cruising around the downtown, every bar is packed as always. No sign of a depression, recession, or inflation. Everyone's living their best lives. And it doesn't seem like nothing seemed to have. It's as if COVID didn't slow anything down. I know we hear a lot of the doomsday, talking points about stock market, inflation, Ukraine, China, what have you, what's going on in the White House, but people are continuing to live their lives. No one's really missed a beat, though things are much more expensive. And it's interesting because, I was looking, cruising down this downtown. It's the downtown that I used to hang out at when I was in my early 20s, just turned 21, going out drinking, et cetera, so everyone's relatively that age. And I remember being that age, going downtown and realizing that this is kind of stupid, this isn't me. As hard as I try to fit in with the normies, I just was more of a fly on the wall in a bar with my friends, clutching my beer and just kind of just lost in my own mind, thinking to myself, is this what life is supposed to be like? It seems as if everyone's enjoying themselves but me. And I would say that, fast forward to 2023, and obviously when I was 21, it was kind of a little bit before social media really took off. There's probably more and more guys that have that same mentality as I did when I was in my early 20s. And, obviously with the rise of online gaming, again, the pornography and just having access to the world at your fingertips with a click of a mouse, more and more men are drifting off into these kind of online communities, and they're not necessarily engaging with the outside world. There's a great book called Bowling Alone that I read some of it. It's been a while since I picked it up. It was brought to my attention by someone else who had came on the show, and that book was written in 2000, and he did make a point about the internet being a bit of a threat to civil engagement, and obviously he was a little bit of a prophet, projecting into the future what the world was going to be like. It's strange because in the United States, for a reason or another, I think it's been like this way since I couldn't even tell you how long it's been. This country does not like single men. If you go to other country, let's say South America or Asia, there's no guy necessarily alone. There's no guy alone at a bar. There's no guy alone in a restaurant, so on and so forth. Here in the United States, you see a lot more single men. If I go out, let's say like 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you go on a busy city sidewalk, if you take a step back and realize there are so many middle-aged men dressed like homeless people or not really taking good care of themselves, unkempt, just wandering the streets. I was listening to Chris Rock's latest stand-up, which was pretty good, by the way. Not as good as his first one, but still pretty good. And he made a point. He says, I would like to live in a town where there's a bunch of white women walking around with strollers without a care in the world. Isn't that a safe neighborhood to live in? That's where I want to live. Do you all want to live in a neighborhood where there's a bunch of single guys on bicycles riding around during the daytime? No, you definitely don't want to be in that neighborhood. And it's so funny because it's such a blatantly obvious. It's so obvious that, if a bunch of single men are wandering around or on bicycles, not working, in a city street, probably a dangerous place, probably a place you don't want to be, versus a suburb where women are in yoga pants with their AirPods, jogging, etc., etc. So I don't know. I want to see what you guys have to say about that, and we can get the ball rolling from there and pull up some articles, and I got some statistics and stuff.
I have a couple of thoughts.
Okay.
So there's a few regions in the world that I've visited, with the exception of the Middle East, that I can say this
single male phenomenon is not exclusive to the United States. That is China and India in particular. But the third one is the Middle East, at least in the sense that they have polygamy. They don't have, to my knowledge, any bias towards a particular sex in their abortions, if they even have abortions in the Middle East. They certainly do in India and China. And that in particular, I think, has contributed to the vast disparity in the over-representation of men versus women, especially in the younger populations. China is probably the worst off for it because they just have a really upside-down looking demographic pyramid. But India has a tendency to prefer males also, even though they do have a somewhat healthier looking demographic pyramid in the sense that they have more young people than old people. That's the traditional look of demography. But there's a problem in both of those places, in that in India, for example, they're sort of notorious for having a lot of rape, and I can't attest to that from personal witnessing of anything like that. But I have seen the streets in that country, and they're teeming, and there are a lot of guys shifting around with not much to do. And then they're the same thing in China, and I haven't been to China in a long time, but it could be different. I know. I think expat used to be there, but maybe you can speak to that. But I think it's not just the U.S.
Yeah, no, I would agree. Yeah, in China, I mean, they have a huge glut of males. I think it's something like 40 million excess males or something compared to females, which is just, I mean, that's just like a huge number of people, of course, all distributed throughout the country. But yeah, I mean, you do see that. You do see a lot of single men that are just, office workers and maybe working in factories or whatever. I mean, I think the difference with China, I think, Lamprey, what you're sort of putting your finger on here is that America has more of a leisure culture, so men have more time to themselves to kind of think about this stuff. Like I'm not really inside the mind of a Chinaman or an Indian, but when you're kind of struggling to survive, living hand to mouth, I don't know that you're really dwelling on these issues too much. I mean, your priority is sort of to get married and or get laid or whatever. And remember also that they have prostitution, which I think is less of a thing in the U.S. So that might be one big difference, is that we generally don't have prostitution in this country. We have pornography and we have OnlyFans, but you have this phenomenon of, like, you'll go to a bar and you'll see single men, sitting alone, drinking, and you don't really see too much of that in Asia. Or you might see a group of men together, but not a guy alone, unless he's going in to, get laid, or
exactly
a room salon in Korea, so some Russian girl named Olga can feel him up.
Well, from looking at South America, I mean, I've been to the DR, and I have a lot of friends from South America. Like, if you were to go out on a Friday night and, let's say, I don't know, Rio de Janeiro, or another, like, a second-tier city in Brazil, or Santo Domingo, the DR, you will see guys and girls out together. So, like, the whole families of, like, a certain district or a quarter of a city would all meet in the city, like the city square, play music, there'd be vendors, everyone dancing, having a good time, talking to their neighbors, really have more of a communal atmosphere. Cambodia, for example, they have beer gardens. So all the workers, they would get paid monthly. So on the day they would get paid, they would all go to the beer garden as a group, X amount of employees, depending on the size of the business. And they would all just go to the beer garden having a good time. Remember when I was working in Asia, all the Cambodians would be like, oh, we got paid. You want to come out with us? I'm like, what do you mean come out? It's like, we're all going out together. I'm like, oh, cool. Right? And so everyone would just get sloshed together, having a great time. It wasn't necessarily like, oh, she's a woman, I'm a guy, so there's no compartmentalization where it's like, oh, does she want to fuck me, or do I want to fuck her? There's like none of that. You're going as friends. Like, you're just going as a group, not necessarily thinking about, banging a chick at a bar or something like that, to that effect. So I saw those things, and I saw it was generally healthier versus in the United States. Like, guys would kind of want to go, at least, again, I'm speaking from my own experiences with going out with my friends. We would go out to try to meet women. It wasn't necessarily us going out as a group of friends. If I were to go with my group of friends, it would probably be more or less going to a restaurant, going fishing, or something to do, something type of hobby. Like, but if we went to like a specific bar or whatever, yeah, that's to pick up people, pick up a woman, and you can't necessarily do that as a single guy because everyone looks at you like a creep.
CJ posted in the comments, "Friends are for losers." So, I once heard her to joke that men make 3 friends in middle school and then decide that's enough socializing for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, because men do, they friendships for men are a lot different than it is for women, and even right now, I would say, like, friends that I have around me here, where I live, I only have one really close friend that I speak to regularly. Right. I do have other friends. I just very rarely see them. And the friend that I do speak to regularly is someone that I met in high school.
Yeah.
So
yeah, just building on that and what Lamprey was saying, like in China, I noticed that there's a very groupish mentality. When I was working at a company in China, I noticed that the department I was in, they were just always doing things together.
Yep.
And it was work related. It was usually, like a work lunch, a work dinner, but there was just like work stuff all the time. And then after work, and it was like one team and one club. And you just don't see very much of that in the U.S. There's a lot stricter boundary between work and personal life. So yeah, I mean, and just like you said, it's not really sexual. It's like, well, we're all friends, we're all colleagues. And again, I mean, these things are sort of dissolving in the U.S. It's becoming very atomized. You're an individual. You do your own thing. You have lunch yourself, by yourself, right? You do your own thing after work. It's when I was working in the U.S., people would leave the office at 4:30, 5 o'clock and rush home, to do their own thing. And sometimes they're picking up their kids from school or whatever. But it just, colleagues don't hang out as much. The avenues for socialization are I think much more limited. And yeah, I mean, it is the bowling alone thesis. I think it was Robert Putnam that wrote that book.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he was a liberal, right? And he was trying to show, but one of the takeaways from his book is that diversity leads to atomization. And he didn't like that. He didn't like where that was going, so he held off on publishing the book for like 10 years or something. But that's
I wonder
true
if the
too.
liberals even cite him because, to be honest, I've only heard right-wing people talk about the guy.
Yeah.
And he might have been disowned at this point, so maybe he's come over. I don't know. But yes, it was Robert Putnam. And I wanted to actually put a little, I don't know, not a spin, but just sort of my perspective on the socialization avenues today. I don't necessarily think they're more limited, but I think what I agree with is what we're observing is a decrease in the older forms of socialization because there's an increase in the other types. And so you could sort of view it as like, well, there used to be like 3 television stations and then cable showed up and then there was all this like hundreds of choices all of a sudden. It wasn't that television watching as measured by minutes per day went down. It was just the average time spent on any particular channel, I think, has gone down. And I think a lot of it obviously has gone online, and that's what we're doing right now. But I would put forward that it's not necessarily bad because, the older ways of socializing was limited by a lot of logistical constraints. It's like, well, I don't know anyone, outside of my town. How would I? So I guess I'm just going to hang out with the buddies that I knew from work or the bowling alley or something. But now it's like you go to a bowling alley or hang out with people at your work, and like, these people are lame. I'll find somebody better. And so you go on Twitter or wherever, and you find people that are actually more like you. And I think that explains why it's changed a lot, is because there's alternatives that are more appealing. Now, is it healthier? That's maybe debatable, but I think that explains like the rationale by why people have changed.
That's a good point, yeah. Although I think you could argue that the socialization was declining long before Twitter. Maybe not before the internet. Sure. Yeah. But I
think
see
that's true. That's true. Yeah, it's not just technology. I think it also is the society has become more diverse. That was sort of the point of the book, right? It was like people don't feel comfortable with each other anymore. So I think that's also true. Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, I haven't read the book, and I don't know that he actually makes that argument. He probably tries to, not make that argument.
Explain it away.
Yeah. And truthfully, I don't think it would be diversity primarily. That I'm sure that is a factor. I'm sure technology, like you said, is a huge factor here, and but America is also really kind of an outlier in the sense that every individual is expected and encouraged to pursue like exactly what they want, regardless of what other people want. We're sort of this radically individualistic, egalitarian society, and you see that in this atomization, which is both unhealthy but also liberating. I think there's very few countries where you can really just like do or be whatever or whoever you want. And America is one of those places, right? And the flip side of all this atomization, all these men, you see all these men online just constantly complaining about how everything sucks and the women suck, and I'm one of them too. But
that's why we're here, brother.
That's why
we've all fallen into that.
No, right? Maybe not all of us are here for that reason, but the flip side is that like you can actually change your situation by moving, for example. And you can go over.
Good point. Very good point.
Right, and like a lot of men don't want to talk about solutions. They just want to complain about how everything is rigged against them. It's like, well, but if you want to socialize more, then you could try socializing more. You could shut off the damn internet and go out. And there are, if you go on like Meetup.com or Facebook, I mean, there's tons and tons of activities and clubs you can join.
Oh, not
Run
really.
club, you go running. If you want, in a big city, there's a run club every day. So you
In a big city, yes, those
In
types
a
of
big
things are definitely possible. In small town where I've been Lamprey, recently discovered it's not as easy, but yes, absolutely. I used to use Meetup all the time. So totally.
Yeah.
Well,
you can also start clubs on Meetup too. If the one that you want.
Let me make a point. So on Meetup New York City, there's a group for lonely guys or single guys, a man group kind of a thing. I'll find the name of it while I'm doing the live stream with all you. But it's hilarious. So it's not meeting in person. It's on Zoom, and it was like at 2:00 in the morning on a Wednesday.
It's on Zoom.
That's a good time if you're lonely.
That's all my problem. Yeah. Yeah, I mean.
Well, the other point is that I like to make is that the people putting forth solutions happen to be women and men in power that are usually on the far left of the divide. So if I listen to some like experts on male loneliness, it's some bureaucrat and a feminist talking about men's problems.
Yeah,
I'm curious.
And there's
because I've never really paid too much attention. What do they think is the solution?
I don't even listen to it, and it's again, the conversation veers into women problems every single time. It's never about guy problems.
No.
To even invoke the
always
word
that men need to
feminism
change.
when having a conversation about men loneliness is telling in itself.
Yeah. Well, there's a big difference between being alone and loneliness, right? So, a lot of people. I mean, it's for some people it's easy to be alone without feeling lonely, and that's a really big difference. And on our topic, once men kind of go down that path, I mean, you called this what Lamprey the falling down effect, right?
Which we'll get into that and why I've titled the show that. And we should, while we get lost in the weeds in tonight's show, we should talk a little bit about that movie because it kind of coincides with what we're talking about right now.
It's a great movie.
Yeah. Well, it's and again going back to loneliness, and it's very dangerous. It's a very dangerous thing for men. If you're a young man that doesn't really have strong role models and you find yourself not just alone but feeling lonely, it can go down a very, very dark path.
Well, you're kind of quoting the movie Heat. I'm alone, not lonely.
Oh, okay.
It's from.
Is that Robert De Niro?
Yeah, De Niro said it to Christina Applegate. What the hell?
His
That
love
actress,
interest.
but she's a musician. Names slips my mind.
Or there's that quote from Ash vs. Evil Dead when he says, "I'm an alone wolf."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
doesn't
I
exist.
mean, realistically, men, men like, humans are social animals, right?
Yeah.
No man is an island. I mean, yes, men can tolerate solitude probably much better than women can. There's a really funny meme that women don't exist when they're alone.
Right.
But you still need to have social bonds, and you need to have not only friends, but I think it's important, to have a woman. Usually for most men, and there are some exceptions, but. So I don't want to get caught up in thinking that it's okay or great or normal to be alone all the time or most of the time. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think we are social animals.
Well,
and
I don't know if everybody here has taken personality tests, but I've taken a couple, and they're usually pretty helpful. And if nobody has ever done that, you might want to check some out. There's a bunch of free ones online, and they're usually pretty good. And they tell you things like, are you introverted or extroverted? And the basic distinction is an introvert actually finds public gatherings very exhausting, whereas an extrovert gains energy from it. So there's little things like that I think can inform people as to why they maybe don't match up to what the sort of average expectation is, because an average is just like an artificial concept. It's like we have 1.91 kids per couple, obviously not. So it's an average. So you're going to be a deviation from that, and it's not necessarily to say that you're bad. It's just the better you understand yourself, the better you can hopefully navigate things.
Well, and also I think you can. Maybe I'm wrong, but I mean I think your personality can kind of shift throughout your life. When I was younger, I was very extroverted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now I'm almost 49 years old, and I'm very content being alone if I have to be.
I think that happens. I think that might be the general trajectory for most people, but I hesitate to say that.
Actually, I didn't have friends till I was 16, so I was alone, and I was happy being alone. And it was actually my brother's friends that literally dragged me out of the house to get me to go out and meet people and stuff. And now I don't shut the fuck up.
There you go.
Interesting. I'm kind of the opposite. I always thought of myself as an introvert, and in recent years, and actually, I think the distinction between introverts and extroverts is kind of one of the most fundamental divides, in the human race, because they really are very different. And actually, introverts and extroverts have different chemical pathways in the brain that they use.
Mm.
You know, like I think introverts get more they're more highly sensitive to dopamine, so they need a smaller amount of dopamine to feel satiated, right? And dopamine is usually stimulated by like external stimuli, right? Like a party. So you said introverts get that feeling of being exhausted, you know, at a social event. Introverts are more stimulated, I think, by something called acetylcholine, which is like generated by solitary activity, and they find that more rewarding, so they prefer to be alone, and they have that need to sort of recharge their batteries after, you know, a lot of exposure to people. What's interesting to me is that, like, I used to be very introverted, but I decided to, you know, try to be more social, to improve my social skills, and as a result, I mean, I'm functionally extroverted, right? And people that meet me think I'm extremely extroverted, but I'm not. But that happens too. I mean, Ronald Reagan apparently was an introvert. You know,
that's interesting because he's such a, you know, a public persona. He's so good with, you know, handling situations like that. You'd think he would be the opposite, but that's interesting. Personally, I kind of have a similar story to expats in that I always had friends, but it was not like a huge group. I never really saw the point, actually. But as I got older, especially as I got interested in girls, it was like, well, I have to sort of figure out how to socialize. So it was sort of something I taught myself. And frankly, what I think I've discovered, just reflecting on all this, is that it wasn't necessarily that I didn't like people at all. It was just that I didn't have a similar personality as a lot of people. And so most people I found very strange and confusing, illogical. And I would find very rarely somebody who I got along with, and that would be my best friend, and that was it. But as I got older, I learned how to navigate that better and find these people that are more like me. And then, you know, I enjoy hanging out with them. It's just the general population that's just like very tedious for me. So it depends, right, who you are and like if you get along with people or not.
Yeah.
I
can fake it faster.
I would make a point, like if I'm with a group of guys, you know, maybe acquaintances or whatever, we're all in a car, we can never agree to what to play for music in the car. So you play like one song for like 30 seconds, skip it, and the next one 30. So it's like you can't even agree on a song that you all like while just taking a short car ride. And you use music as somewhat of a barometer on seeing how, when we talk about, we mentioned diversity early on in the show. Yeah, diversity as far as ethnic groups and races, sure. But what about just general things that people like? Well, people like paintball, and this one likes, you know, fucking football, baseball. I mean, obviously sports is an easy one to, you know, where everyone kind of enjoys sports ball. But just like music, like, you know, if you go to a rock show or whatever, like, oh, you know, like for example, I'm a big Ween fan. Now, most Ween fans are fucking like hardcore communist hippies.
Ween's great, man.
And here I am with my slick black hair, really? You know, it's like wearing, you know, polished shoes. I'm like, hey, how you doing? I like Wayne. What's going on? Hey, it's nice to meet you. It's like, what the hell? I'm totally like out of place at this rock show, but that just happened. That's, you know, a type of band that I like. Meanwhile, everyone around me is totally not what you would expect me to be, you know, conversing with, so to speak.
Diversity of interests.
Right. Yeah. Diversity in music. You know, it's like I think it was Devin Stack. Me and Adam were talking a little bit about Devin Stack when we did a chat. He was like,
no one sings anymore. For having an opinion about Devin's point of view. I like him, for the record.
I do too.
Please continue.
His PatCon series was lights out, but you know, I got to see that.
Absolutely, that was good work and useful. You know, my frustration is that he just does movie reviews a lot. I'm like, I don't think this is necessary or useful. But no, the PatCon was excellent.
Yeah, the PatCon series, when he did Waco and Oklahoma City bombing were outstanding. And a lot of the work he got off that Waco PatCon series was a book that my mother actually turned me on to years ago about you know, that whole situation. But we're digressing. Point being, like, again, just like the whole no one dancing, no one sings anymore. No one has a song that everyone likes. And you see what the younger generations listen to, where it's just mumble rap, shout it, flap.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Well, we don't really have a uniform culture anymore, right? It's very splintered. It's very fragmented. You know, but again, that's not necessarily a bad thing, right?
Well, go back to the late '70s. It was either you listen to rock or you listen to disco. It was one or the other, right? That was it. Then you go into the 80s,
or Frank Sinatra, if you're or Elvis, if you're older.
Right.
Yeah. That's sort of rock.
Or from Staten Island and Long Island, listen to Sinatra and Tony Bennett. Little Jimmy Roselli, perhaps. Anybody out there? Okay. Anyway.
Neil Diamond.
Yeah. So like '70s. Okay, rock. Right. Yeah, rock and and disco. And again, I'm talking about people that were like in their 20s or whatever. Fast forward to the 80s, it started becoming a little bit more. There was a little bit more of a smorgasbord, so to speak. And then by the 90s, you had rap, and then just so on and so forth.
Shit, rap was in the 80s. Rap came in the 80s, man.
It did, but it was a little bit. It was a little bit more underground at that time, right? And it was mostly for black people. It was, it wasn't until Eminem came to the scene where Wiggerwaffen fucking took off, and it's basically merging white trash with degenerate rap music.
That's correct. Basically, that's it.
That's my 2 cents.
I
Eminem
give props to the Beastie Boys. They were
Fred Durst a little bit too with the whole white trash culture merging with black people's culture. Because that's what you have now, if you really think about it, especially at the lower rungs.
The Wigger.
The Wigger, right? That was Eminem.
Yeah.
Look, white boy can rap too. Oh shit, and it's like.
I remember actually watching an episode of Oprah in the '90s about Wiggers, and it was it was for ratings. I mean, they just bring on this kid who looks like he's from Compton, but he's got translucent skin and he talks like that, and it was for the cameras, but that was the only place I ever heard of it or saw it until probably Eminem. Yeah. It's grown. I don't know what.
Lone Hiker 22 says, "Will rap ever die?"
Dude, it's funny you say that. So
I don't hate rap in general, for the record, but it's the culture. There's some rappers out there like LL Cool J who are actually like Republicans. Rare, but kind of
they're good. There are good rappers.
There you go.
They're hardcore Republican.
Yeah.
It's funny. So I just want to bring a quick story, and then I'll let Adam finish. So I watched almost 3 hours of a 5-hour interview with Tony Yayo, who happens to be 50 Cent's best friend.
How about you, boys? You like rap or metal? Which one? Or both? I love both. I know.
From Queens. Fantastic interview. I was blown away by listening to him speak. He was talking a lot about New York, growing up in the streets and stuff, and he was talking about 50 Cent's business philosophy. And when they would go into like a high-end hotel, he would tell all the people in G Unit, which was his group, don't take anything from the minibar, nothing from the minibar. And he used to yell at them, it's a $5 bottle of water, don't touch it. And like as soon as someone would open that minibar and have like a Snickers or a Kit Kat bar, he would just go ballistic on them. It's like, I told you, don't open that. And it's so funny because he has a mindset of like that's a $5 bottle of water, and where we're from, that's like 50 cents in the street. So don't be be wise with your money. So that was kind of a good portion of the podcast was Tony Yayo talking about 50 Cent being really smart about with his finances, not going into the mini bar. Don't take pillowcases from the hotel room. Then don't order that bottle of Cristal. Like, don't be stupid with your money. He used to try to tell his entourage and his other bandmates not to be stupid with your money. There was another point that he made that they signed some deal with Reebok where each member of G Unit got $600,000. And then they had a business meeting. They all show up and they're not wearing the Reeboks, and he told them to all get out. You're supposed to be wearing the Reebok shoes. They just cut us all checks $600,000 each to sponsor their shoe, and none of you were wearing these shoes. Get out of my office. I thought it was really cool.
Yeah, which one?
I didn't have much more to say on rap actually, but that's interesting, and I think there's a lot of truth to some of these guys having good business minds, and I think that's good. I don't know, is it Ice Cube who's like really into conspiracy theories? Like, you can't paint with too broad a brush when you're describing any genre that's that
Ice
big.
Cube.
Obviously rock.
Well, a lot of those guys came from nothing.
Too, so.
I think a lot of
That's
those
true.
guys, some of those rappers, like LL Cool J from Long Island. Again, I mentioned 50 Cent, he's from Jamaica, Queens. So you're talking about guys who, in that sphere, again, the New York market. They were poor and they were street thugs or whatever. But they were, generally speaking, they were around smart people. I mean, 50 Cent is friends with Donald Trump or whatever. So you kind of like. You see what the other businessmen are doing. You want to be like them. You want to get to where you are. 50 Cent for the most part gave up rap and started Vitamin Water, started all these other type of little business models and stuff. Hates trainees, hates homos, by the way. So he's pretty
That's pretty normal though in the black quote unquote community, isn't it?
True.
It's frowned upon.
Yeah.
What I wanted to say was earlier today I was thinking. Talking a little bit about the show and kind of like thinking about the hell we're going to talk about. That when I was like in middle school and in high school, I thought music went in phases. So like, yeah, all right. So this is like early 2000s, Eminem, 50 Cent or whatever. I'm like, okay, rap's the in thing now. And then I'll be like, oh, I'm sure in 10 years there'll be a different rock band or a different style of music that we can all enjoy, and we can move past boy bands and rap music. Well,
I think there's new genres. I think EDM one is probably the latest category. The dance electronic stuff has probably grown the most out of the new stuff. But I think your initial assumption, I think I agree with, is that this stuff does evolve. I don't know. I don't know what your that's maybe a better term for it. You guys listen to
electronic music? Or? It's now people hitting typing, hitting buttons on a keyboard. Right, so like I like trance music, and a lot of the trance artists that I happen to like, most of them are from Central Europe. They're all classic piano players at first. They know how to play the piano.
You know about this shit?
So it was Moby, by the way, who did the soundtrack. So it was Moby who did the soundtrack for my show. He was, I think, trained as a classical pianist, and he went on Charlie Rose. Actually, this is how I learned about this. And Charlie asked him, "So why'd you change to electronic?" Moby said, because it's exciting. But I did want to know if you guys listen to classical music, if you're up on that stuff.
Expat does.
Yeah, well, I used to a lot, not so much anymore. Now I'm sort of I'm moving forward in time. I'm listening to a lot of like disco now.
In Cardi B.
And Cardi B, yeah, exactly.
And Foxy Brown.
Well, hey,
and I am a bit of a musician. The less notes you play in a song, the more memorable the song is.
Yeah. That's why prog rock died.
Yes, too many notes.
Too many notes. I mean, it's fascinating music.
I hate prog rock.
Phil Collins? Or
no. Yes.
Dream Theater.
Genesis.
Old Genesis, not the Phil Collins Genesis.
Okay.
Abbey Cab, man. Abbey Cab.
Yeah.
It's like that scene from Amadeus where the Mozart, conducts the symphony, and then the Archduke or whatever is like, too many notes. And then Mozart is like, no, it had neither too many nor too few notes. It was exactly the right number of notes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, pop music's a different kind of phenomenon. You're making music to make money and sell, right? To sell to the masses. So there's certain formulas that attract a little bit more money. And speaking of that, Lamprey, going back to rap, who was the tribe that pioneered rap?
It would be the Amish.
That's right.
I know they're kind of like.
Oh no! He said trance as a E in the end, trance, which is like a techno psychedelic house dance, somewhat. Trance music is it's something between house and techno. You have trance, basically, music. Yeah, I'm listening to some very old podcast from mgt0w chats. Yeah. Man, music was a big part of my life. Yeah, Mark. Tonight exceptionally hot day, but I am good with it. Obviously it looks like my blood flow is slow, which means I get cold really fast. So yeah, how is everybody's weather out there? Let me know. Today was exceptionally, well, guess rare day when it comes to temperature, 34 Celsius. But yeah, just briefly, just a couple of hours. Now we are back at very almost sneezing shit. Where is my music? We're listening with everything at the same time. Fuck it.
Talking a little bit about rap. The other thing that I found fascinating about rap is the merging of rap music with consumerism. You know, again, I was talking about 50 Cent getting a deal.
Like the
with
music videos, like the cars and the houses and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that was never a thing initially with rap music. Yeah, there might be a gold chain here and there, whatever, in the 80s.
I
You know, like
think a lot
Run
of like
DMC.
OG rappers think that stuff is pretty lame though. Like I don't know if that's. I remember that being kind of big in the aughts. Not that I watched MTV, but I would just see sort of like still pictures of this stuff and think it looked kind of ridiculous. And I do remember like the gangster rap era was quite the opposite of that. And I don't know what it is called now, but it seems to have changed from that to something else. I don't know, like Lil Wayne, like whatever he is, but you can maybe say I don't know what these music videos or songs are even about, but just his overall look, it's kind of like he's sort of embracing that sort of thuggish look again. It's not so much about having like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I could be completely wrong, but correct me here.
Well, Lamprey, do you want to introduce the title of the video and where it comes from? You want to get onto that train?
Which video?
No, the falling our live stream, the falling down effect.
Oh well, why don't we open up with a little bit about that movie? I've seen the movie about 3 or 4 times. The director.
Oh yeah, falling down. I'm pretty sure I seen some glimpses in the TV back in. I was 5 years old maybe. Some rare glimpse was on TV. And I really only saw the scene from that grocery store as a kid. And then I was asking everybody to tell me what is that movie, what's the name of the movie, like, and basically nobody wanted to tell me. And I remember how they start to talk between each other, how, oh, this movie is so violent, this movie is so pessimistic, like this is the degeneracy from America. And the movie was only 2 years old. And nobody fucking told me what is the name of the movie. By the way, in Slovak television, it always had this Slovakian title in it. So it wouldn't mean anything to me, but they would probably translate it into Volný pád, I guess. Yeah. I think fucking 20 years had to pass for me in order to one day research. Yo, Google, what is that movie with this man doing havoc in the city? I remember how Google gave me so many shit recommendations on totally wrong movies, and then I recently was looking on a bunch of trailers and I was like, yeah, this is it, falling down. That's the scene from the grocery store. Like, there was that peace filter, the very fucking yellow filter, I remember, on the camera. So apparently it was shot around that time when those huge riots were happening in LA in '92. Then a year later it was released. Yeah, and then I figured out when I was like 25 years old. This is the movie, this is the name of the movie, and I was like, Falling Down, what a great movie, like some similar to Taxi Driver and stuff like that.
Was a gay he was also the individual. He was also the individual who decided to give Batman nipples during the George Clooney Batman movie.
Yeah.
So I thought it was kind of interesting that the director happens to be a person of the tribe that we shall not dare speak of, and also is gay. Great movies. Again, saw it 3 or 4 times. And it kind of is the embodiment of the United States, especially for guys just trying to get by. The falling down effect is really about men who are trying to have a normal family lifestyle. They want to have a wife, they want to have kids, they want to have a 401k, retirement. Try to achieve having their house paid off, kid goes to college, etc., etc., etc. Basically, the boomer dream, the boomer dream, right? And that's really what Michael Douglas's character more or less is based on. Granted, his daughter was young, he had a fairly attractive wife, but wound up living with his mom, getting laid off, and just seemed to be quite pissed off at the world and seeing all the various injustices throughout his day. And he goes about in the movie, attacking people more or less. The beef at the no pun intended, the Wally Burger. Yeah, it was Wally Burger. He had this neo-Nazi, you know, with a Zyklon B canister. Then attacked like the old guys on the golf course. And then obviously the where it got real spicy was when he was fighting with some Hispanic gangbangers when he was just trying to sit down.
Can I try to give a background on it?
Sure.
I think it's a great movie.
Yeah, please
so
do.
It's basically, it's set in Los Angeles, first of all. And so when you say this is sort of a microcosm of the United States, I think it's very interesting because this is a 30-year-old movie. And it was basically just depicting a plight of a guy who had just been laid off. And you don't quite know that yet until you sort of pick up a few pieces as the movie progresses. But the opening scene is him sitting in traffic. And if anybody's ever been to Los Angeles or a city that big, you know how nightmarish that can be on a daily basis. And so it was basically a guy sitting behind the wheel for God knows how long, probably an hour or two or more, not moving. And he got so pissed off that he just got out and left his car there and got his briefcase and walked away. And you think he's going to work. You don't quite know what's going on here. But as the movie progresses, he's basically just trying to find his way to wherever he's supposed to be going. And then he encounters all these bizarro creatures of the American experience that inhabit American cities in particular. And I think the first thing he does is like he goes to a Korean convenience store.
Yeah.
And he's like just exhausted because he's been walking and it's hot and he wants to buy a can of soda pop. And so he asks the guy how much it is, and it's way too much for the time, at least. Now it would probably be, we'd think it's cheap.
Right.
But the guy, the store seller is really insensitive to him, and he's like, no, 50 cent. You know, he's just being rude. And the guy's like, look, I just need to make a phone call, you know, and actually, I think that's what it was. He wanted to make a phone call, but he needed to buy something because he needed to get change. He's back 4 cell phones. And then he wants to, okay, I'll take a can of Coke or something. And then it's too much. And then the guy keeps berating him and like, you know, what are you doing? Like, this is too much. And he pays him like what he thinks it's worth. And then they get into a fight. And then I think he beats him up with his briefcase or something. So then he leaves.
He smashes up his store.
And finds his way to this like crappy looking grass hill. And I've been to parts of California that look exactly like this. This is a thing. And there are these like kind of cholos wandering around doing nothing. And he's just sitting there drinking this can of Coke. And they come up to him. And they're like, what's in the briefcase, man? And he's like, it's none of your business, you know. And then, hey, what's that say over there? It's basically just some crap like spray painted on the rock that he's sitting on. He's like, graffiti? The guy's like, no, that's a sign. I'm like, and that sign means you. I'm like, whoa. And so they get into this like turf battle, and basically he fights them off. Then they try to chase him down throughout the rest of the movie. He finds his way into the possession of firearms. He shoots up their car. And I won't spoil the whole movie, but it's basically him just dealing with stuff that is completely unnecessary and not that common not that long ago. At least at that time, especially not that long ago. And he's just kind of an everyman actually venting what everybody feels. And there's a lot of examples of that I won't spoil, but it's exactly what Lamprey described. It's basically like a guy who's normal, who just wants normal things, and he just can't get it.
Well, you remember where he was going ultimately. He was going to see his kid because he was divorced.
Right. Yeah, it was a custody thing.
It was a custody thing. Yes, it was a custody thing is what really was the underpinning of the whole thing, because that was his destination, was to see his kid who he didn't have custody of, and he'd gone through a divorce. And that was really the underpinning of what his whole experience was. And then it was just every horrible thing happened on his way.
And he had been laid off.
Yes, that's right.
One of the huge devastating things to him, because his briefcase was empty. It looked like he was going to work, and he was dressed for work. Yep. But he basically was just carrying a sandwich. But he was just going through the motions because he couldn't come to grips with the fact that he had lost his job. And he had
they later disclosed that he already lost his job like a month ago. So it looks like he was pretending to go to work for 1 month. That's just bonkers, you know.
He had a good white collar, upper middle class job working for a defense contractor, but at the time, you know, the end of the Cold War, a lot of these companies were laying off people, and so he was indicative, I think, of a little bit of that time where that sort of kind of like crew cut type of guy was no longer
obsolete,
economically not viable.
Obsolete.
What's Don Cheadle thinks,
when we met the black guy in the street? He's
economically not viable.
Economically not viable. That's it. Yep. Yeah. It's also the movie. The movie also came out a year after the LA riots. So I think the timing of the movie was also quite interesting. Whether that was planned or not planned, I don't know. But LA during that time, during the early 90s, was going through a huge transition demographically and financially.
Well, the other thing too to keep in mind is that if you're a man who is going through a custody battle, the worst thing that can happen to you is lose your job. That's the absolute worst.
Do you guys know the story? Well, you're Canadian.
Yep.
I am, right? So do you know Dave Foley from News Radio and Kids in the Hall?
Yep.
Of course, yeah. What about him?
So he went on Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan and him used to be on News Radio, and there he talked about this. If you guys haven't seen it, I'd recommend it. And it was basically in Canada, and I've heard from the grapevine that Canada is even more extreme in terms of lack of men's rights when it comes to getting custody of your kids and alimony and child support and all that stuff. But he basically said that after News Radio went off the air, I mean, I haven't seen Dave Foley in any movies, and so he didn't have any comparable income. But the court was forcing him to have the responsibility of paying his share of what his previous salary was, which is absolutely bonkers. And I think the phrase was, your commitment or your ability to pay has nothing to do with your responsibility to pay. That was what the court told him.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Dave ended up. I think he ended up like doing like this sort of like a tell-all comedy tour / grievance tour of him just like lamenting about how unfair all this stuff is as an attempt to like pay for all this. But yeah, it was nuts hearing that story. Yeah. Absolutely crazy.
It's insane, man. And that's why I'm glad I divorced in Indonesia and I didn't divorce in Canada. Right?
What?
So that and
how'd that go?
Well,
no,
the Indonesian divorce.
Or?
No, the Indonesian divorce courts are based on religious courts, right? Okay. So, and I was a Muslim, so I had to go through the Muslim religious courts, and it was very fair. I got complete custody of my son. Yeah, it's much better. Here, it's a goddamn nightmare. I know people personally that are going through it, and it is so horrible. A lot of these men take their lives. Right. Yeah, it's a
or take their whole family's lives,
or they might even just fucking take their life and their whole family. Yeah, it's so bad, and the corruption behind the family court system here and in the States, most Western countries really, the corruption behind it is so horrible. A lot of the money that is paid in support for children is taken by the state, so the mother doesn't even see it all. It's a racket. It's a 100% racket, and they will keep it going.
There's common law or something to that effect in Canada that even if people are not officially married, the state designates you as married in Canada. Yeah. Are there exceptions to that on the province level, or is it everywhere?
It's a provincial thing. It is a provincial thing. In the States, it does exist in the States, but it is a state-by-state thing. There's no province in Canada that doesn't have it. But really, the only difference might be the amount of time they accept. You know, maybe it's a year, 2 years, something like that.
Okay.
And then obviously kind of what. So for example, I think in Alberta it's around a year. It's not very long. If you were to live with a woman for about a year, the state considers you married, and the woman can fucking take half your shit, man.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So it's, you know, again going back to Falling Down, you know, you have that part of the movie where he's dealing with custody. He lost his job. And it puts men into a position where they often kill themselves, or maybe like in the movie, you go fucking nuts.
Yeah, I put the car.
You know?
Yep.
So.
I just wanted to say I haven't actually seen the movie, but my understanding was that, you know, the premise is that this guy gets laid off and then he kind of goes off the rails and starts acting really antisocial. But, you know, from Adam's description of it, you know, I'm understanding that a lot of the movie is about just sort of the everyday indignities that Americans face, right? Yep. And that's so interesting to me because like that's something I think about a lot, and I think that problem has gotten worse over time. You know, we were discussing like Bronze Age pervert before this call. You know, he's this kind of popular.
Didn't he get sort of semi-doxed? I'm not going to contribute to that, by the way. I just is that kind of the latest? Okay.
Yeah, I think he's been doxed. I mean, but the thing is, we're you know, I mean, he has this podcast, right, on Gumroad, and he has like 6,000 subscribers, paying $5 a month. So he's, you know, if my calculations are correct, he's earning $30,000 a month from his podcast. So I don't think he cares about being doxxed. But one of the points he always makes is that like America is a sheep shearing operation, you know, and Americans who haven't lived abroad don't really understand just all the different ways that they're getting ripped off. That they're paying top dollar for low quality. And, you know, I was thinking about this in the context of my experience, which is that just the other day, like I actually just moved to a new city and I'm looking for an apartment, so I'm staying at a hotel, right? So I was walking outside the hotel, and this homeless-looking guy, this bum, whatever, short guy, bearded, kind of scary looking. He's standing outside the hotel, right? So as I'm walking by, he yells at me. He's like, "Hey, do I know you?" And I took one glance at him and then looked away and just kept walking. And he didn't stop, right? He starts freaking out, like, "Hey, where are you going?" And he starts running after me, right? So now I don't know if this guy is armed. I don't know if he's high on fentanyl or crack or whatever, right? I'm not going to have like a fist fight with some lunatic in an isolated place, right? So I start running.
Yeah.
Right? So the guy runs after me, like fast.
Jesus.
So I'm running down the sidewalk. This is Miami, by the way.
Okay.
So I'm running. I ran about a block, and the guy is chasing. Like he's following close after me, right? Screaming at me. So I go into Chipotle. Because I want to obviously be inside. I want to be surrounded by people in case there's an incident. I want eyewitnesses. So I walk up to the counter, and this guy is coming in after me. So when he's about halfway through the store, and the store was packed. There were like 30 people inside. I pointed at him and I said, "Stop following me!" Right? Do not come closer. He comes closer. He walks right up to me.
I know.
And he's like, "Hey, why are you running, bro?" I was like, "Well, why are you chasing me?" Right? So we had this whole like nonsensical exchange. Finally, he kind of backed down and walked away, and he was talking shit about me. He was telling people in the store that I was like a bad person, that I was, committing these crimes, whatever. But everybody could see he was a lunatic. Okay, so anyway, next day, whatever, 2 days later, I'm in the elevator of my hotel, and he's there in the elevator. Right?
Oh
Turns out he's staying in the hotel.
Is this a nice hotel?
This is a extended stay.
Oh boy.
So it's not like some rundown Motel 6 for delinquents. I mean, this is like, it's a reasonable, it's okay, right? So it turns.
Yeah,
so
I stayed at an airport motel recently. That was a mistake. I had to wait behind this guy for 15 minutes, trying to argue with the front desk about getting his cat to be able to stay with him in his room. It's just like, why did I save $10 on this? This is a mistake. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you got to be. I mean, I've stayed. But here's the point about the sheep shearing angle, right? It's like you're paying $100 a night for a hotel that's fundamentally really crappy. and now this guy's situation. I started talking to him, right? Because he apologized in the elevator. I'm like, all right, well, I'm not going to run away from him again, right? I'm gonna confront this, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, look, I'm really sorry, man. And again, this guy's obviously unstable, mentally disturbed. Turns out the government is paying for his room.
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds a lot like San Francisco, where the homeless, I think, get like a $40,000 a year stipend for stuff like that.
Oh, nice.
That's nice. I'd like one of those.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
How do you get that?
The government
vote
is
Democrat,
subsidizing.
get other people to vote Democrat.
The government's subsidizing every poor person at this point.
It's subsidizing
sucking the life out of any average person.
And who's paying for that? Ultimately, it's people like whoever's character in Falling Down.
Right.
It's the middle class, the upper middle class are being sucked dry to subsidize insanity, dysfunction, poverty, and it's very demoralizing as an American to understand that this is happening, and you're faced with this every day. I mean, even certainly if you live in a big city, you can see the signs of this kind of increasing dysfunction and insanity and crime everywhere. They don't put up with this shit in East Asia.
No.
You can't run around. You can't chase people. The guy is still in the hotel.
Yeah.
All right, I complained about him to the front desk, and they told him you have to leave by Friday. He wasn't gone by Friday, right? Like there's no respect and there's no tolerance for this kind of antisocial behavior in most countries. In America, there is. Why is that?
I don't know, man. But I'll tell you, though, all those indignities that pile up, let's say for the average American male, that a lot of men can kind of plow through them to a certain degree.
Yeah.
But then the moment you add on top of that, family courts, divorce, loss of seeing your child, and paying custody, and then on top of that, maybe losing your job, which you need if you want to pay custody, because they'll throw you in jail for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
That's the straw that breaks the camel's back, man, for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Joe, talking a little bit about the real estate side of things. If Section 8 housing is paying landlords more than market rate to house people that are unemployed, that's it. So they're getting a 2-bedroom apartment, okay, probably in a decent neighborhood in a suburb, and the government's paying that landlord more than market rate for people that are unemployed. And it's like a lottery now because there's so many people that want to get on Section 8 housing for the free gibbies, for the dole, And landlords love it because no matter what, the government's going to pay and give you that check.
Well,
so if that person even trashes that apartment, the government's going to pick up the tab for them trashing that dwelling.
Well, the government's not paying. The government doesn't pay for anything. They take money out of your pocket. To pay for it.
I'm sure most of our listeners understand that.
Right. But it's funny how that's just become our language now.
So now understand understand that Section 8 housing. Now, what is affordable housing? Affordable housing is when a real estate developer, a landlord, someone that owns a rental building, okay, has to set aside X amount of units for affordable housing. Affordable housing, you have to have a certain criteria financially, how much you make a year to get a apartment that is air quote affordable. It's really not affordable, and the rest of the people in the building are subsidizing that individual. And the landlord is receiving tax credits for having a certain amount of units allocated as affordable housing. So when you see mainstream media articles about lack of affordable housing, what they're really saying is there's not enough rental units that are being allocated for being designated as affordable housing.
Wow. Yeah, that's a really good insight.
Now I'll go even a step further. Let's keep going. Tax abatements. So now a condominium gets built, okay, and they build a brand new condominium in Ghettoville, USA. Beautiful, luxury living. Has a swimming pool on the roof, and meanwhile there's gangbangers shooting and killing each other in the street. Someone, doing crocodile, whatever the new drug is. People are fucking the zombie apocalypse that's hit Philadelphia. I don't know if anyone's seen the videos out of Philadelphia lately. Holy shit, what the hell's going on?
Has that come to the U.S.? Because the only time I ever heard that was about the Russian.
Me too.
Plate.
That was like 20 years ago.
Exactly.
That's
fentanyl.
So
anyway, what a tax abatement is a real estate developer builds a building for people to live in and to buy or whatever, okay? And what they're doing is they're building it in shitty neighborhoods, okay? And you don't have to pay taxes on that apartment, that unit, that house, whatever it is, for about 20 years to incentivize people to buy apartments in really shitty neighborhoods. And that's another crux of gentrification that no one really seems to be discussing, is that they don't have to pay taxes for 20 years. Who winds up paying the taxes? Everyone else in the neighborhood, the locale. The area that's not Ghettoville, USA. So they're starting to try to turn these blighted areas, incentivizing people to move into blighted areas by not having to pay taxes for, again, 10, 15, 20 years.
Well,
in that example, I think the goal is to raise the property values eventually to then recoup some of that lost revenue. And maybe it doesn't pencil out, but I think at least that's the concept. And to me, that as an investor, it would make at least some sense if the government's trying to do that. Again, it may not actually.
It makes sense, but guess what's next door? Section 8 housing. And then there's a housing project next door.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So again, there's this meshing and blending, and everyone, this is out of control. Basically, free association is totally out of, that doesn't exist anymore in the United States. And the other thing is, I was listening to Z-Man's latest upload, which was fantastic. I haven't finished listening to it. He was talking about social equity, and when you have minorities in a free society, they start. Let's say you have a free society, and these minorities just start saying, you're free to say whatever you want. Well, what if that minority starts saying, we should get rid of white people or whatever? Well, that kind of ruins the bond. It's not really how it's supposed to work. I'm kind of like. I can't really remember what
diversity and liberalism, and classical liberalism don't really go together, right? Because I mean, it reminds me of one time when I was touring a very liberal college, as a wee high school student, and the tour guide was saying, he's like, we tolerate everything here except intolerance.
My fault. I used to say intolerant for the tolerant will not be tolerated.
Literally,
right. It's like, so basically you tolerate everything except people like me, right?
Yeah.
Right, because a liberal society can't. I mean, this is the problem with liberal societies that have massive diversity. It's like, well, can you tolerate people that are spewing, hatred and animus towards other groups? I mean, I think you should.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Oh, we lost the expat. Oh, there you go.
Sorry, I'm walking around and my microphone came. Headset. Yeah, but like in Europe, the attitude is, well, we can't allow people to stoke divisions in society that might inflame, violence and things like that. And I mean, there is a logic to that. Obviously, as an American, I think we should allow free speech. But where was I going with that, though?
Well, if you're talking about Z-Man, about minorities voicing their opinions and
tolerate everything.
Those opinions are not so friendly to the majority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
and of course they can. Of course, minorities are allowed to say whatever they want in America. I mean, it's only white people. It's only the sort of white majority that's restricted from speaking speaking their minds in this country.
I'm wondering if Asians are going to be included in that pretty soon. I mean, if you saw what happened with the Supreme Court recently, that was an Asian attempt to get basically Harvard and places like that to let them in, as their test scores would indicate they should be allowed into. So I'm predicting there's going to be, I mean, you already see it on Twitter, like a lot of these like Andy No and Ian Miles Chong guys like are basically talking like white nationalists, and they're more, I think, allowable because they're not white.
Yeah.
Or sort of not white.
Well, if you
we'll see what happens.
If you tolerate everything, then you have no principles. You have no boundaries. You have no morals.
I agree with you.
Like how that's insanity.
Where's their honor in sodomy? Can someone please tell me where the honor is?
Here we go. Yeah. But where
I'm asking. I'm just wondering, like,
It's a different concept.
How are you going to
I've
have
talked to
nuclear subs
Christian women in particular about this.
cancer treatment
Yeah.
when you're okaying, disgusting behavior and allowing your daughters to flash their snatch for the price of a Big Mac on the internet for some Pajit to get off to?
Yeah.
Give me a fucking break, man. And you try having this conversation with a normie, they can't handle it. And obviously, Adam's talking about you gotta give them crumbs, you gotta give them morsels, you gotta go really easy with these people. Fuck that. What the hell happened 3 years ago? Everyone's wearing 3 masks, and you all ran out and got vaccines that weren't vaccines.
Yeah,
and it's free money. I got $1,000 a week to sit on my ass. $1,000 a week to sit on my ass for a year straight. Is that sustainable? Does anybody have a problem with this? Mail-in voting? In mail-in voting, other countries they would shoot and kill to get to the polling station, but now
Lampreys
you have,
having Archie Bunker moment.
Fast food voting.
Yeah,
and
man.
another thing, with these short skirts.
Well, what about when did we start celebrating like Vice?
Right.
What the fuck?
Oh well, celebrating, yeah, that's a good
Vice.
question. I think it's always been enjoyed.
But celebrating in the fucking streets,
it.
man. That is insane to me. Like, let's celebrate Vice. Well, we've got Pride. Why not greed and gluttony? Let's celebrate greed and gluttony.
I don't know. The 90s, maybe Obama. I mean, it was. It's a good question. It's a good question. Celebrating it. I think any Pride parade is.
Let's look at the fat people. There's just so many of them now. Is that they have to have a voice now, and you have to accept them, right? Look, you go back 100 years ago. You went to the freak show. It was a fat person who really wasn't that fat in today's standards, and the person covered their head and toe in tattoos.
We do celebrate
Both those
gluttony.
are normalized now.
Yeah, we do.
The woman with the beard was another one.
Yeah, the bearded woman was a circus freak. So was the 1,000-pound lady. But now, I mean, I just don't understand where we went. From Vice was a part of human existence to now celebrating it. Why aren't we celebrating virtues like modesty?
Right.
It doesn't. It's fucked up, man. But that's.
Do you think it goes back further than maybe the 1960s? But I think in the 60s there was certainly a tendency, a drift towards do what you feel like. Was sort of a famous saying back then.
Maybe, well, that was the boomers.
Had your cities raised. That's what I.
That was the boomers, man.
My thing.
That was the boomers. 60s.
It was, but it was pushed by the media that was the older generations at the time, and so why is that? I think is my question, and is it something that you can sort of reverse, or should you reverse it? How can you reverse it? Those are harder questions, but
because those people at the drawing board, it doesn't affect them. Those are the cloud people, so they live in lily white, gated communities, away from all the shit that they shove down everyone's throat.
I don't think that's a sufficient explanation. I think you can explain that as part of why they allow it, but to push something takes energy, and so in order to recoup the energy you spent on something, you have to get something in return. So I think it's not sufficient to say that they don't get hurt by it. I think it's necessary to say that they gain from it somehow. And that's, I think, the more nefarious and interesting part. I just have a rough theory is that, it helps sell things because people like to buy sugar and, just buy consumer goods. But it's a rare person that wants to pour their hard-earned savings into the industrial steelworks of your province, like, what you would do in a communist country. And what they do in communism is you don't have a choice. You're forced to do that. And do we want to live that way? I don't. But it obviously has some objective benefits in terms of achieving certain goals, but the bigger question I think is like, what is motivating people to push the degeneracy? Because I don't think they just do it because it doesn't hurt them. I think they benefit from it, and maybe it's the virtue signaling aspect. Maybe there's some sort of weird like signaling that I'm more evolved than you. I do think there's a commercial aspect to it, and I also think there's a subversive aspect of it, where there's maybe some certain groups that they push this, like China, for example.
Certain tribes
Openly promoting TikTok channels that are banned in China, but they allow it in America. And why do they do that? Well, it's not because they like Americans.
Right. No, I mean, if I can venture an answer to that, I mean, I would say there's kind of two parts to it. One is like you said, there's a virtue signaling aspect, and I see this with people, you know, like a CEO who is otherwise normal, you know, and seems very kind of down to earth, and then suddenly he's talking about, you know, the trans agenda, you know, in a positive light. And it's like, dude, I mean, seriously, you obviously didn't grow up believing this, right? You know, somebody gave you a script, and you're saying this.
I read a biography of Bob Iger, I'm not sure how to say it. You guys familiar with him? CEO of Disney. He had to come back actually because Disney was not doing too well, and so he had a pretty good track record, at least in the stock market, while he was there. So they brought him back, but he wrote a book after he was hired the first time. Yeah. He described his like career, and it's not that interesting of a book, frankly, but it's basically like the way he communicates and the way I've seen him do interviews. He's extremely tactful in how he communicates. And he's obviously intelligent and good corporate animal and sort of navigating the sort of politics of that stuff. And he gave an example in the book of when Roseanne made this tweet about, I think it was Valerie Jarrett looks like Planet of the Apes had a kid with something else. It was like, it was a crude, insulting joke that is pretty common on Twitter. And if you're a public figure, get over it. It happens. But she bitched and moaned and basically got Roseanne taken off the air because her Roseanne episode was, or show was back on the air. And Iger was like, you know, I always liked Roseanne, and I remember one time she even gave me like a gift once because she told me that you're the only guy in Hollywood that actually gets me and supports me. And he fired her anyway. And it was basically, the way he explained it was pretty corporate speak, lizard-like, didn't make any actual sense, but you could see the gears turning in that it was a tactical decision. Was it a strategic decision? I don't think so, but it was basically like, I want to keep my job. I don't want the stock to get hurt. I don't want this drama impacting us and wasting our time. And we'll just get somebody else on the air. It's not that big of a deal. So the benefit cost analysis was basically like, this is too much of a risk. The return is not high enough. I think that explains a lot of these corporate animals.
Absolutely.
Do they care? No. They want their job. They want to make money. That's, I think, the main motivation here.
No, I think it's very true.
Yeah.
They're risk averse, you know. They want to keep their jobs, you know, and obviously, you know, but there are others for whom this is actually like sort of a fetish, like it turns them on, and that's but that, you don't really see those in the corporate role so much. You see those are more of like the activists, the journalists pushing for these things.
They exist at companies like Google, where Google has sort of a until recently at least a sort of monopoly on what they do. And they have so much money, they can sort of fund all these pet projects. And they exist at the middle ranks, especially where there's all these women all of a sudden when you walk into a Google campus building and it's like, what are they doing? Oh, you know, we're doing anti-racism. What? I thought you were a search engine company. It exists at companies that can afford it, but they do that for, I think, similar reasons. It's like, one, I'm going to placate these people. I don't want them burning, you know, their campus down. Two, there probably is some ethnic rivalry reasons going on at that company in particular. If you look at the sort of Twitter chronology of the Google homepage and like what icons they show on holidays, they're super supportive of everything except the Christian ones. I don't think that's an accident. So that could explain some of it, but it's only possible if they can afford it, as Lamprey points out. But I think it's also like they have an additional reason to do it, and it might be some kind of ethnic thing or religious thing or maybe money. I mean, but what do you guys think about the Bud Light thing? Have you guys talked about that?
I love Scott Greer's take on that. I don't know if you guys know Scott Greer on Twitter, but he has a podcast. Yeah, he has a podcast called Highly Respected. It's pretty funny. But his whole thing is that like Republicans are so obsessed with Bud Light. I mean, if you look at sort of like the alt-light, you know, or like the new right or whatever, you know, these you know social media people.
Types.
Yeah, you know, kind of like that. They're just, or like even like Ian Miles Chong or sort of like the Dave Rubin types. They're talking about this constantly. Like they're still talking about the Bud Light thing because it's like one of the few victories they've had. It's like the only thing they can control is we can get Bud Light.
Just in terms of like truth morale, it's probably not a bad strategy.
No, it's not.
Sort of wins, right? But that's a good point.
It's fucking shitty beer anyway.
Look, I support the boycott. I think it's great, but then I think, you know, we kind of need to move on and like actually attack the things that have power. But it's boomer bait. You know, it's the Republican boomers love to say that we won this great victory against Bud Light and let them have it. You know, that's fine.
I trade financial instruments. Don't tell me. And I frequently monitor the options pricing on lots of different companies. And Bud Light, or Bud, I guess is the ticker, is consistently the most expensive put premium out there because people are afraid its stock is going to go down. And I don't think anybody cares about the weeds of the put call ratios and what's been going on in the market. But basically, everybody's been very optimistic over the past couple months. And if you see a company that is still basically an option is insurance, and if people are willing to pay insurance on a put option, that means they're worried that the company is going to do badly. And that's one of the few companies that is stuck around as like you're still getting a good return on selling an option. I thought that was interesting.
It's still up over 6% for the year, so it's down almost 10% for 3 months. Real good way of showing them. Good job. What's the market cap? 115 billion. Go get woke, go broke. Man. I'll say this is what I have to say about it. Is that for me, and I've also discussed this with Tim Kelly off air. He tends to think it's all about money, and I'm looking at this as it's not about money anymore. When's like
can
what do
it
they
be
say?
more than
When's
one
enough
thing?
money,
Maybe money.
enough money. When's enough money? I think at least the last since 2012, especially during the whole Occupy Wall Street movement, they realized, well, I think we have enough money now. Let's just enslave them, humiliate them, and make them feel like piles of shit. So you know what? Let's throw a tranny on a Bud Light can to piss off the fucking the plebs, and it's not really going to hurt our market cap all that much. We'll punt it. We'll do some financial maneuvering so we don't necessarily get affected all that much. And you know what? To hell with Budweiser. It's not even American beer anymore. It got bought out by the Dutch or something like 10, 15 years ago.
Could it have something to do with what we hear about this ESG score? Environmental.
I don't. It could be.
Yes,
I don't know if Adam wants to weigh on that. I know quite a bit about ESG scores, but
it's
I'll
a
let
big
Adam.
thing at a lot of the big funds. I don't even know what to call BlackRock and State Street. Oh, by the way, Lamprey, we had that.
Yeah, Vanguard, State Street, and Vanguard, State Street, and BlackRock.
Right. Yeah, and I just want to thank you for connecting Tom Kaczynski and us. We did a show, and we talked about this. And whatever those three companies are, looking up like what industry category, it's obviously a financial company, but they're not like a fund manager in the sense that they pick stocks. Really what they are is sort of like a parking spot for other fund managers to like put money into and then use the back office services. And then these companies do a little bit of selection as well, but then they create these like weird things like ESG scoring, and it's like one of their back office services. And so what they quote unquote offer these fund managers is, okay, we'll stamp your selection of stocks or bonds as kosher, basically.
Right.
And what that does is it sort of gives the fund company, the fund manager, the hedge fund or the mutual fund, some sort of marketing panache to then spin to the soccer mom who's managing the company's money on E-Trade. And then they look up like, okay, a filter by ESG score above 3 or whatever that means. I don't even know what the rankings are. Let's say it's 3 out of 5. So I wanted it above 3. And then they'll be able to sell to these retail investors. I don't know how much institutional investors care as much, like pension funds, but that is an example of why companies care about this thing. It's sort of an investor relations thing. Does it actually correlate with investment returns? Yes, but it's actually negative. So
interesting.
Don't invest in ESG.
Yeah, and there's been a huge backlash.
Why the push though?
Just in the last year, right?
If it's a loss, why the push?
Wall Street's trying to make money. They're always trying to sell you a new thing. I mean, back in the 80s, before 1987 or whatever it was, and the market crashed, they had this thing called portfolio insurance. It's like, okay, we're going to sell you insurance in case your portfolio drops. And how did that insurance work? Well, basically, the company that was selling insurance would like start selling other things to pay for the down draw in your portfolio. What does that do if everybody does it? It causes everything to drop. So they had to come up with something else, and it's mutual funds, then it's ETFs. They're always coming up with new things to get your attention. It's marketing. It's just simple marketing.
Okay.
I mean, that's how I see it. Please, give your take, but I think it's just Wall Street trying to say something.
I just want to say one thing in reaction is that like there was a lot of media attention, like right-wing media attention on the ESG thing in recent years, and I believe in the last year there's been a major backlash against it and I think primarily because those funds are not performing. And so now companies are afraid they're sort of changing the terminology that they use in their press releases and such. Like some companies are not allowed to say like zero carbon or net zero anymore because it's like, ooh, well, we're not actually. Well, first of all, it's like we're lying, right?
What does that even mean, zero carbon?
Well, but that's why they've stopped using it.
Has no meaning.
Nothing. it's like they're tying themselves to this commitment, like to never emit carbon, which is absurd, right? It just makes no
Well,
sense.
I think they might say something like carbon neutral, where
Yeah.
I mean, to emit no carbon is basically. Well,
But isn't it
here's
zero?
a handgun. Go take care of yourself. That's impossible. Like, are you breathing? Yes,
Right.
you're
Our employees aren't
emitting
allowed to
carbon.
breathe.
But the concept of carbon neutral is okay. We have a trucking fleet. Okay, so we're going to be running diesel trucks, all over the country. But we're gonna, and this exists, and actually a lot of it is fraudulent because Chinese people are very. I don't know, mercantilist, tricky people, but they will sell you in China a plot of quote unquote land where they plant trees for you. So the trees will grow and then suck the carbon out of the atmosphere and then reduce the positive carbon back to zero because the trees are negative. That's I think what it is.
It's like offsetting.
But the language they use is zero. They use the language as zero.
No,
That's the
not anymore.
buzzword.
That's not anymore.
A lot of things are not accurate when it's sold, right?
Right.
I think that's the concept here.
I don't know.
It's being regulated now. Like in Europe, companies can get sued for saying zero carbon if they're not actually doing, or not sued, but they'll be investigated by the European regulators because they're very strict about it. That's what I'm trying to say. Like a lot has changed in the last year. Companies are starting to back down on that. And I really think there's a public backlash against this too. I mean, this whole idea that like you will live in the pod and eat the bugs. I mean, people really don't want that. And in America, it's just a non-starter. And I think what's really the
you don't like trannies either. They're still gonna shove it down your fucking throat.
But I've seen a lot less of the bug eating propaganda over the last 6 months.
Net zero. That's the word. That's the buzzword.
Net zero.
So the public pushes back.
Thank you, Brent.
All right, they're like, okay, maybe you're not gonna eat the bug, but you can have a soy burger. All right.
But even that, I feel like there was a huge push during COVID in 2020, 2021. I could be completely off on this, but I'm not
I
seeing.
agree with you. I think there was a lot of trial balloons floated. The old political concept of like a politician will leak a anonymous tip to a journalist that will then publish something. An unnamed congressman is considering a bill, and then they let the sort of public react to that anonymous article,
right?
And then they'll sort of use that as marketing research to find out if that was a viable political strategy. And I think they were doing that during COVID, where they're putting all these ideas out there. I mean, why not? I mean, it's sort of like, don't let a crisis go to waste. Everybody's trying to shoehorn in their crazy idea when everybody's not sure what the hell's going on. And I think a lot of those things were trial balloons. And maybe some companies got funded, but actually, I follow this stuff. A lot of those companies have been plunging. I mean, I think there's like Beyond Meats is like another one of these stocks that like was supposed to give you like vegetable hamburger, and like nobody liked it, and so
I thought it was lab grown. Isn't that the thing? They grow it in a fucking lab.
I'm not interested, but yeah, I mean, it could be something like that. Yeah, I think Bill Gates was pushing it too.
Yeah,
it was, like Possible Burger or something like that.
Yeah, you're right. It's a lot of this stuff that it has very little, like net zero has very little meaning, and it's unachievable. Like realistically, it's unachievable.
All right,
Impossible Burgers. Who's gonna fucking eat that shit?
Okay, but let's go back to Cass Sunstein. I'm sure Adam's familiar with Cass Sunstein's work, right, Adam?
From Obama, I think he was
coined the nudge theory.
Yeah.
Right. So if you know any of his works, I've read one of his books. I've listened to his lectures. Guy's a full-blown psychopath, 100%.
And good for you, by the way, for reading his work, because I think a lot of people on whatever political persuasion, because they're maybe very committed to their ideology, they don't think understanding the other side is beneficial, and I completely disagree. It's uncomfortable to maybe try to like give them, devil's advocate or airtime in your own head, but you understand more about your enemy at the very least if this is how you see it. And who said that? It was McNamara after he lost the Vietnam War. It's basically like, we probably should have thought a little bit harder about what the Vietnamese were thinking when we were fighting them.
Yeah, I know Westmoreland's autobiography. I haven't read it yet, but I'm pretty excited about reading what he had to say, being at the helm of the Vietnam War, especially when it was really dicey when under his command and his leadership. But I've read Cass Sunstein's work, and I think it's important for people, especially in this side of the Great Divide, to understand what it is they're trying to promote. Eat the bug. Well, what does he mean?
Well, I read Schwab's book. I read Klaus Schwab's book.
Yeah, that's right. You did read Schwab's book. I haven't read it. Friend Tom read it, and he actually read chapters out of it on one of his podcasts. Mind-blowing stuff with it, what Schwab had to say. So I read Cass Sunstein's book. It's pretty dated now. I think he wrote it when he was the communications czar under Obama. But basically, he's like, just limit people's choices. Okay, so we're gonna make sure Ford and GM are not gonna make gas-powered motor vehicles anymore. Yeah, well, the public don't like electric cars. I was talking to some car dealership owners actually this past week. And they said that it's it's kind of burned out. People really don't like electric cars.
For good reason.
Yeah, but the thing is, okay, but Ford, you know what? Ford's not going to make it. Cadillac's not going to make them anymore. Now what are you going to do? All right, you know what? We're going to make beef super expensive. Oh, now that Beyond Burger is looking better and better. So you're just limiting people's choices.
Yeah.
And that's, I think, what the ESG is really the crux of ESG is about, is just limiting people's options and kind of backdooring consumerism by, well, you know, we're just going to make things unattainable for the average layman.
Right.
I think there's some truth to that. Yeah, I think one mistake people make, especially on the internet, if they haven't worked or interacted with people that they're talking about, is that they assume that there's like one explanation. And I'm not saying you guys are doing that, but I think your case for a strategy to nudge people into a certain policy framework is certainly the case. I mean, if anybody's ever been to Washington, D.C. or any government capital, you'll notice there's a lot of people running around very frantically trying to get other people's attention to try to get some legislation passed. And they have an agenda. You know, similarly, there's business groups that want to make money. Similarly, there's people who are not involved in any of that just want to go about their lives. We all have interests, and we're all sort of meeting on the battlefield, and there's different strategies and objectives, and it's complicated, and that's just life. But I think there's a tendency for people to want to simplify it to like, oh, you know, it's the Masonic conspiracy to do. Yeah, maybe that's part of it, but it's never one thing.
No,
that's just all I wanted to say.
Well, all right, I'll agree with you on that. But after just my stupid, exhaustive research when it comes to smart growth policy and Agenda 21, not to hawk on the whole real estate thing, yeah, I think it can be. It's kind of like a trickle down, and it's kind of into these infinite components that are generally undetected. And for people to really sit down and do the research and see what's going on, look underneath the hood, you'll realize that shit, man, it is just a handful of people pushing certain policies and doling out cash to all these little infinite components to push forth some type of nefarious agenda. I mean, Agenda 21 is in fact real.
Yep,
You call it Agenda 2030. But hey, I was railing about this over 10 years ago. I was trying to point this out to so many different people. I go, look what they're going to do to your downtown in another 10 years. Oh, that's crazy. That can never happen. That's communism. And then overnight during COVID, you emptied out the cities. You know, whatever. You had people just trying to escape the city centers for one reason or another. And then all these little micro apartments popped up. Oh, look, they built them right next to train stations. What a coincidence. Who called? You know, I'm not patting myself on the shoulder about it, but housing prices didn't come down. How the inventory is abysmal, and you're flooding the country full of fucking, you know, people that can't even wipe their own fucking ass.
Well, you, Adam, you mentioned agenda. You mentioned people running around getting attention because they have an agenda. But what happens when the agenda is to promote vice? You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think there's necessarily something wrong
What
with
happens?
that.
I mean, I think we're living it.
Yeah, we're living it. Exactly.
Question,
exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess the question is a little bit more rhetorical because we all see it. We witness it every day.
Yeah. I don't think we have to imagine much.
Yeah. But that's really what's happening is yeah, I agree with you. Our elected representatives, quote unquote elected, I guess. They're not governing. They're not governing based on an agenda that inspires virtue, right? And in other words, they're not governing based on principles or morals or ideals. They're governing based on a simple agenda. This needs to be accomplished one way or another. And that's exactly what we're seeing. So you can call it a conspiracy, I guess, if you want, but I mean...
Oh, no. I'm not dismissing that at all. I think that's completely valid observation. I'm just sort of trying to... all I was saying was I don't think there is a singular unifying force that explains everything. I think it is sort of like, you know, the stock market. There's a bunch of buyers, there's a bunch of sellers, and eventually the market will clear at whatever the price it clears at. And if there's a trend that's going in a direction, there's probably forces at work that are making that trend go that way. But there's a hell of a lot of disagreement along the way. And I don't know if I could shorten that down anymore, but I'm not dismissing what you're saying, that there's a trend, that there's patterns. Of course there are.
But I agree with you, though. There's not one overarching theory that can explain it all. I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, you know, the pendulum keeps moving. You know, it's like look, in another 5 or 10 years, the agenda may change. Like, you know, this is a stupid idea with the training LGBT stuff. Let's think of something different.
Fuck, the Muslims figured that out a long time ago, man.
Right? I mean, yeah, 20 years ago it was hating fucking, you know, some sheep herder in rural Pakistan. Right? Yep. Today it's a tranny on a beer can. Like it always changes.
But what's the underlying thread?
Unwritten, no doubt.
The underlying thread, in my opinion,
Trans on a can.
Yeah, the underlying thread, in my opinion, between hating the sheep herder and the tranny movement today, is it divides people.
Yes.
It keeps
and also distracts them.
Yes.
From noticing there's a certain group or cabal that might be leading the actual direction of things. And that cabal is smart, and they don't want people noticing that they're doing these things. And maybe I'm sounding like a conspiracy theorist and simplifying things, but
Everyone
in
is.
that regard, I think there's, the CIA, Colby or one of the other guys in sort of letter C, director, he said in the 80s that if we accomplish our goals, no one will know the difference between truth and falsehood anymore.
Exactly.
And what he was referring to was basically the practice of disinformation, of co-opting journalists and tastemakers. Moby, for example, actually said that the CIA actually tried to get him to dissuade people from voting for Trump. They do this all the time. Any intelligence agency that is worth its salt will do this to try to move the population in an indirect way towards its goals. And it's just how you kind of do propaganda. You make people think they're making their own decisions on their own, and it's better if you can make them think that, for sure, because then they won't attack you. It's just a pattern. And the more confused people are, the easier they are to manipulate, because they can't be discerning then. It's like, well, I don't know.
They can't think critically.
A man or a woman anymore. So I'll just listen to authority, and that's what most people defer to.
Yeah, authority and consensus.
Well, listen, before we wrap up tonight, I do want to talk a little bit about France. I don't know too much about what has gone over there. Wanted to punt that out to you guys, and I have a photo and some interesting artwork.
Are the French striking and not working again?
Well, I know France always riots, right? But Adam, you may know a little bit more about it, and I do want to share the mural underneath the Eiffel Tower and the individual who made the mural. So
let me share let me share the article on the screen.
There were some big riots, though. Maybe that's what you're talking about. I did see something.
Oh yeah, the race riots. Basically, a French youth, quote unquote, of North African origins,
a scholar,
killed a scholar, a future, he didn't do nothing.
Algerian scholar.
Yeah, I think he was Algerian background. I'm not sure, but he was killed by cops. So they had their sort of George Floyd moment. Followed by days and days and ongoing, I think now for 2 or 3 weeks of just violent riots.
Yeah.
And they're trying to make it out. The liberals and the milquetoast conservatives are trying to claim that this is this is just what the French do. They're always, going on strike and stuff. It's like, no, these are race riots.
So I have the article up there, Lamprey. Here it is, the first mural ever painted beneath the Eiffel Tower. The 500 square meter endless sleep painting sits directly underneath the iconic landmark. The first mural ever painted underneath the Eiffel Tower has been completed. An American artist, Cleon Peterson, lived to tell the tale. His endless sleep floor painting resides in the 500 square meter area in between the tower's 4-column foundation. He led a crew of 10 painters through a total of 300 hours of work, laying down an estimated 53 gallons of paint. No surprise, it's the largest mural Peterson has ever painted. Now, unfortunately, the article is not bringing up the actual picture of the mural, but I did save those pictures you sent me of that artist, and I can show those.
Well, can you pull up that you don't have a picture of the mural?
I could pull one up.
Well, it's basically a black man, kissing a white woman, more or less. It's kind of yin and yang, kind of got a yin and yang feel to it. But the artist, it's a nice mural of, kind of trying to the blackening of Europe, as they say. Great book, also, by the way, for our listeners out there.
Mm-hmm.
If you actually dive into some of his artwork, not very nice, not good.
Yeah, I'm showing some of it right
why don't you show the listeners some of the graphic artwork of this painter?
Yeah, I'm showing it right now, and I'm reloading that page to see if the damn image comes up, but for some reason it won't show the actual mural. But it is along the lines of what I'm showing, the same style, and it's a lot of it looks like almost cannibalistic.
Violence on white people, more or less.
Yeah.
While you're pulling that up, I saw a statistic that showed the immigrant populations of the United States and major European countries. And I don't know, I'm curious, do you guys have a guess as to what percentage of the population is from another country in these places?
In Europe right now?
Yeah, it depends on the country.
But okay, I'm 20%.
It's 18% in Germany, so that was the closest to your estimate.
Yeah,
in France, I think it's about 15, similar in Britain, and I think Italy's maybe 12%. In the United States, by comparison, I think it's, about 15%.
Eastern
I'm a
Europe,
Yankee Doodle dandy.
So I wasn't.
I'm a
Eastern
Yankee
Europe
Doodle
not
boy.
mentioned.
So I wasn't too far off. So
No.
the average would be around 60%.
And in the big cities, I'm sure it's. I mean, like London. I mean, it's not even white anymore. So
Right.
it depends on where you are. Paris, North African contingent is quite strong, or large. Let's put it that way.
Well, here's the thing is the kind of the point Lamprey was making by sending me those images as well as the article was this. Let me move that over here. This Instagram post by the artist. Let me just share the screen for that one. Give me a second here. Cleon Peterson. I'm extremely proud to have the opportunity to work with Arian and Benjamin de Rothschild and the great Jitan team on his monumental project. The project is curated by the Palais de Tokyo's Jean de Luisi and Hugo Vitrani of the Lascaux Project. Here are the first images of the Maxi Edmund de Rothschild, a new generation. What do you call those boats? Trimaran?
That's a catamaran.
Catamaran. At the very forefront of innovation, the boat is built specifically for single-handed round-the-world races. So he's been commissioned by the de Rothschild.
But also the painting of the boat is the mural and his artwork on it.
Yes, his mural and artwork is on it. Yeah.
Right, of black man killing white dude.
Yes.
And raping white women too. Let's not. If you guys can look up his artwork, that's basically the crux of his portfolio is basically white women getting raped, white men getting killed, and black people in power. And that's who painted the mural underneath.
What is the reaction to that from people? I don't know.
I don't know.
Comments.
7,950 likes on his Instagram post.
Lovely.
He's not well known. I don't think many people know who this is. Nobody. I've never heard of the guy.
No.
And he's not even French. On top of it
No,
all,
he's American. I wonder if he's from a certain tribe. You never know.
Well, the Rothschilds are.
The Rothschilds are. Yes, they are. But imagine the Rothschilds hiring you.
That's the point.
Yeah, exactly. Like
that's the point.
You don't just get a fucking phone call from the Rothschilds.
Oh, Rothschild, calls this guy. I love your artwork of, decapitating white males. Would you be interested in painting the first mural and largest mural in Paris underneath the Eiffel Tower?
That's exactly what happened.
Well, I thought it was kind of telling. There's no there. It's all an illusion. Anyway.
Pay no attention.
Well, listen, it's coming up on 2 hours.
Okay.
I don't want to keep you guys on for too long. Want to thank Expat and Adam for joining. Any thoughts before we call it a night, guys?
Well, since the ostensible topic was male suicide.
Yeah, we never touched it. We never touched it.
It's not a fun topic, obviously, but do we have any constructive solutions? Not a solution, but any constructive words to say about anybody maybe facing that problem?
Well,
yeah, I got some. So male privilege, death in battle, men 97.7%, women 2.3%. Homelessness 62% male, 38% women. Suicide 77.9% male, women 22.1%. Homicide 77.4% men, women 22.6%. Workplace deaths, men 93%, women 7%. University graduates, men 40%, women 60%. Winners of custody, men 17.8%, women 82.2%. 30% of households have no father involvement, according to the U.S. Department of Justice. Children from fathers' homes account for suicide death. Oh, so these for single-parent homes. Suicide, 63% of youth homes come from single-parent homes. Runaways, 90% of all homeless runaways are men from single-family homes. Behavioral disorders, 85% of all children that exhibit high school dropouts from fatherless homes, 71%. Juvenile detention rate, 70%. Substance abuse, again, this is single-family homes. Obviously, with mothers, going back to that statistic I read earlier. Substance abuse, 75%. Aggravated rape, 75%. And 85% of the prison youth population comes from single-family homes. And that was that for a nice black pill before the night's over.
Well, and the thing, what you mentioned, Adam, about not a solution, but I would also like to kind of chime in on it because, as you said, it's a subject nobody wants to fucking talk about.
No.
And as we were kind of having our conversations and talking what we were talking about, I kept thinking to myself, how come we're not talking about the men killing themselves? Because I had a good friend kill himself, and I'm sure a lot of people know someone that has either killed themselves or through a friend or family member of a man who has killed himself. And I remember when I started doing mgt0w content way back in like 2011 when I was still in Indonesia, and then coming back to Canada and having Lamprey join up with me and doing it, I've had several men contact me directly and tell me, "You saved my life."
Good for you. Good for you.
Yes, because we offered a space for men to come and talk.
Yes.
And be able to express themselves. One of the rules we have here since both Lamprey and I started working together was that there's no women allowed in these chats. And if they try to get in, we kick them the fuck out. But
your expat laughing.
Well, like if you identify them as
obviously
woman spotted.
Yeah, if we identify them, they're out. They're out.
But I want to make a point that I do have a future show title coined by expat called "Women in Birthing People First."
Yeah. but in regards to the suicide, all of those statistics that Lamprey rattled off there, very real statistics, and they're
That's
important.
From the government too. That's from your beloved government.
Yeah, and it's they all lead to the ultimate end, which is the ending of a person's life by their own hand. All of that accumulates into that, and again, that goes back down to the falling down. I don't want to spoil the ending because a lot of people I've noticed in the chats haven't seen it yet, but it's related to this.
It's a great movie.
Yeah,
it's really good.
It's very, very good.
Suicide's for pussies.
Well, that's the thing. How
I wanted to hear first of all. When these guys wrote to you, because we could sort of say like, don't be a wimp, but you have to handle a lot of these cases very carefully because if their emotions are going in the wrong direction, they might do it. And so, was there anything that you said to them or gleaned from what they told you that helped them? Because I think we need to know what helps people, right?
Right. The biggest thing was a space for them to express themselves, a community.
Okay.
They didn't.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yes, that was the biggest thing is a community, a space for them to express themselves. Again, not feeling lonely, right? Not feeling like the world is on, the entire world is on their shoulders. It gives them some relief, and they can kind of break free from that feeling of despair. So that's what I've experienced, and I think it's really important because there's a lot of men that are walking around in the world today. They're zombies, not because they're on fentanyl, but because the world's beat the shit out of them.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nowhere for them to turn to.
And telling you're disposable, telling you're not needed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so weird. Again, I was listening to the Surgeon General talk about the state of the modern man, and it's like, why am I listening to a guy who will shoot me in the foot and then say, "Oh, here's a Band-Aid, it's okay." Meanwhile, there's so much propaganda to just say you're not wanted, you're not needed. It can really wear a person's psyche down 100%, no doubt.
Yeah, and we do live in a very gynocentric culture, where, for example, and I believe this might have been a statistic that Lamprey had rattled off earlier, is that there are thousands of shelters for women that have suffered abuse at the hands of their spouse, but none for men. I think there's one in the United States right now.
No shit.
Okay. And so if you are a man and you're in a marriage or a relationship and you are experiencing abuse, you have nowhere to go. And in fact, people won't even take you seriously. And that's a state of our society that we accept, that's pushed through by our governments. And very little money or help is put towards men that have to go through that kind of thing. And it's crazy. And a lot of my understanding of it came after I went through my divorce, and I had to deal with a woman who was trying to take my kid away from me, and the pain of that. And again, this is just I'm just talking about men in marriages, but a lot of younger men are starting to really feel alone or lonely in the world because, again, very, very gynocentric. If you are, we did mention this, I believe, in the last stream, but justice is not blind at all when it comes to gender. Because statistically, if you're a woman and you commit the exact same crime under the exact same circumstances, you will get less time, or maybe even not convicted, compared to men. Right? So it's knee-jerk for most people to kind of just say, well, you're a man, suck it up, deal with it. And that's the very reason why we're seeing so much of this falling down effect, is because there's very little support socially for men in the Western, especially in the Western world. I think all over the world you'll find that. So it's important to address it, and unfortunately, nobody wants to talk about it. So I'm just glad that we have a pretty good community here of people that we talk to regularly, and it gives people an outlet. Gives men an outlet. Like no fucking women. Fuck that. Like the same with our Telegram group. There's no women allowed there. Like that's for men only. So
I think I understand why you do that, but I've heard you say that on a few of your shows, and I'm curious what is the rationale for that?
For what? No women?
Yes.
What's the rationale for women-only gyms?
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just asking you why
exactly.
you want
For
that.
exactly because it's a men's space. There is no men's spaces.
Right. You have to have a male space.
I just told you that if you're an abused man, if you're a man and you're being abused by your spouse, you can go nowhere. There is no male spaces, man. They don't like male spaces.
That's kind of brings things full circle, because like you think of like certain organizations where it was men only, they don't necessarily exist anymore.
No, they do not.
Knights of Columbus was another one that they finally just started letting women in. Like,
the
what the hell is
fucking
this about?
Boy Scouts, man.
No, I think you guys are getting me wrong here. I'm not trying to attack the idea. I just wanted to hear it articulated for people who might maybe be more resistant to it, so they can understand what you're.
Well, here's a good example, Adam. The Boy Scouts now accept women. Like what the fuck?
I used to be one.
Yes. What the fuck? I used to say.
You used to be a Boy Scout.
You know who didn't like that?
Well, I used to say.
Wait, let Adam finish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
On, Adam.
No. So the funniest thing about that is people who didn't, more than the Boy Scouts, people who didn't like the Boy Scouts becoming co-ed was the Girl Scouts.
Right.
Because they're like, well, what about us?
Exactly.
So again, it's a woman's issue.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter what the thing.
Well, I used to say, we used to joke about it, Lamprey and I, years ago when we were doing our podcasts here. We would say, MGTOW, people would always want to define what MGTOW is, and I used to say, well, MGTOW, it's like the Boy Scouts, but without all the girls.
Without all the girls in it.
Yeah.
Well, we had our one homosexual friend of ours, I hope he's listening in, Double Stuff.
Yeah, Double G.
Double G. And we had probably our spiciest conversation. We had to take it down when he came on, and he was making a point. Well, how the L get in front of the GPT?
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, homosexual men are allowed. Homosexual men are allowed to be in this chat. The only people that are not allowed in this chat are women and trannies. That's it.
Not pedophiles.
Well, I suppose pedophiles too, but women.
We set the bar pretty low. I mean, come on. I mean, is that really asking all that much? Everyone else can come in. All races, all ethnic groups are allowed to join. Even if you're a curry cell, you can enjoy this live stream.
Yeah, because homosexual men are still men, right?
That's
They're still fucking men. But so I don't mind if they're in.
Fred Eats well.
Fred Eats welcome. Bobs and jeans are allowed.
Even Jews can come in. I don't
Jews
care.
are more than we have quite a few Jews in the chat.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. But not female Jews.
No female.
No.
Can't be female.
No.
No women policy.
Yeah,
it's a He-Man's Woman Haters Club. But certainly, Adam really wants some more of a concrete reason why women aren't allowed. And from my own personal take, is that if you start having these type of conversations with women, they tend to freak out.
No, they can't.
They just cannot. I've never met a woman who can handle these type of conversations. I really can't. I've never in my
Is it
life.
also that women give bad advice? I mean, this is not my policy, so I'm kind of asking you guys, but it's like women give really bad advice to men. That's actually counterproductive.
You're looking in the wrong place.
And they also give terrible advice to other women. I mean, I just saw a tweet. Like this guy tried to persuade his female friend not to cut her hair short, so she did it anyway, and then posted it on Facebook or whatever, and got like 50 likes. Or 150 likes, and he's like, all right, so do me a favor and count how many of those likes were from other women, and it was 148. Right, so right, I thought that was so fascinating, right? So women give terrible advice to other women to undermine them.
Yes, 100%.
And they give terrible advice to men because they want to control and manipulate them, and because they just don't understand them. I mean.
So I agree with I don't know what percentage, but let's just say I more agree than disagree with you, expat. I will say I do consult a select number of women in my life for, let's just say, amusement purposes or validation purposes, but there have been a few times where they've given me some good insights, because a lot of my questions are mainly about other women and trying to understand why they did what they did, and they usually have a pretty good insight into what's going on, at least compared to me. Now, take it with a grain of salt or a bucket of salt, whatever amount you want to take, but I would not discount it completely. I've also had good advice from older women who are postmenopausal, who have had children, who actually understand how families work. They can explain things pretty well. They understand also men from an older perspective, older generation perspective. I think is valuable. And then there are a select number of women who are domain level experts at whatever they're doing in their job that might have something to say. But on average, yes, it's fraught with problems.
I would say if it's
I totally agree.
A woman that generally cares about you. I mean, like
Absolutely.
I think like my ex-girlfriend, like she'll like see me slowly start getting pissed drunk, and she'll just take the fucking beer can away from me. That's it. You cut off. I'm like, well, why? Because you're making a sloppy mess of yourself, or just the general mirroring of your partner, because it's a reflection on her, it's a reflection on you. As I say, you are who you sleep with. So again, women that tend to care about you will be a little bit more empathetic and give you words of wisdom versus someone that you met at a bar or in passing.
Well,
that's just me.
I agree. I mean, you can meet women that can give decent advice, or you can have a conversation with them. Absolutely, but this is not their space. They can go make their own stream.
Race riots with a woman.
There's a place for that, and then there's another place for this.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's important. Yeah.
That's exactly the whole point.
100%.
And there's
Can you discuss why did Hitler pull out tanks at Normandy? Now you can't have that discussion with a woman who majored in horseshit from Brown University. Have a discussion what happened on the Eastern Front.
One of the funniest
Moscow. No, you can't have that.
One of the funniest things I've ever done in my life was try to play a tabletop war game with women. and mind you, I was commanding because they didn't understand how the game worked, but I was supposed to explain it to them. I was playing multiple players simultaneously, so they wouldn't have so much to worry about, and it was still too much for them. So it was wait, I don't understand why did this country, why is this on this board? The geography, the technology just didn't make any sense, and it was hilarious. And I appreciate the women actually for giving me the grace to even attempt that with them, because I kind of knew it was probably not going to work, but I was foolishly optimistic that this might be fun.
Yeah, I want to be clear, and I totally agree. I was stating the case in a very extreme form, but yeah, of course you can talk to women, you can get advice from women. A lot of women are very intelligent.
Yep.
I don't mean to discount that, and I think it's a mark of maturity that you can have conversations with many different kinds of people, including women, and get something from that.
Yeah, they're different, right? You have to understand them. It's harder.
It's like talking to people from a different culture or something,
Exactly.
And also my experience at work is that I've had really great female colleagues. And even bosses occasionally. My current boss is female, and she's fantastic. And a lot of the guys that I work with, they're just muppets. They're just idiots. And it's all right. Well,
the other thing I've noticed too, I don't know if you guys really follow kind of the modern day manosphere now, but you have to remember I was doing this stuff back in 2011, and it was a different scene back then, and the internet was also a lot.
That was when it was pretty kind of hip, for lack of a better phrase, right? I mean, that's when YouTube was sort of starting to get rolling. Where was your first interaction with it? For me, it was Stefan Molyneux, but Lamprey went in there. But how did you get into it? Was it forums? I remember, what's his face, Rollo Tomassi, saying he was on some forum I'd never heard of, but that's where he got into it. How did you get into it back then?
Well, I got interested into it like a lot of guys do at the age I was going through a divorce. And then and you just kind of get slapped in the face and you're like, what the fuck is happening? And then I just went on YouTube and I started finding people talking about that stuff, and I could relate. And I was like, okay, I was very fortunate that I had that outlet that I could, at that time on YouTube, you could find these channels of different people talking about these issues, talking about the relationships between men and women, talking about how, society's views on men and women in different parts of the world, and how it affects a man on an individual level. So that's how I got into it. And it was YouTube, and there was a lot of good content at the time. So it was a different time though, because now when you look at, I guess I call it manosphere content, a lot of the popular stuff now, and you'll see clips of it on TikTok and other social media platforms.
Yeah, who's that girl that Little Chips or something like that? She's a redhead, and she talks basically like MGTOW guys have been talking for years.
Yes.
Have you seen her?
Pearl. Her name is Pearl.
Pearl, yeah, whatever, something in pearls, yeah.
Yeah. And she gets a lot of hate for it. But again, that's somebody
I don't know. She seems to get a lot of accolades.
That's true.
In my cynical take.
Yeah, she gets a lot of hate from women. She does get a lot of hate from women.
There you go.
But and she does get accolades, and a lot of men might respect her for her opinions. But she's just repeating the shit we've been talking about for over a decade.
Yeah.
And I think I'm trying to.
I mean, let's be honest, and this is no insult to her, by the way, but the only notable aspect of her is that she's a woman.
Yes, that's it.
But she's saying the same things we've been all
Exactly.
talking about for decades. It's nothing new.
No, nothing
Right.
new. Exactly. Actually, King of all MGTOW mentioned Barbarossa. He was one of the guys. Was one of the first MGTOW guys that I started listening to. And I've had conversations with him back in the day, great conversations. But now, like we've just brought up, was a woman now speaking MGTOW stuff. And the only difference being a woman. What I've noticed in the manosphere and men trying to talk to men is they're inviting women onto these podcasts.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Like crews of women and trying to school them in male and female behavior. That's something that we never did in the past.
Fit and fresh.
Yeah, there's all sorts of them out there now.
Yeah, I've seen clips of that.
Yeah.
It's who watches
like eight,
that?
like
I don't know.
Miami.
Like, it's not interesting to me.
I don't know, but we never did that. Like I'm watching these guys bringing these women on, having these conversations with them, and I'm telling you, it's like I just shake my head and go.
It's like a clickbait thing.
Yeah.
It's not really an actual discourse because you're just like arguing with people over inane nonsense, and it's like, what's the point? It's just like kind of watching a boxing match, basically.
Yeah.
But is there anything being learned? I mean,
Or you get a lot of these women that start talking about the despair of the modern man, and it's in this empathetic. I feel so bad for guys. You guys have it so bad. Blah, blah, blah. It's like that's really not helping. You're so right. Please tell us more. Make us feel better. Like I see a lot of women like that talking about incels or whatever, and it's like this form of compassion, and she got a little cleavage hanging out, and here's my Patreon.
Well, that's the thing. These podcasts with these men that they invite a whole row of women, like a half a dozen, maybe 8 women, and they're all dressed like fucking thoughts.
Right.
They're all
fucking. It's clickbait.
Yeah, their tits are hanging out. They're made up.
They're just trying to get clicks. I mean,
and I listen to these conversations, and every time, I just listen to clips. Like I'll see clips, right? I would never sit through a whole fucking podcast of that. And even these clips, I'm just like,
your IQ points go back.
Yes.
One of these episodes.
I'm at the point like every time I see like one of these like Twitch streamers or again any woman that's like on social media, I'm like, oh, does she do porn? Does she do porn? Question mark.
Yeah, probably. But the thing is I would, if I was ever on a panel like that, I would literally walk out in the first 5 minutes. These women are fucking intolerable. Like, why would you want to have a conversation with them?
Yeah, I don't know where these are being filmed, but it's just like the vibe of it. It seems like it's like Miami or something. Everybody's like wearing a tank top, and everybody's like.
It's funny you mentioned that, Adam. I've noticed that.
There's a lot of this Miami crap, and it's like this is Miami. I've been to Miami once, and it was enough.
Miami, along with LA, is basically the capital of like Instagram and TikTok, or Instagram and OnlyFans. I mean, like the percentage of women that are doing. Central. Yeah, it's Dot Central. I mean, that's just kind of the way it is.
These are women that I wouldn't want to have a conversation with.
Well, to be frank with you, I wouldn't want to have a conversation with most of these guys.
Well, yeah, exactly.
I mean, they're pretty vapid people.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like I don't know, it's just this YouTuber kind of thing where people are trying to build a content platform, and this is one of the topics. And it's better than nothing, I guess, but it's not very. I don't know, like what differentiates you guys from them, I think, is that you guys were speaking in hushed tones about this stuff because it wasn't mainstream, and you were actually discovering things that were somewhat original and novel, and having serious discussions about these things with other obviously curious people. And I think what's different about these guys is, it's like, hey, we got this thing, and by the way, our merch is like, the link is in the description, and I'm wearing the hat right now, and it's like, dude, what the this is cheesy.
Right, they've taken something that's already old news, and they're trying to commercialize it, and I mean, it's like all these women on the alt right, they sort of jumped on the e-thoughts or the e-girls, the Brittany Pettibone and Lauren Southern. I mean, Lauren Southern made a documentary, I guess.
Yeah,
kudos to her. But it's all part of this attention economy. They just want attention. They're rehashing points that dudes have made, much better than they did, 20 years ago.
Yeah,
and it's because they're hot. I mean, that's it. Men like to look at hot women and pretty women. That's.
And we got no more with anything you've said, but I have met one of these particular people you were referring to, and she was very nice. But I'm not going to say who. And it was you're not wrong, but they're not necessarily bad people in person. But yes, I know what you're talking about.
Of course.
I don't mean to suggest that they're bad people or whatever. It's just like I listen to. I have no desire to listen to anything they say. It's just not. I mean, to me, it's not. It's not.
You're not going to learn much.
Yeah.
What it is, it's like, look, I'm open to what the role for women is in this type of thing, because obviously we have to understand, it's part of human civilization, right? But my sort of shorthand intuitive explanation without any further like analysis is that I think these women are for other women, and that they can kind of help them sort of grapple with these issues. It's not so much that they're going to like lead the men to salvation. I think it's perhaps more for other women.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, you know, you can get good advice from women. You can have friends that or acquaintances that are women that you can speak to and have good conversation with. But this space here is not for them. Period. They can go find their own spaces. And if you want to talk to them, you can talk to them somewhere else. But
this show would suck if we
I know,
women
it
do
would,
it.
it would be fucking horrible. But Adam, by the way, there was a side effect though to that anti-woman kind of rule. And because once you know, me and Lamprey really hit our stride, and we were doing all sorts. You know, our topics didn't always center around MGTOW, obviously. And
the war in Syria.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we
do a tangent on that for 3 hours.
Exactly. So, you know, our content became a lot more diverse. Once Lamprey joined me, our content became a lot more diverse. I enjoyed it, but I kept that rule, right? No women. But we had great interviews with people like what was his name? E. Michael Jones.
Devlin.
Yeah, we had E. Michael Jones on, and we had I had Sam Garens, who is a British guy living in Russia, who made the greatest English translation of the Quran I've ever read. I had him on, and the thing is, it's like they bring their own audience, right? We even had Flat Earth on here a couple times, and
did they convince you?
No, they didn't need to convince me. I'd already looked into it, but I brought them in just as I'd already researched it myself. Like, but we brought them in just as diversity of content, right? And they bring their own audience with them, right? So we've got all these viewers coming in that don't know our rules, and it was incredible to watch because I love my moderators, right? That have the wrenches, because I've told them many times, you see a woman, you know it's a woman, ban her immediately, right?
Wow.
And so we had, obviously, during these interviews, they bring their own audience, and women come in innocently like, oh, it's Sam Garens, he's talking about the Quran. Oh, I have a question, and then boom, she's gone.
What the hell just happened?
Yeah, they're just like, what happened?
I hope your guest was debriefed or briefed on this at some point.
We never.
They'll live. They'll fucking live.
Yeah, they'll figure it out.
They'll figure it out.
That's funny.
but that is one side effect of it. If we,
just out of just the curiosity, because me and Adam were talking about what's his face, Andrew Tate. And
I was hesitant to bring that up because my audience really got mad at me about that.
I saw that. It was crazy. I wanted to hear one of your expats' take and Iam's take on Andrew Tate and what you guys have to say about him. Because me and Iam never really we kind of discussed it in passing, but never really.
Well, like a year or 2 years ago, I remember actually Iam bringing it up on a show. I have actually listened to your archives, and it was interesting because I'd actually heard of him before that from another Canadian guy by the name of Richard Cooper, who had him on his show, and he's a Manosphere guy. But yeah, go ahead.
I'm curious.
This has been.
I'm curious about what. So you had a conversation about Andrew Tate and it didn't go well. I want to hear about that.
Well, no, our conversation was fine, but my audience and look, I don't know a lot of these guys because I have a very, very cordial relationship with everybody on Twitter and people I talk to through the podcast, but there's a lot of anons on the comment boards that I've never heard of, and I don't know who they are. I mean, to be honest, I think there's a chance that some of them are bots. I don't know, but especially with this, because there was like suspicions that he's like working for the CIA, and so, but the reaction was multivaried, okay, but the sort of general take from the ones that I think are legitimate was that he's a horrible role model. He did some really rotten things in the past, and why are you giving him a platform? Was basically the criticism.
Wow.
And I think that's a fair description of their argument. Did they make a fair description of my arguments? I don't think so. I don't really think they listened very well. But my perspective on it was, yes, I agree. He should not have been running cam whores out of London. If he did the thing that he's allegedly having done,
he admitted that himself.
He deserves to be punished. But look at the source of who's accusing him.
Yeah.
The BBC, the frigging intelligence services of the Romanian government. I mean, what do they care? I mean, they're just out for a bribe, in that part of the world. Like, they were told what to do, okay? I mean, who are we kidding here? And is he some sort of psyop from the CIA? Maybe. I don't know.
His dad was. Yeah, that's right.
He's certainly intelligent, okay? Yep. Nobody's denying that, I don't think. But my point of view was he brought a lot of young men out of like we were just talking about suicide.
Yep.
Really bad place. And he literally got an email once that said, I was considering suicide. What should I do? And you know what Tate's response was? It was like, send me a picture when you got a six-pack. And I'm like, that's great.
Yes.
You're basically telling him to stop feeling sorry for yourself and get off your ass. And you know what? He did it.
Yeah.
And you know what happened after he did that? He got a lot happier.
Yes.
So, and this is what Tucker Carlson was saying. It's like, look, I know this guy's controversial, but what is he actually saying? Forget about what he's doing, which is important, but at least separate out what he's saying. He's saying, I want young men to do better. I want them to work on themselves so that they can get a girlfriend, so that they can have a family, they can make money. And then the people that are criticizing this, okay, what is their agenda? Because none of that sounds bad. What is so wrong about that? And so for me, and I think for Tucker, I get very suspicious when people criticize and accuse somebody of things when they're doing things like this.
Yeah.
Given where we've all come from, have seen, my show's been thrown off of YouTube. You guys, I think, have been thrown off before, so somehow still. What are the agendas of these people? Do we trust them? Do we trust the BBC? I was shocked that my and our show's audience was kind of taking their side almost. I was blown away by that. And I understand, the sort of TradCon perspectives, like he's a bad role model, he's sort of like sleeping around. That's somewhat of a legitimate argument. But also, like, a lot of our listeners are just kind of like conspiracy nuts, like me and all of us. And it's like, wait a minute, you don't see that maybe there's a conspiracy against this guy and he was in jail without charge for 90 days. You don't think that sort of smells wrong. I was shocked. So that's all that happened. But Lamprey, like, you didn't even like the guy, and you were open about that. And you said you didn't really watch his content. So what did you want to talk about? I'm curious about this.
Oh, I wanted to hear what Expat, his 2 cents on it, because I've actually never asked Expat about him, and I wanted to hear Iam's 2 cents about the guy too, just to build upon me and your discussion we had a couple of weeks ago.
Go Expat.
Well, so I don't know too much about Andrew Tate. I mean, he's one of these kind of online people that I just don't listen to. I don't find him very interesting. Apparently, he is a phenomenon. A lot of people, he has this kind of devoted following, which seems to be organic. And so, that's impressive. I take my hat off to him. I've watched a couple of clips, where he's ranting, and he's a very colorful and interesting guy. Now, I do want to respond to something that Adam said, which is that there's this tendency on the, whatever this is, on the right or the dissident sphere, or whatever.
Purity spiral, Adam said.
Well, there's a tendency, I think, to kind of look at what the mainstream media is saying and then take the opposite position. So if the BBC is jumping on board to accuse him, then well, the BBC is always ontologically wrong. I mean, and I know that's not what you're saying, but
no, it's a good point though.
Right,
I
and it's like,
I
well,
see what you're saying.
Yeah, but maybe he actually is a criminal. Like I mean, the Romanian authorities.
It is a
right. I mean, they accused him of human trafficking and rape. I don't know that he.
He wasn't charged though. He wasn't charged.
Really?
No, he was not charged.
Still today?
He might have got charges recently, but yeah, okay.
I don't think so.
To this day, he remains. So why doesn't
he was held for 90 days without charge.
Under Romanian law,
his own lawyer,
to do that.
His own lawyer
for
admitted
apparently
that publicly.
3 months, and they use that time to then gather evidence. Now in the United States, that's considered unfair. But
so he was detained
in
under
Romania.
Okay. Well, there you go. I mean, we need to understand the legal context. I mean, there's this tendency to just kind of like ignore the details here. I mean, the details are actually very important. I mean, maybe what happened in Romania was not lawless. Maybe he did commit these crimes. I don't believe that Romania is totally under the thumb of whatever, nefarious.
He's still under custody. He's not charged.
House arrest, but he's still not charged.
You're correct.
He's under house arrest, and this is
maybe
from his
that's
own
a common
lawyer.
thing in Romania.
Yeah.
I mean, it is Romania. It's not, it's not Maryland. There's probably different.
If I was him, I'd get out of Romania as soon as he can.
Hey, well, what is he doing in Romania? Posting all these videos, where he's bragging about having having these being tight with gangsters.
Well, here's the thing,
and
man.
Stuff.
My opinion on Andrew Tate, I formed based on his own words. I didn't listen to what everybody else fucking said, because he's not shy.
Mine too.
He's not shy about talking about his past. Like, he's very open about it, and so I don't listen to what other people's opinions are. I went to the source. This is what he said. And I dug deep into it. I wanted to hear what this guy had to say for himself.
Yeah,
now,
why would you believe what he says?
Well, but I'd rather believe.
No, you don't have to believe what he says about his life. But what he's also talking about is the sort of logic of what you guys and I talk about. Yeah. And I think that's what Iam and I agree on, is that we agree with his logic.
Yes.
Now, is his character in question? Obviously.
Yes.
Okay, but I don't necessarily. To me, it's just an argument is an argument. And I don't know why people have to conflate the messenger with the message.
Right.
I know why they do it, but I don't think it's correct. And if you're actually just trying to understand how things work, I think that's very primitive thinking, because it's not actually examining the mathematics of what he's saying. it's associated because people don't. It's a basic neurological, I think, default for most people because they don't have either the capability or the time to analyze the content of the message. They look at the messenger. The first impression, is he wearing a suit? Well, I trust him. Well, I kind of have the opposite reaction, but it's sort of like that's what a lot of people do. They look at the surface because they don't have either the ability or the time to analyze the message. To me, I could care less. If the guy was a cardboard box saying these things, I'd listen to him.
Right.
To me, I'm trying to learn something, and then maybe other people are trying to like be inspired and then look at it as a role model. That may be where he has faults because I think then his personality, like his personal past, does matter.
Right.
But I just want to differentiate the message. From the
Well,
message.
here's the
thing. But it's the message where I also have a problem, you know, because I mean, before he got arrested or whatever, detained. I mean, I just knew him as this guy that was constantly on the internet gloating about all his luxury cars, these hot women that he's banging, and
he has
these
kids,
gangsters that and it's so what?
He has kids.
Oh, I'm sure he's a model father too. You know,
I don't know his marriage status because I haven't really looked into it. But he does have kids. A lot of his persona and what people see online, I don't think is very accurate.
But he created that persona to make money. I mean, I can judge him by his public image that he projects.
I think that's fair. I think if you don't
we're
like
talking about the
his
message. What's his message?
lifestyle,
What's he saying
I think that's a fair critique.
Yeah, and
what I've liked is his sort of analysis of how women are. I think it's been very spot on. Separate from his lifestyle, and I think partly he understands these things very well because he dealt with women on such a let's just say base level because he was working in a very venal industry.
Do you know how he made his money? Do you know how he made his money?
Well, he was a kickboxer, but then he went into
that's not how he made his money.
Yes, it was like camel.
No, what he did, and this is his own words. Okay, so I'm judging him based on his own words. Whether he's telling the truth or not, I can't say. But his own words was this: he was a kickboxer. He wanted to become rich, and you can find him saying this easily online. Long interviews of him talking about this. He said, I wanted to make money, and he goes, as a kickboxer, I knew a lot of ring girls, okay? I knew all these ring girls wherever I went, and, you know, obviously they fucked him, or he fucked them, and so he had this network of women that knew him, and he knew them, and he put together a business model where he would have these women talk to men online. And these are women he met through kickboxing. They would talk to men online, and these men would pay them money. And then he says, as I was running this business, the problem I found is that the women didn't really know how to engage with these men to really get their money, right? So what he did was he had the women on the camera pretending to type, but him and his brother would actually be on the keyboard typing in the fucking...
Oh my God.
Yes! Suckering these men.
Sounds like a hero of our civilization.
I did. You did share that video with me, so I do remember him saying. Yeah.
And he said it. He said it, and he didn't feel ashamed about it.
So he's part of the problem, is what he's explaining. He's part of everything that's dragging our society down.
But that's how he made his money. Okay?
Oh, great!
That's how he made his money.
I didn't make money doing that.
No,
you know.
And I think any average person would think, well, that's pretty immoral. And especially if you're coming from my perspective as a MGTOW content creator, I would say, Jesus Christ, man, what the fuck? You were duping men out of money. And you know,
correct.
And
you would be correct if that was your reaction.
Yes.
Okay, but let's back up for a second. What is the case about? It's not about hurting men. It's about hiring women to work for him and then allegedly raping them. Which, of course, nobody here.
I don't think he raped them. I think he fucking made
consider
money.
the source of these women.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, okay, they're whoring themselves out on camera.
Yes.
He
didn't put a gun to their head, man. He didn't put a gun to their head.
He's probably paying them to say these things. I mean, come on, you know, like at least one of them got an offer, if not more. So it's suspicious. Does it mean it's false or true? I don't know yet, but I don't think it's so clear cut. Now, again, I've always maybe I wasn't clear enough, but I don't think his business choices have been forces for good.
No,
I think
absolutely not.
The camp stuff, the casino that he ended up doing in Romania, I think is also a vice. I mean, he's basically sort of like, you know, an old style like gangster. I mean, it's basically who he associates with, I think, these days. And yes, I maybe he's a bad role model, but it's.
But he has helped.
I don't know.
Men.
Maybe
he has helped men.
That's
the thing. He has helped men.
I would venture to guess that he's hurt men a lot more. He's hurt a lot more men than he's helped.
Could be. But again, the irony of this is the case is about not even about that at all.
No.
Right? And how would you?
No. Well, I don't know the details of the case or what he did or didn't do. I don't even really.
Yeah, nobody does.
Well, I'm sure
Except
some
his
people
lawyer.
have actually read about it. I haven't, you know. So like, I'm just saying, I have no context for that. All I know, since I was asked my opinion about him, is the impressions that I got from seeing the videos and the tweets from him, and my overwhelming impression was of repulsion. I mean, yes, this guy,
I'd still love to talk to him for an hour.
I wouldn't mind,
I'd love
going
to
out on the town with him, and he's probably like a fun guy to, to talk to. But I don't know, he looks kind of weird. Have you seen the meme, the meme drawing of him? I think that's the most compelling argument.
Mystery meat.
The guy, he has like the lower half of his face is missing. He's got no chin.
Right.
But
well,
well,
that's
he wasn't a kickboxing ring for a few years.
Yeah, I mean he's in good shape. He's in good shape. He's got a lot of money, and really that's all you need to really
had a lot of money.
Well, yeah, who knows what his bank account's like now? But the thing is,
I think expats' critiques are actually extremely valid, and I respect them. I want to. So there's like a pro and a con to everything, I think, just about, unless you're talking to God. But, there's imperfections and hopefully some redeeming qualities in those things. So I just wanted to put on the ledger of this person, I think, some legitimate good things, like that example that I was giving before about somebody writing to him and saying, hey, look, I was about to kill myself, but you turned me around. Was it for the right reasons? Maybe not. But the fact is, a lot of people are just not inspired by go to church and read the Bible or the whatever. Yes. Because it's just not exciting. And so I think for a lot of men, let's just be real here, seeing the cars and the bling, as cheap as that may appear to sort of an intellectual type, it appeals to a certain type of guy who might just give up otherwise. And he needs to be kind of motivated and inspired to okay, I'm going to try to get that promotion at McDonald's because, I want to drive a nicer car because the thing is the tailpipe is rusting off. I mean, it's embarrassing when I try to go on my Tinder date, and the girl walks away. So he's inspired by watching these dumb little videos. And is it, super
he's
virtuous content.
Well,
I wanted to hear your thought about that.
Adam, that's a super interesting point. Yeah, and just one, hopefully quick thing. There's a whole debate on Twitter about this because you have the trad cons, right? And the trad cons, are always saying, well, you need to marry that nice girl. Just man up. And get married.
Good luck finding her.
Yeah.
Good luck finding her, number one, and then also it's this is not inspiring to men. And it kind of, I thought of this earlier in the conversation when we were talking about, well, men just want, people just want stability. They want a family and a house in the suburbs. And it's is that actually what people want? Right? And because if they really wanted that, they would be pursuing that at the expense of other things. And
Depends.
That's not a goal to inspire men, right? I mean, men in the past were inspired by dreams of glory.
They want to be Conan the Barbarian, It's I'm sitting on the top of the throne, and I got women, lamenting their killed husband and they're, sleeping with me.
To conquer a continent or something, I don't want the picket fence and the house in the suburbs and the, and the overweight or obese,
You're too smart for that, but I think a lot of people probably do. But I think to your point, it's there are other people that are inspired by other things, and that's all I was trying to say. It's and I think, is it good that they've been inspired to take care of their health? He talks about fitness a lot, to get inspired about making money. I know that's sort of don't worship mammon, but let's be real. You got to pay your bills. You got to be able to buy a house. You got to be able to do something because you're not going to attract a mate. You're not going to have a legacy if you don't build wealth. You have to do those things. I don't make the rules. It's just the way it is. So he talks about that stuff. So I think you got my point, but yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, agreed.
Well, yeah, that's the thing is the way he made his money, in my opinion, is pretty low, and he took advantage of men, and he took their money. Then he went through life very wealthy and becoming very popular, and I think, and then the great part is, he gets thrown into jail for 90 days or whatever without charge, because obviously he's a target as well. And he's obviously associating with pretty shifty women. But while he's in prison, he becomes a fucking Muslim. Okay? So
he might have been a Muslim before that, if I got my chronology right. But you're right that he's read the Quran allegedly every day.
Yeah, he's talking about it now.
Are you still a Muslim? I am.
Oh yeah, I'm a Muslim. I'm a Muslim by definition of the word, not by the religion.
He eats pork chops.
Yeah. I'm a Muslim by definition of the word. I certainly do not prescribe to the pseudo-religion that uses the Quran as a proxy. No, but I am a Muslim by the definition of the word, yes. But here's the thing is I've noticed a lot of these manosphere guys in the circles of Andrew Tate are starting to get pulled in by these Islamists. It's very strange. It's very, very strange. I've seen that starting to happen.
He doesn't really live a very, I don't know what the equivalent of a kosher lifestyle
halal.
In Islam. But,
halal.
Oh, there you go. He doesn't seem to live a very halal life, let alone his past, obviously. So.
But here's the thing.
And I've seen him actually on Muslim podcasts.
Yeah.
But not that I watched it, clips, but it's I've seen him make appearances there. And what is the actual reception of this guy in the Muslim world?
I don't know, because I'm not part of that Muslim world, but I do know how they recruit.
Okay.
I do know how that those I call them Muhammadiyans or Islamists.
Can you generalize though? Because I mean, there's a ton of groups, right? Like there's even the Nation of Islam, which actually is kind of an interesting group, but they're not really mainline Islamists, I don't think.
Well, it's like any religion. You have your average person. You're born into it, right? And you just kind of accept it as
right. That's
as
most
part of-
people.
Yeah,
That's most people.
That's most people. But then, of course, you have people that are pushing different ideals.
Missionaries.
Yes, involved within that religion, and they have agendas. I'm not part of that, but I've always noticed how it's very interesting that they'd like to target certain individuals who are going through some kind of purgatory in prison. There's a lot of converts, even in the United States, of people coming out of prison, especially the black population, and all of a sudden they're a Muslim.
That's very common.
Yeah,
that's very common.
And I found it interesting they targeted him, and but.
Do you think he was targeted though?
I think
to
he
me,
was.
It seemed like he kind of just was the other way around. He just sort of like thought it was interesting.
I think he was targeted. I think he was targeted, and I think it was because of the money he had. And I think, I mean, I can't prove that. I'm just going based on my experience.
That's interesting.
But I really do, and I'm starting to see a lot of these new manosphere guys that are in the anti-Tate circles starting to preach Islam.
Yeah, well, we saw this coming with the right, and the sort of the white Sharia thing, and like, oh, I just want, like a lot of guys think that Islam, and I'm not saying this is the only reason people convert to Islam, but I think in some cases the motive is like, oh, I'm just disgusted with the decadence of Western society and the feminism, and I want
perfect targets,
culture where women know their place, and all that.
Exactly. Right. These men are perfect targets for that. Perfect targets. They're complaining about women. The Islamists swoop in and go, hey, we got a solution for you.
Come to Allah.
Yeah, come to Allah. Salvation. This is where.
Well, there's an example of this that I'm familiar with. His name is Abu American, and he's I only know because he was on the show I mentioned before, Richard Cooper, where I actually learned about Andrew Tate, and he's a black guy from like Baltimore or something, and he became a Muslim. I'm not going to take away his own words, but I'm going to try to be fair. Honest opinion is that he grew up like Christian, by the way. So he was like, well, Islam, how many wives do I get? Okay, cool. And then he
4 wives, man. Okay. 4 wives.
And then he moved to Germany. Okay. And then he basically, well, what I said before, right? 18% of Germany is not German. Well, I'm sorry, immigrants.
Yep.
They're all like from Yemen, and they're like all these women that like he's just picking up on, like, M date or whatever the equivalent of J date is, and it's just so weird. Like the polygamy appeal.
That's like
so
that's like the plot of Submission.
Like
yeah, well, that's like Michael Welbeck's, Michel Welbeck's book, Submission. That's what happens at the end. Basically, Islam takes over France, and this, professor, has the choice of converting to Islam, and he gets like 3 wives, or like he can choose like whatever students he wants to be his wives, and he's like, oh, this is a pretty good deal.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm Muslim, so I technically could have 4 wives.
Well, as we talked about, that's a bad idea in Canada.
Yeah, exactly. I would never do it here. No. I'd have to go to some Muslim country to do that. I would never.
I'll take a fraction of a wife. So, more than one? I don't know.
Well, we should wrap it up, guys. We've done 3 hours. That's impressive. That's a
good job.
And you guys,
that was fun.
You guys are on the East Coast, so what are you now? Like 1 in the morning?
Wrap it up.
1 a.m.
Jesus.
That's the weekend.
I got Italian jelly cookies waiting for me downstairs. Good to be back in New York, kid.
Nice. Oh, you're talking about this one with like the thumbprint in it, with like the jam?
No, that's a Linzer tart. Get to know your cookies, Adam. All right.
Okay.
Well, we have a lot of listeners in Europe, and in the Telegram they're like, "Oh, you guys are going on at 9:30 New York time? Well, that's 3:30 a.m. for me. I'll be there." It's like, holy shit.
Typical
people outside the U.S. aren't as lame, and they stay up later, and
that's true. That's
Yeah, our MGTOW listeners on the other side of the pond are pretty high IQ.
They're good.
Shout out to Zoidberg.
Yeah, he's probably asleep now or he's at work or something, but he was 3:30 in the morning, man. He was there in the chat, so I was like, holy fuck.
We're also lucky that we get to speak our native tongue, and these poor souls, they have to learn a second language just to listen to this stuff.
I know. That's why they learn English, is to listen to MGTOW chat.
All right, guys.
Yeah, it's been good.
Absolute pleasure. We'll definitely do it again sometime soon.
But right before we go, Myth of the 20th Century is your channel, right, Adam?
Oh yeah.
And where can they find it?
We're still going. Myth20c.com.
It's a bug.
If you guys want. I mean, yeah, I didn't really explain
guys,
it. Guys,
his show shits on our show. It is fucking hot.
Perfect.
Ever.
People were asking.
the amount of articles, the amount of things I've learned from his podcast is outstanding. It is an absolute fucking honor to have Adam on their show. You're an absolute inspiration to this show.
Oh, yeah.
You're a big influence of mine. I am. I mean, kudos to you and the boys, man. 100%.
Yeah, people were asking, so
Oh,
I wanted you to mention it. So you'll get some more listeners. Hopefully, they'll come on and check you out for sure.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, no, we just do kind of hidden history, obviously focused on the 20th century, but we're sort of amateur historians. Historians not a real major, so we just do that on our own. And but we have like different jobs and stuff, and we just wanted to basically increase the throughput of books that we read. And so I'm like, hey man, I'll read this book, you read that book, and we'll just talk about it. And it turns out other people want to learn about these things too. And I've learned a lot. I've talked to some pretty cool people, including yourselves, and it's been a ride. I mean, it's been 7 years, if you can believe that. It's hard to keep it up sometimes, just because we've seen a lot of hopes and dreams dashed in this political whatever, with the sort of 2015, 16, 17 era, with all the sort of kind of like, I don't know, populist right candidates gaining traction, Nigel Farage, even people in Central Europe, and then obviously the United States sort of coming to power, and then obviously getting kicked out. It's been tough to hang with it, but I still think there's a need for actually having real discussions. And one thing I've noticed is that a lot of the podcasts that started have faded away. Some of them are still around, and some of them are new, which I encourage. But the one thing that I've noticed is, I don't think sustainable, is a lot of people, they focus on grievances and grievances alone. And I think a lot of people, as they mature, especially, but also if you've been doing this for a while, we need to do better than that. And we need to also examine solutions and ways to improve ourselves so that we can actually not have these problems that we're so frustrated by. And maybe it's not for us, maybe it's for our kids or next generation, but it's important because we can't talk freely, obviously, in a polite, quote unquote, society.
Yep.
And so that's the main reason I'm motivated to do it, because, I learn a lot just from talking to smart people. And it also, we talked about, the suicide thing and why this stuff helps. It really does help psychologically to be able to just express ourselves. And I hope that is a positive force out there. And there's so much negativity online that I think we are very inconsiderate not to consider the fact that can actually spiral out of control into really adverse consequences. So, this has nothing to do with my show, but I just, as a guy who's been doing this for a while and listening to other shows, I think this is something that it's sort of a responsibility as we've progressed over time to try to be constructive as possible. Just something I'd like to put out there as sort of a call for arms, or call for action for people out there. That I think we need to do our best to be, at our best.
Yeah.
Really.
Right on, man. I mean, you're a great guest. We'll have you anytime, and if you ever feel like having a conversation without women, we're here for you.
No, I gave Adam Perfect Award, so that's now me, you,
I read
Adam.
Yeah, we've read it.
Cat and Mafashi have now indulged in the book, so we'll definitely try to game plan something in the near future to do a real deep dive on Vietnam, because I love the Vietnam War and its history and the absolute, just how many different rabbit holes you can get lost in.
There's something very aesthetic about that war. I don't know why, but it's so ingrained in the American culture, especially. It's everybody feels like they grew up in the Vietnam era, even though all of us probably didn't. It's just it's in every movie. It's like that helicopter that is a part of our intro music. The last part of it, the sound effect, and just the Bell Huey UH-1. It's a super iconic. The green camo gear, which went away.
The tiger stripe camo too.
Yeah, it's something.
The music, the movies they made.
It's apocalypse now.
Yeah.
Vietnam War was part of the inspiration to move to Cambodia, because I just wanted to see what the hell, what was it like just being, just getting a feel of the environment and stuff. So I definitely, like I said, want to do a deep dive on it. Adam, if you get a chance to finish reading it,
just let me know.
Let us know.
No, I finished it.
Yeah, he's done it. He's done it.
Sweet. So, all right, cool. So we'll definitely game plan in the next couple weeks or something. All right.
Okay.
Sure, man.
All right,
well, guys.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you next time.
See you.
All right, I'm wrapping up this stream too. We were listening to four different channels. It was SMOW, Chinese historian, then Paul Elam, and mgt0w chat, right? I think I'm gonna write it in the quick chat. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Next time, see you soon. Snuggle the like button, join the Discord. Stay tuned.